Quest Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of The Bitter Fruit Beneath by Julie Evans. Narrated by Charlotte Worthing. Chapter 1. Hoping to God the zip didn't burst, Eden Gray wheeled her squeaky trolley through the sun-flooded atrium of the Truro Crown Court. It bulged with papers ditched by the barrister she'd instructed on the gruelling 4-day trial she had just lost in spectacular style. Mumbling his apology, the QC had made a dash for the door on the pretext of catching the 4:30 train back to Bristol. They both knew, despite his eye-watering fee, he'd made a pig's ear of it. No wonder he was running for the Mendips. Her mind whirred with things she could have done better. Not least instructed counsel with an eye for detail. He'd been slack, all style and no substance. Their defence had crashed and burned, and her client had been sent down for fraud. She shouldn't be surprised. Everyone knew barristers were the rock stars of the legal profession. After the gig, they leapt into their limousines and headed back to the hotel, leaving the sweaty roadies like her to mop up the mess. She'd been the one expected to visit the client in the cells and apply the sticking plaster before he'd been carted off to Exeter jail to serve a 6-year sentence. She ought to be able to afford a paralegal to help, but money was tight. She could barely afford her secretary, Agnes. Until the final payment of her divorce settlement came through, she'd be stuck with the grunt work. Apologising to the po-faced usher for the rubber marks left by the limping wheels, she crossed the terrazzo floor, through the enormous glass revolving door, out into the real world, to be greeted by an ironically optimistic sky that felt like a slap in the face. She paused to take off her jacket and to light a much-needed cigarette. She'd quit smoking 5 years earlier, but always kept an emergency supply, and a Bic lighter in an old sunglasses case at the bottom of her bag, for shit days like this. Inhaling deeply, she slipped her aching feet free of her shoes, settling on the wall to take in the scenery. Built on the site of a medieval castle, the court enjoyed spectacular views over the tiny city, dominated by the 3 spires of its cathedral. It was a shame the so-called temple to justice behind her had none of its soaring majesty. Despite the town planner's promises, it had turned out to be yet another low-slung homage to concrete, the gleaming god of architects. The word architect caught like a barb in her heart for a split second, reminding her of her ex, Andrew. She liked to keep him pixelated whenever possible, but the word architect had a habit of switching him to high resolution. Taking a final puff of her cigarette, she stubbed out his image before it took hold. Though past 4 o'clock, the heat hung around. Overdressed and clammy in her court suit, she watched with unabashed envy a middle-aged couple, the woman in a flimsy summer top, climb into a blue convertible. She imagined they'd enjoyed a late lunch in the courtyard garden of the swanky fish restaurant around the corner. She, on the other hand, knew of convicted killers with a better chance of day release than her, and couldn't remember what it was like not to eat lunch on the hoof. It was salt in the wound, living in Cornwall, where on days like this every man and his tail-wagging dog seemed to be on holiday. After the day she'd had, she would normally have rushed home, grabbed her board and let the surf reinstate some perspective. But the renovations to the beach house were far from finished, and until the rewiring was complete, she was stuck renting the airless flat above the florist's in the main street. She decided she'd check how the work was going this weekend, and if necessary give her cousins, who were handling the project, a hefty kick up the backside. Friends had warned her not to employ family, especially family too easily distracted by the prospect of a day catching waves. Like putting alcoholics in charge of an off-licence. Eden couldn't blame them for being sidetracked. She'd made a point of siting her study at the back of the beach house, fearing she'd never get any work done if it faced the ocean. The Atlantic breakers etched their mark on every Cornish child. Salt water ran through their veins, altering their DNA. It turned them into blue bloods, her dad always joked. She knew what he meant. Raised within spitting distance of the sea, she felt trapped and unsettled without it. Too much terra firma set her adrift. As a student in London, she'd tried to compensate by filling her room with posters of seascapes and sand dunes. She'd even carted a 3-foot piece of driftwood on the train back from Cornwall to hang above her headboard. Winter was bearable, but the airless, scorching afternoon spent revising in the park to escape the sticky streets brought unbearable melancholy. Fountains and lakes filled with tamed water were a poor remedy for the type of seasickness she suffered from. Undoing the top button of her blouse, she slipped her jacket over her arm and began the bumpy descent past the lines of cafes and gift shops strung like bunting along the steep hill to her office. Her heart sank on reaching the bottom of the slope, as she noticed, not for the first time, the peeling paint and tarnished brass plaque in need of a polish. Eden Gray, LLB, solicitor and commissioner for oaths. She'd barely had chance to heave the rebellious trolley over the threshold before Agnes busied towards her, bingo wings flapping, face flushed with excitement.
"Don't bother to sit. You're needed at the station."
Pretending she hadn't heard, Eden carried on walking through reception, Agnes nipping at her heels like a rabid Jack Russell.
"They called. There's a client waiting."
"I've just left court. Can't someone else on the road to do it?"
"The client's mother asked for you specifically. I expect she wants a female solicitor, and you're the only one available."
A backhanded compliment, if ever there was one. "What's the case? Shoplifting? A domestic?"
"A teenager has killed her baby. Well, sort of her baby."
That got Eden's attention. "Allegedly killed her baby," she corrected. "And is it her baby or not?"
"She's one of them surrogates. You know, one of them who gets paid by couples who can't have kiddies. She's taken their money, then gone and killed the baby. Allegedly."
"A termination?"
"No, they found a body."
Agnes lowered her voice almost to a whisper.
"Buried. And with that lot, there's bound to be more to it."
"What lot?"
"The Luties. That's the client. Rowan Lutie. She's one of the Tregaron Luties. Mother wouldn't go near that place. She always said the Luties were cunning."
Agnes scattered her dead mother's homilies about like broken beads, each one a pearl of wisdom. The older Agnes got, the more reactionary and self-serving her late mother's opinions became. Nevertheless, her encyclopedic knowledge from beyond the grave, of the community, who was married to who, what they did for a living, maiden names and decades of misdemeanours, was sometimes useful. But despite her curiosity being kindled, Eden was not in the mood today. She was tired and hungry, running on fumes.
"Give the station a ring and say I'm on my way and not to interview the girl until I get there. I need the loo and a coffee. Can you put the kettle on and grab me something to eat?" "What do you want me to do first? Call the station or play Office Junior?"
Eden heard the peeve and clocked the passive-aggressive stance. Reading body language was part of the job. Agnes was right, of course, but she simply didn't have the energy to make something herself or take the bait. She'd inherited her secretary, along with the threadbare carpets and tatty furniture, from her predecessor, a sole practitioner for whom Agnes had worked for 20 years. Without her, it was impossible to decipher everything from the archaic filing system to how the boiler worked. A year on, like the moth-eaten armchairs in reception, despite the frayed exterior, Agnes felt a tolerable fit. A newer model would no doubt be comfier and less likely to lose its casters in a spin, but would need to be broken in, and would make the rest of the place look shabby.
Whichever suits you best. You choose, Eden smiled, adding under her breath, You usually do, as she swapped her court shoes for her trainers.
When she got back from the loo, there was a sorry-looking cheese sandwich and a black coffee on her desk. Ignoring the deliberately forgotten milk, she took a gulp, burnt her tongue, thrust the sandwich into her jacket pocket, and left for the station. Swinging into the car park, she spotted Detective Inspector Luke Parrish parking under the shade of the sycamores in the far corner. She hoped to God he hadn't noticed her. The last time she'd seen him at the magistrate's court, they'd had words about Thea. Luke and her younger sister had history. A curdled romance turned sour when Thea walked out without notice, taking their daughter with her. She now lived in London with the latest of a long line of boyfriends, and made it her mission to make it as difficult as possible for Luke to have access to Flora, now 5. Eden understood his frustration, but objected to him taking her to task in public, and his presumption she held any sway over her wayward sister. Thea liked to throw a grenade and walk away from the damage. Their eternally tolerant parents put her behaviour down to her artistic temperament, which seemed to Eden to be an excuse for anything. She paints, darling. So did Hitler, Eden thought, but never vocalised. Over time, she'd learnt to dodge the shrapnel and resented being dragged back into the war zone by anyone, including Thea's disgruntled ex. Things were further complicated by the fact Luke had been her friend long before he'd met Thea. They might have been more, had her effervescent sister not, 7 years before, crashed a beach barbecue Eden had organised for Luke's 25th birthday. That day she had learnt a valuable lesson. Never underestimate an 18-year-old in a pink stringed bikini. She watched Luke stride to his boot and retrieve 2 plastic evidence bags, waiting until he was inside the building before making her way up the steps to report to the custody officer. "Miss Gray," greeted Jake Fairchild. "I won't ask to what do we owe this pleasure, because I got a call from the lovely Agnes to say you were on your way for the Luty girl." "So, what's the story, Jake?" "You'd better ask the DI here." She swivelled to face Luke. He avoided eye contact as he marshalled her behind the front desk into the corridor leading to the cells. "In here. I'll give you a bit of background before we go down," he said, opening a side door. His angular face and intense dark eyes, topped with black, unruly eyebrows, should have cast him as a comic book villain. But for his smile. His lips stretched in a smile so perfect it shot him up the Tinder scale from a mediocre 6 to a full-blown 9.5, and probably explained Thea's reluctance to cut him loose, her constant use of Flora to reel him back in. "We can talk here," she said, stepping back. Most there knew their connection, and she had no intention of adding grist to the gossip mill or getting another ear-bashing. "OK, your shout." Eden noticed the flash of annoyance and decided to keep this as brief and professional as possible. "So, why have you arrested my girl?" "We have a statement from a local woman, Jessica Marshall, who says Rowan Luty was pregnant. Last time I looked, motherhood wasn't a crime." Luke's jaw twitched. "Jess and Phil Marshall say they paid Rowan 10 grand to be their surrogate. She's a waitress at their restaurant in Truro. Things were going to plan with the pregnancy until last Wednesday, when she didn't turn up for her evening shift. Jess tried ringing her, but her phone kept diverting to voicemail. She wanted to go round to check on the girl right away, but they had a large party booked in, and her husband persuaded her to leave it, which she did. Next morning, Jess went round to Rowan's flat and found her groggy and disorientated. So much so, Jess thought she was drunk or high on something.
She questioned her and they argued. Rowan told her she could stick her job and her money because the baby was gone. She refused to elaborate and threw Jess out, along with the bag containing most of the cash she'd been paid previously. Jess called Phil, and they reported the matter to us. And you brought Rowan in? A bit heavy-handed even for you lot. We're not looking for work, he bristled. The couple were told it was a contractual matter, and they should consult their solicitor. We assumed Rowan was lying about the baby and had changed her mind. Until yesterday afternoon, when the body of a near-term newborn was found in a shallow grave by an archaeological team working at Tregarron, the village near the girl's family farm. One of the PCs on duty connected the two incidents, and the decision was taken to visit Rowan this afternoon. She was evasive and unwilling to explain her behaviour or confirm she was still pregnant. When she refused to come in voluntarily, we arrested her on suspicion of manslaughter. Manslaughter? I know you're thinking infanticide, but that's only an option when a biological mother is charged. Your client won't confirm whether she has a genetic link with the child or not. Legal soup, cold through neglect, slopped around at the back of her mind. A distant tutorial about the distinction between the fertilisation of an egg belonging to the surrogate and the implantation of someone else's. She was pretty sure the latter was illegal in the UK. What she didn't know was how it impacted on her defence. Had she been thinking straight, not reeling from her last case, she would have looked it up before she'd set off. Infanticide was serious enough, but generally carried a non-custodial sentence. Manslaughter, on the other hand, would mean anything between 2 years and life imprisonment. Caught on the back foot, she wished she'd gone into the side room with him, rather than suffer the indignity of a law tutorial within earshot of his team. No doubt the smug bastard had already consulted the lawyers at the CPS and was taking great pleasure in educating her. She'd been ambushed, but could still flip this if she kept her nerve. So there is no DNA evidence to link my client to the child you found? She let us take a buccal smear, which will tell us soon enough. But I'm thinking whether she's the biological mother or not, her DNA will be on the body if she gave birth to that baby. If there's a match, she's in the frame. You're kidding. You took a cheek swab before she'd taken legal advice. Look, before you get on your high horse, we offered her another brief, because we were told you were tied up in court. But she turned us down, because her mother had already called your office. We told the girl she should wait until you arrived, but she didn't want to. You can check the custody record, if you like. She swallowed her fury. I'd rather see my client, if you don't mind. I'll take you now. Luke led the way down the narrow staircase to the interview room. She's in here. It was a dismal, windowless space, khaki-green walls bathed in artificial light, contriving to induce unease and claustrophobia in equal measure. The girl jumped to her feet as they entered. Eden waited for Luke to leave before she spoke. Please sit down, Rowan. I'm Eden Gray, your solicitor. Your mum called me. I'm here to help you. Greasy hanks of black hair hung like wet curtains around the girl's face. Trembling, she looked scared to death. You're cold, Eden said, shouldering off her jacket and wrapping it around the girl. Thank you, Rowan mumbled, her fingers drumming a frantic rhythm on the chipped formica table. Her eyes darted from the clock to the concrete floor, then up to the strip-lit ceiling, as if searching for an escape route. Do you know why you're here? The girl briefly locked eyes with her lawyer before beginning her nomadic scan again. The tap, 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 continuing until Eden, unable to bear it any longer, reached across to fold the girl's delicate hands in her own. Rowan, you've been arrested on suspicion of killing your baby. It shouldn't have come yet. It's not time. It's not time.
The voice was small, like a child's. It was no surprise she'd given a sample. She'd give her soul to get out of there.
Can you tell me about the baby? About the birth? I don't remember. I can't remember. It wasn't time. Are you saying you have absolutely no recollection of having the baby?
The girl looked at her blankly.
But you were definitely pregnant,
Eden asked, becoming more and more concerned. Rowan nodded again. Eden was venturing into unfamiliar territory. She had no idea what it felt like to give birth, and the way things were going with her love life at the moment, she probably never would. But she'd seen enough documentaries and episodes of Call the Midwife to know it wasn't a piece of cake. This girl was vulnerable, whether it was because of the circumstances she found herself in, or there was something more going on, she wasn't sure. What's more, without the benefit of some background history, along with medical and psychiatric reports, she could do more harm than good here. She needed to get her client out of there fast, and buy them both some time.
It's okay, she said, patting the girl's hand. Would you like to go home?
Tears brimmed in terrified eyes. Eden hammered on the door, and 5 minutes later she was back upstairs with Luke.
That girl wasn't fit to give consent to a sample, or to be questioned, come to that. Was any attempt made to have her examined when she arrived?
No one was available.
Then I think you've jumped the gun. I have serious concerns about her mental health. I don't want her questioned again until she's had a medical examination to assess her physical and mental state. Unless you want to spend the night on suicide watch, I see no reason for you to hold her until then and suggest you release her on condition to report back once all the facts are at our fingertips.
All right. But this isn't going away.
Don't worry. I know that.
An hour later, Eden bundled Rowan into a car with her mother and brother. She was relieved her tactic had bought her time. She wouldn't be found wanting again. Back in the car park, she pulled the sagging sandwich from her pocket and took a bite, before lobbing the unappetizing mess into the hedge just as Luke emerged from the station. For a split second, she wondered whether, as a good, law-abiding citizen, she should get out, retrieve it and find a bin. Then thought, what the hell? What's he going to do? Arrest me? Chapter 2. She'd felt exhausted earlier, but now the adrenaline was pumping. She thought she might just be able to catch the boys before they downed tools for the day, if she headed to the beach house now. They'd said they were working evenings, to catch up, after spinning a yarn about difficulty getting materials and finding woodworm in the rafters. It would be good to let them know she intended to hold them to their promise to knuckle down and get the plumbing finished by the end of October, by which time she'd have her share of the London flat sale and be able to press ahead with the new bathroom and kitchen. She'd been cutting out pictures from magazines for months and couldn't wait to make it her own, in a way she never could with the houses she'd shared with Andrew. He always took over, presuming she had no interest or, if she did, it didn't count for much. After all, he had letters after his name to prove he was the tastemaker. She had wandered around the finished product, feeling like a chocolatey-fingered toddler in an art gallery. She pulled off left before she hit the village, taking the narrow cliff road to the beach house. Everyone called it a house, but it was more of a hut. It had started out as a Hoyer's shelter for fishermen on the lookout for approaching shoals of pilchards. Perched on the cliff edge among the dunes, it offered a bird's-eye view of the fish driven inshore to be caught in their thousands. In the 60s,
A well-known artist saved it from demolition, converting it into her studio. She left it to the local Birdwatchers Association, who, short of funds to repair the place, eventually put it up for sale, just as she was contemplating her move back to Cornwall. When her dad rang to say it was on the market, she thought he was mad for thinking she'd even consider it. But, out of nostalgia and sheer nosiness, had rung the agents. They had shown uncharacteristic integrity, admitting it was in lerrups, which was Cornish for a shithole. Nevertheless, the minute she'd stepped through the battered door of the perfectly round 2-story building, with its broken windows and walls Jackson Pollocked with seagull mess, its simplicity drew her in. From that moment, she thought of it as home. She knew all about simplicity. Andrew had lectured her for 4 years on its merits. Simplicity of line, simplicity of function and form. In fact, simplicity of everything except the marriage itself, following the chaos that ensued with his confession he was leaving her for the middle-aged divorcee, whose house he'd designed and built. When, through her tears, she asked him why he was doing this to her, he'd waxed lyrical about self-cleaning glass, Iroko handrails, and a lap pool in the basement, and it slowly dawned on her he wasn't leaving her for another woman, but for a 3-story townhouse in Primrose Hill with a view of the park. The beach house was her revenge, her answer to his maison de l'amour. The summer season would be over when she moved in. She couldn't wait. The thought of waking in the house, walking to the window, coffee in hand to look out on a stretch of pristine sand, not a stripy windbreak in sight, filled her with joy. She parked up by the skip, overflowing with twisted window frames and rotten floorboards. She'd have to make sure she ordered another one, another 500 quid to find from somewhere. Her cousin's van wasn't there, but a couple of deck chairs perched on the cliff edge, and a half-filled mug of warm tea said they weren't long gone. She walked around to the front of the house. The door was padlocked, awaiting the arrival of its replacement, which hopefully wouldn't warp the way this one had. She was pleased to see the hand-built windows were finally in. As the marmalade glow of the dipping sun lit up the interior, she could tell some progress had been made inside too, and her spirits lifted. It was only money, after all. This was hers, and the view alone was worth every penny. She slumped into one of the deck chairs, watching the last of the kittiwakes swoop above the ocean, painted silver in the dying light, and tried to relax away all thoughts of Rowan Luty and the baby, leastways until she got home. She wondered why she could never recapture the limp, heavy tiredness she'd felt as a child, so different from the sweaty, aching variety after a workout at the gym, or the anxious lawyer's fatigue she regularly suffered after a sleepless night worrying about a pending court case. She pictured herself in the back of her mother's battered Volkswagen, she and Thea crammed in together, along with the surfboards, beach bags and towels, leaning against each other and licking each other's arms like puppies. This was a game they played, to see whose skin tasted the saltiest, as if it determined who'd had the most fun. It would set them off giggling until her mother told them to pack it in. They'd be quiet until she turned on the radio, and then sing along to Joni or Aretha, sandy feet up on the back of the seats, tapping their toes, until, kissed by Morpheus, they fell asleep. She remembered being woken when they got home, and how the bath that followed tingled her skin and left sand around the plug hole. How she longed for that old, contented slackness. Slipping off her trainers, she felt the tickle of marram grass on her ankles, the cool sand between her toes, and permitted herself to let her worries ebb away until the sun dipped behind Chapel Rock. Chapter 3. As soon as she'd got home, she had trawled her legal database for case law on infanticide. An offence in its own right and a defence to a charge of murder or manslaughter. A mother had to kill her child in its first year as a direct result of a disturbance of the mind caused by giving birth. Irrespective of the present uncertainty about her biological link to the child, Rowan didn't remember the birth. How could she be traumatised by a non-event? Grabbing her car keys, she hoped her client was in a better frame of mind this morning, ready to give her something, anything she could hang her defence upon. She'd crawled into bed with more questions than answers, and didn't like the feeling one little bit. Soon, smart Victorian terraces gave way to corrugated roofs and stock-proof fences as the lane ribboned through the valley, following the River Kenwyn out of Truro towards the Luty farm. The road opened up as she entered the tiny hamlet of Tregarron, with its smattering of tiny cob-walled cottages and characterless 1970s bungalows. A sign swinging above a wall of herringbone slates, known locally as Jack and Jill's, announced the converted watermill on the right was open for B&B, and she made a mental note in case she needed to accommodate expert witnesses from further afield in the weeks ahead. The Lutys lived on the other side of the village, and as she got closer, her hands gripped the steering wheel a little tighter, anxiety pecking. Hunkered down in the valley, Warnock Farm was smarter than she'd imagined. A slate-capped giant, cloaked in fiery Virginia creeper. Harvest-stubbled fields, like massive arms, stretched out across the parched landscape. It was an advert for good husbandry. The double gates fronting the road were open, and the curtains twitched as she drove through. No sooner had she parked, Matthew Luty was inviting her in, his muscular frame filling the doorway. "Ma and our Rowan are through there, in the kitchen," he said, face reddening as he turned to leave via the back way, taking the granite steps 2 at a time. The low autumn sun sliced the room, blinding Eden for a second as she entered. Blinking away the psychedelic assault on her retinas, she could make out the 2 women sitting at a broad pine table, scrubbed within an inch of its life. On it, a batch of yellow buns cooled on a wire rack, spicing the air with saffron. An ancient dresser clung to one wall. Eden skimmed the cluttered blue and white china, but her eyes were irresistibly drawn to the far end of the kitchen, where a line of children's socks hung drying beside a cast-iron range. She willed away an image of giant ovens and gingerbread houses as she moved towards the women, ducking to avoid the dusty posies of dried flowers and herbs hanging from the rafters. "Good morning, Miss Gray," greeted Rowan's mother, pulling out a chair for her. "Thank you so much for helping our Rowan with all this." She hadn't had the chance to take a good look at Carmen Luty the night before. In her late 40s, her blue eyes and cinnamon hair were a stark contrast to Rowan's dusky Gothic looks. Though not a large woman by any means, there was a sturdiness about her, lacking in her will-o'-the-wisp daughter. "They look lovely," Eden flattered, nodding at the buns, as she pulled her dictating machine from her bag. The mother loomed large in this family. She needed to keep her on side. "Help yourself. They're fresh baked," offered Carmen, pouring her tea before she had time to decline. "Did you manage to sleep last night?" she asked, diverting attention to Rowan. The girl nodded, bleary eyes telling a different story. Clean hair scraped back, multiple piercings through her eyebrow and nose, not on show the evening before. Silver rings encasing every finger. She looked older. Eden wasn't sure if she'd armoured up to fight her corner or to confess. "I'm going to record our interview, but before we go on, are you happy to talk with your mum in the room? There may be things you don't feel comfortable telling me in front of her." "No, I want her here. I've got nothing to hide. You're sure? I'm sure. The girl had unglued at the station, but here, with her mother in tow, the fidgety anxiety seemed to have waned. Last night there had been insufficient evidence to charge her. Her job was to keep it that way. But if Rowan intended to own up to this, her role would be limited to a plea of mitigation. On the back of psychiatric reports, it might not be the worst thing that could happen, given her misgivings about this case. Under-resourced, she felt uneasy committing to a manslaughter trial and a client as needy as Rowan at the expense of all others. She had to resist her usual urge to jump in feet first until she knew exactly what she was dealing with here. She pressed record. Firstly, let's recap on the evidence the police have, the most important of which is, of course, the baby's body. At the moment, there is no DNA to link you to the child, but it's only a matter of time before they complete their analysis of the saliva sample you gave. I will try and exclude it, but we can't pretend it doesn't exist. Until then, all they have is Jessica Marshall's statement, which says you were pregnant, and she and her husband paid you £10,000 to have a baby for them. Eden noticed Carmen look away. It was for expenses. And anyway, I gave the money back. Well, most of it, Rowan protested. Eden couldn't hide her surprise at the stroppy tone, so at odds with the way the girl had been the day before. No one's disputing you gave it back, but that's not the point. The point is you told them you could no longer comply with the arrangement. So either you changed your mind, or you couldn't give them the baby because you no longer had it. Until the baby was found, the police believed it was the former, but finding the baby changed all that. They don't even know it's the same baby, Rowan said, sulkily. They know you're booked in for a medical examination tomorrow morning, which will confirm if you've recently given birth. I can tell you now, she has. Carmen gulped, eyes fixed on her daughter. I don't need a doctor to confirm it. Lift your pullover, Rowan. The girl lifted her shapeless grey jumper over her head to reveal 2 small wet patches darkening her vintage Metallica t-shirt. The minute she was sure Eden had seen, she struggled back into her sweater, pulling at the sleeves so only the tips of her bitten nails remained visible. Despite her determination to keep her emotions in check, Eden welled with sympathy for the girl, little more than a child herself. I know this is painful, but I have to ask you, could it be your baby they found? No. I don't know. I don't remember anything. But you remember Jessica coming to the flat, and you admit giving back the money. Are you saying you gave it back because you knew you'd had the baby and it was... She chose the word carefully. Gone? A flush swept Rowan's cheeks as she looked to her mother for reassurance. None was forthcoming. It was clear, whilst the mother was supportive, she couldn't help with the missing detail. I suppose so, she stuttered into the neck of her jumper. Answer the question, Carmen urged, reaching across to lift her daughter's chin. Miss Gray is trying to help. Did you know the baby was dead? She asked, her face laddered with worry. Eden waited for the emotional collapse she'd seen so many times before. The reversion to childhood by a young offender, the revelation of guilt and hysterical plea for forgiveness. But surprisingly, it didn't come. Instead, the girl straightened in her seat. No, I didn't. I just knew it wasn't inside me no more. That doesn't mean I killed it. Does it, Ma? A storm gathered on Carmen Luti's face. No, it doesn't, my love, she reassured, before turning to Eden. My girl wouldn't kill a baby. I know that much, whether hers or someone else's. She's been a silly girl. But she'd not harm a child. She's never harmed a living creature in her life. None of my children would harm a living thing unless it was for eating.
Eden knew she'd got as far as she could with Carmen present. It was instinctive for a mother to protect her young. Whether Rowan possessed the same impulse, she didn't know. What she did know was nothing about this client's story added up. She turned off her dictating machine. I think that's enough for today. I'd like to see you at my office early tomorrow afternoon, once you've been examined by your GP. You're obliged to report to the station the day after. But I'll be with you, and it's nothing to worry about. The police may call to arrange for you to see a psychologist, to check you are fit to be questioned before then. Remember, the conversations we have are between us and for no one else's ears. If they try to question you on the details of this case, say nothing. Volunteer nothing. Just call me right away. Understood? Rowan nodded. Eden turned to Carmen. There's no need for you to come tomorrow, although I may need to speak to you separately over the next few days, if that's all right, about the place where the baby was found. As a matter of fact, I'm off to the site now. I've arranged to meet with the chief archaeologist. Carmen looked daggers, goodwill slipping to the flagstone floor. I'm sorry. Have I said something to offend you? Apologised Eden, annoyed she may have lost the woman's trust with one ill-judged comment. Don't believe everything you hear, that's all. Them types might think they know everything, but things aren't always what they seem. Eden didn't press her for further explanation, but for the first time since she arrived, she felt a chill cut through the stifling heat. Chapter 4. Carmen watched the solicitor's car drive away. She trusted Eden Gray, although she didn't take kindly to her attempts to exclude her and worried about her interest in the site. She needed time to think. I'm going up the lane to pick a few blackberries for a crumble. You all right on your own for a bit, love? She asked, pulling an old ice cream tub from the back of the cupboard. Rowan nodded and replaced her earpods. The lane was dust dry. There had been little rain all summer. The crops suffered, the cabbages bolted, and the harvest came early. But at least they'd gathered in the hay without any downpours. There wasn't a sniff of rain, and the seaweed on the draining board remained crisp. When it got back its rubbery bounce, she'd know to expect a storm. She'd always loved blackberry picking, striding out with the children, excited at the promise of the purple fruit, plump and juicy, bursting in their mouths and staining their fingers and tongues. It was the way the fruit ripened at the close of summer, when the land seemed lazy. They were the last hooray. Wilting, she blew down the front of her shirt. The late September sun scorched the back of her neck, leaving her sticky with sweat, as she stretched to pluck 3 fat berries nestling high up in the hedgerow. Eden Gray probably didn't do blackberry picking. Why would she, when she could buy the giant knobbly beetles Tesco sold all year round? It had been a mad panic to find a solicitor yesterday. She'd known something was wrong when she'd heard a car speeding up the lane, and could tell by the boy racer gear changes she'd warned would burn out the clutch. It was Matthew. It was odd for him to be there in the afternoon and not at the garage. She'd watched the bright red Subaru screech to a halt and her son jump out, run into the farmhouse, then out again. "Ma? Are you there, Ma?" he'd bellowed from the middle of the yard. All her children had a tendency to stand where they were and holler for her, summoning her in, like she did the cows for milking. "I'm in the barn," she'd shouted back. "I've been trying to call you," he said, red-faced and dishevelled in his green work overalls. She felt for her mobile, then realised she'd left it in the kitchen. "It's our Rowan. She's been arrested." Fair hair stuck to his sweaty forehead, eyes wild and wide as saucers.
He'd looked much younger than his 20 years, and she could tell he wasn't joking. As soon as he told her about the baby, she'd got it into her head she wanted a woman lawyer, and when they'd looked on the local law society website, Eden Gray had been the standout candidate. And to be fair, she seemed genuinely concerned about Rowan, considering this was just another case to her. Perhaps she didn't have much else in her life. She must be in her mid-30s and good-looking, but there was no wedding ring. Then again, that meant nothing. In fact, who was she to talk? 4 children by 2 fathers and not a husband in sight. Scandalous. But then, her family was used to scandal. Things weren't so bad these days. Not like when she and her sister Morva were growing up, when they were branded by the past, their name tainted with fear and revulsion. She remembered the small fabric pouch sewn by her gran, filled with mustard seeds and tansy hung around her neck, tucked in under her vest to ward off evil. How she'd slip it off as soon as she left the house, knowing if someone smelt its pungent odour, she'd be ridiculed for being strange. Strange, to a child, was so much worse than anything else. Mother warned them to ignore the village children who followed them, name-calling after school, and generally they did. Although she remembered one time Morva shouted at them for netting cabbage whites, telling them they shouldn't trap butterflies because they were the souls of dead children. Some boys chased them, throwing stones, striking her on the shoulder. Her little sister had spun around and raised her hand in a hex. She'd been pretty sure Morva had no idea what a hex was, let alone how you cast one. It was just a word she'd heard. But the twist of her fingers and the flash of those black eyes of hers had done the trick. And for a few magical weeks, they'd been free to gather fluffy hawthorn blossom, to make into cordial and burn for Beltane, and to play in the stream, until the bullies returned. It was learnt behaviour, passed down and suffered by every generation of her family. The fact they didn't believe in Christmas or going to chapel twice on Sundays was excuse enough back then, in the buttoned-up Methodist community. Unlike their God-fearing neighbours, their lives were measured by the seasons and the festivals they brought with them. Beltane with fire, Samhain at the end of October when they remembered the dead, Yule and Imbolc, the Celtic New Year and festival of birth, containing the rite most sacred to her family, when they poured ewe's milk on the ground in a blessing. Their celebrations were played out against a backdrop of humdrum normality. If they'd lived like the generations before, without Doctor Who and Top of the Pops, things might have been easier. Seeing the outside world through the TV screen made it worse somehow, made them aware they were different. It was only after Gran died and the last pit was dug, things had changed. Though her mother kept the feast days, she cleared the house of all signs of Wiccan. They still didn't go to chapel, but by then neither did anyone else much. Visitors came from up country with no idea of their history. They bought milk and veg from them and holidayed in the barns they converted. They had moved on, and when Mother died, Morva left home to train as a nurse, and she, as the eldest, took over the farm. People had begun to forget. Now, with this baby being found in one of the pits, the past would be raked up again, and the finger-pointing would start. And this time it wouldn't be only the villagers. Once the news got out, they'd find themselves in the centre of something they couldn't turn their backs on and walk away from. Dropping the last jewelled berry in the tub, she began the steady stroll back down the track. To make matters worse, she was sure Rowan was lying. Or rather, wasn't telling the whole truth. She knew it as certainly as she knew there would be no rain today. A memory, like a weevil, burrowed. Early summer, her 17-year-old daughter standing at the sink in a baggy shirt and leggings, washing dishes after Sunday lunch. It was a scorcher, and her two youngest children, Maisie, 6, and Jago, 8, in their bathers were being chased around the yard by Matthew with the hosepipe. She'd told her to leave the dishes, put on her costume and join them. Usually Rowan would have jumped at the chance, but she'd said she didn't want to play stupid games. Noticing her usually stick-thin daughter had put on a little weight, she'd wondered if the puppy fat was why she didn't want to strip off. She'd put the thicker waist down to working in the cafe, being tempted by the staff freebies. Since then, she'd rarely seen Rowan out of baggy, shapeless clothes. Now, as she placed the ice cream tub on the draining board, she knew it was something else she'd been trying to hide. New life, ripening, swelling her belly. Bitter fruit. Lifting the seaweed from the windowsill, she crumpled it to dust. Chapter 5. Eden had learnt through experience to start with the where and how. The why came later. By visiting the crime scene, she could form her own opinion, not be misled by the police or bamboozled by expert evidence. It was also a good way to test a client's integrity, especially when they claimed they'd never been there. She'd casually throw out a few false facts about a place and wait for them to put her right. It was surprising how often it worked, how easily they tripped themselves up. It was crucial to know the true measure of your client, not the filtered Facebook gloss they put out to the world. Being innocent of the crime didn't mean they had nothing to hide, and the false alibi, the "I've never been there in my life," was often what got them convicted. Once a jury knew they were capable of lying about that, it was an easy stretch for the prosecution to convince them they were lying about the rest. Eyes glazed as they remembered all the liars they'd known. The unfaithful husband, the boss who had promised promotion. Realising how gullible they'd been, they'd vow, "Not this time. I won't be fucked over again." She'd kept the phone call with Elspeth Fuller, the chief archaeologist, brief, telling her Rowan was helping with inquiries and no more. In her experience, the most fruitful interviews were those without the benefit of a script. Following her sat-nav, she turned left out of the farm gate, passing a postcard-perfect cottage, the same vivid shade of pink as the antacid medicine in her dad's bathroom cabinet, before veering back into dappled woodland, where hawthorns bent double by the wind stooped to shake arthritic hands above her head. The hedge, no doubt gilded in spring with cowslips and yellow gorse, had escaped a summer flail, and brambles ran riot, clawing at her wing mirrors. Eyes peeled for oncoming vehicles or dog walkers requiring her to slam on the brakes, she nearly missed the hairpin turn onto the unmarked muddy track leading to the site, avoiding the verge by inches as she swerved to make the corner. She was relieved when the track finally widened and she was able to pull onto an area of level hardcore, parking next to a battered green Jeep. Beyond stood a caravan and a large prefab, and to the left, trapped on one side by a dense coppice, a flat muddy field dotted with wooden markers and criss-crossed aluminium planking. In the far corner, cordoned off with flapping yellow tape, a police incident tent, where she guessed the body of the baby was found. She examined the perimeter with the targeted eye of an Exocet missile. The open aspect made it difficult for anyone to bury a baby secretly in daylight, whilst in the dark, the roped-off areas and muddy ground pitted with trenches dug by the archaeologists rendered it treacherous and confusing. Whoever buried the baby needed to know the lay of the land and exactly where they were heading. Spotting a woman working on something through the open door of the prefab, Eden retrieved her wellies from the passenger footwell. She wished she'd worn proper socks instead of the sports variety, which slipped off her heel and balled in the toe of her boot. Tucking her notepad into her bag, she sucked her way through the mud towards the woman. "Professor Fuller?"
she shouted above the noise of the squeaky conveyor belt to her side, feeding soil and rubble into a rusty sieve. Fuller didn't look up as she spoke. "Come through, but remove your boots. I'm at a critical point." Irish, the tone Dublin academic and distracted. Eden hoped this wasn't going to be a complete waste of time. The interior was cramped, trestle tables and a site plan spread out across one. Others were piled high with plastic trays, full of broken pottery, stones and other fragments took up much of the room. Shelves stacked with jars of murky anonymous liquids lined 3 of the walls. Tools hung on the other. Eden guessed Fuller was in her mid-60s. At a distance, she'd looked younger, largely down to her dolly mixture clothes. She wore a boxy, multicoloured striped jumper, not unlike one Eden's mum knitted her when a kid, from odd ends of wool. Fuller's version had shrunk in the wash, the sleeves ending abruptly halfway up her arms. Skinny, her jeans hung off her backside, secured with a man's belt, tan leather flapping against her thighs. Lilac-tinted grey frizz, piled high and secured in a spotted bandana, completed the eccentric garb. She was preoccupied, submerging slivers of muddy green fabric into a few centimetres of liquid, before placing them carefully in a container, covering them with a lid and labelling the side. Pulling off her gloves, she finally looked up, stepped forward and shook Eden's hand. Elspeth Fuller. The handshake was vigorous and firm. Rough palms and grouted nails a testimony to hard work, and Eden guessed the tools hanging from the walls were not just for show. Eden Gray. I rang earlier. Rowan Luty's solicitor? Ah, yes. You mentioned the Luty girl was helping the police with their inquiries. It's only we have to be careful who we let on site. We've had to put up with all sorts of comings and goings over the last few days. It's difficult to keep track of who's who. I've sent the rest of my team home until we get the all clear. You're here alone? Eden asked, surprised. It was a glorious autumn day, but the place still felt heavy with gloom. For the time being. The police have agreed to send a patrol around at night. We're worried once word gets out about the baby's body, the press will be all over it and will attract ghouls from miles around. Ghouls? Weirdos who like to view scenes of crime. Then there's the witch thing. Once the press cotton onto it, we'll be inundated with the wretched Wicca Brigade. Witch thing? I'm sorry, I don't follow. The witch pits. The baby was found in one of them. I assumed you knew. Shallow pits dotted across an area of about half an acre, 40 centimetres square, dug into the earth, then lined and covered. The earliest has been carbon dated and is circa 1640. The most recent, the 1980s. We found a particular brand of binder twine in that one, only produced then. This is a site of pagan ritual, to some, of witchcraft. Luke had said a shallow grave. He'd said nothing about witch pits. Of course, it's the contents we're primarily interested in. Contents? Eden's stomach roiled, speculating Elspeth might mean human remains, that the baby was one of many bodies found. The votive offerings buried in each one. The oldest was lined with a swan's pelt. I can show you, if you like. Relief. The word ritual had thrown her. To an archaeologist, it probably covered a multitude of sins, but to someone like her, working in the criminal justice system, the word conjured images of balaclava-clad rapists and serial killers. Elspeth led her to the far side of the prefab, through a locked door into a stuffy, windowless cubicle. With the flick of a switch, the room was saturated with eerie ultraviolet light. The finds are organic and subject to material degradation in all but the most controlled environments. The site is full of natural springs, so the anaerobic boggy ground has preserved them. Our job is to keep them that way.
Carefully lifting a large plastic box, labelled Pit 32, from a side shelf, Elspeth manoeuvred it onto the table, raising the lid to reveal the contents. Though no longer soft or snowy white, the damp quills were visible, forged together to form a stiff cape, reminding Eden of something draped over the shoulders of a bright young thing from the roaring 20s. It was buried with several pebbles found at only one beach in the county, a remote sort of place used by locals. Swanpool. Eden knew it well. It had been a childhood favourite because across the road from the beach was a large freshwater pond where you could hire small rowboats and catch tadpoles in spring. I know the place. I went there a lot when little. Fuller peered closely at her, as if seeing her for the first time. Ah, yes. I can see it, now I look at you. Eden wasn't sure what she meant. Fuller must have sensed her hesitation. I don't mean to pry, but you have an interesting face. It's the anthropologist in me, always on the lookout for unique histories, and those are often written on the face. The Brythonic Celts have been my specialist area of study for several years now. It's in the bone structure, you see, and the colouring, of course, like a road map when you know how to read it. It's extremely rare. Red hair. The real stuff, like yours, I mean. The gene is 70,000 years old and originated in West Asia, but is recessive, so in theory it could disappear completely in a few years from now. Eden didn't have a clue what the woman expected her to do with the knowledge she was teetering on the brink of extinction, and was annoyed she'd managed to slide under the archaeologist's microscope. She needed to nip this in the bud. She was here to ask the questions, not the other way around, and swiftly turned the conversation back to the pits. Do you know why it was important the pebbles came from there? We're not sure, but the place name is significant. We suspect the site was used for rituals to do with fertility. The swan is a symbol of fertility, both in Greek and Celtic mythology. It's been carried through the Christian tradition. Saint Bridget is often represented in the form of a swan, with a gold chain around her neck. She is, of course, the patron saint of midwifery. It's from her the word bride derives, and indeed, bride is the Celtic goddess associated with spring and rebirth. Eden wondered if she should be taking notes for a test at the end of the impromptu lecture. Other birds were used as well. One pit contained 2 magpies. You know the saying, one for sorrow, 2 for joy, etc. Folklore has it a lone magpie carries a drop of the devil's blood under its tongue. It's why the locals salute a single bird, so it won't curse them. Walking a couple of steps to the back of the room, Elspeth retrieved another plastic container, smaller this time. And there were these, of course. Eden wasn't sure at first what she was looking at. Then, focusing, realised the pitiful tableau comprised the disintegrated remains of 4 eggs, each containing the scrawny, twisted body of a naked, bug-eyed chick. It's peculiar, isn't it? The chemicals in the soil dissolve the shells over time, leaving only the membrane around them. It seems they were buried in the pit just before they were about to hatch. Buried alive? The woman's face twisted in surprise, as if this macabre detail was news. Gruesome, when you say it like that. The cloying stench of preservatives caught the back of Eden's throat. She had to get some air. And the baby? Could you show me exactly where you found the body? The place is still technically a crime scene, but I can show you on the plan if you like, offered Elspeth, clipping the lid back on the chicks, turning off the light and closing the door behind them. I didn't find it myself. It was one of the student volunteers, but I got there soon after. It was sheer chance it was found at all, she said, pointing to one of many tiny red stickers dotting the plan. We completed excavations in that area a couple of months ago. The boy snuck off for a cigarette and noticed a fallen marker. He went to replace it, saw the ground had been disturbed, and called my assistant. They lifted the cover and found the child. Quite a shock. I can imagine. It was clear it was a recent burial. There was decomposition, of course, but the remains were obviously not ancient. We called the police, and the rest is history, as us archaeologists say. She grinned, pleased with the pun. I'm wondering how many people know about this place. I've never heard of it myself. We try to keep it under the radar. Like I said before, we don't want to attract undesirables. The land is owned by the council and the dig is privately funded, so we're not dependent on public donations. How many people are involved? I would say about 25 in all, including the undergraduates who help in the summer vacation. I can provide names if you like. Was Rowan Luty a volunteer or known to someone else who worked here? Not as far as I'm aware, but she'd know all about it, of course, because of her family. Sorry, I don't understand. She's a member of the family who dug the pits in the first place. Can you imagine? Generation upon generation of Luty women digging these pits over the centuries. They've always been known in the area as cunning folk, witches in common parlance, although I prefer to think of them as custodians, women charged with keeping pagan ritual alive. There it was, that word again. So that's what Agnes meant when she said the Lutys were cunning. She'd thought her secretary was inferring they were undesirables, diddycoys or pikeys. Agnes and her dead mother often ranted on about diddycoys and pikeys, political correctness not being their strong point. She must have been desperate to point the finger and yell, "Witch!" It was good of you to show me around. It's been helpful, thanked Eden, pulling on her boots. If you need any further information, I have an office at the museum. I or one of my team is there every day. No need to make an appointment. Just let them know who you are at reception. My mobile's on there, but the museum is the best place to reach me, offered Elspeth, handing Eden her card. Her schoolteacher tone leaving Eden in no doubt she was dismissed. Walking back to her car, she glanced across the field towards the police tent, trying to make sense of the archaeologist's comments about the Luty family and their connection to the site. It at least explained Carmen's reaction earlier. Driving away, she attempted to dissect her day, only to conclude, whilst she'd had an interesting history lesson at the feet of Elspeth Fuller, and another in maternal safeguarding from Carmen Luty, she was none the wiser about the one thing that mattered, whether Rowan was telling the truth or not, or if her reaction, her unwillingness to remember, was more to do with what happened afterwards, the burial, rather than the birth. Elspeth had examined her history in her features. What heritage would she find etched on Rowan's face, if she had a mind to look? One thing was for certain. Short of a broomstick and a pointy hat, Eden wasn't sure she'd be able to spot a witch if one poked her in the eye. Chapter 6. She knew she probably ought to get back to the office, but couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Her diary was free of clients, so at least there would be no one languishing in the waiting room, suffering sideways glances and short shrift from Agnes. She could see from her phone she had a new voicemail from Luke. "Hi, it's me." Long pause. "I'm ringing to give you the heads up. Socko have finished at the site. I rang your office, but Agnes said she hadn't seen you. I couldn't say much yesterday at the station with everyone around, but I wanted to apologise for having a go at you about Thea the other day. It was unprofessional, and it won't happen again. It's only I worry about Flora and... Beep. He was out of time. Thank God. He'd said the forensic results would be out on Friday. It didn't give her long to get her ducks in a row. Luke hadn't said if the autopsy had determined how the child died. She'd bought Rowan time, on the basis she was mentally unfit. But things were moving fast, and the next time the girl attended, the police would be prepared. Tired as she was, she had a long evening ahead of her and headed home. The flat felt chilly, despite the heat of the last few days. She longed for a bath, a leisurely soak, but knew it would likely propel her into a sleep she could ill afford, so settled for a shower, letting the near scalding water pound her clean. When finished, she towel-dried her hair, slipped on her robe, and was about to switch off the light when she caught a glimpse of herself in the steamy bathroom mirror. Wiping away the condensation with the heel of her hand, she revealed the face Elspeth Fuller had made so much of, and supposed interesting was as good an adjective for it as any other. Though not princess pretty like Thea, with her forget-me-not eyes and small neat nose, she looked okay. Her features were angular, and when tired, like this evening, her skin had a tendency towards transparency, a bluish tinge looming beneath her pale grey eyes. Elspeth had gone on about her red hair, and in the harsh bathroom light, it gleamed. She usually got her hairdresser to run a few caramel highlights through it, but things had been hectic lately, and she hadn't been for a couple of months. Thea was blonde, like her mum, petite, like her too, whereas she was tall and willowy. Flat-chested and awkward in her teens, she'd adopted an ungainly stoop whenever around them, until one of her mother's more perceptive friends quietly suggested she take up surfing to make her more body-aware, to give her core strength and balance. It worked, and these days she embraced her height. Victoria's Secret had solved the other problem. Striking was the word often used to describe her. She'd seen other women's eyes narrow as they weighed up the threat, and enough men had complimented her over the years. Some, she hoped, because they meant it, but their compliments often felt inquisitorial, like Elspeth's questions that afternoon. A prelude to a conversation about her background. Sooner or later they'd expect to exchange histories, and she'd be forced to tell her whole sorry story, only to be left feeling diminished. She'd known she was adopted for as long as she could remember. Her parents sat her down for the talk when she was 5, shortly after her mum and baby sister came home from the hospital, and they felt the need to explain why there were no photographs of her in her mummy's tummy, or on day 1, like there were of Thea. Why she didn't seem to exist until she was a toddler. She had accepted the news. What choice did she have? The partners she'd had over the years handled her adoption well enough, but her abandonment was just too tragic to leave alone. They seemed intent on picking the scab in the hope of being the one to make it all better. In her opinion, nothing dampened a romance like exposing scar tissue. It was one of the reasons she'd liked Andrew when they met. He didn't seem to care about the past. He was focused on the future. His, rather than hers, as it turned out. Examining her features in the mirror, she wondered what it must be like to own them, the way people do when they know they have their mother's dimples or their father's eyes. She wrapped a towel around her hair, switched off the light, and wandered to the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of wine. A lover who didn't ask questions and would keep her company as she worked through the night. It was past 10, and she hadn't eaten. Popping a couple of slices of bread in the toaster, she opened the fridge on the off chance there was something vaguely edible to stick on top,
and found a tub of cream cheese, still in date. She finished the meagre supper watching Newsnight before carrying the wine and her laptop to the bedroom. Propping her pillows behind her, she settled on the bed and logged in. The police would be able to determine whether Rowan had given birth to the baby from the DNA residue on its body. They had Jessica Marshall's testimony, which confirmed Rowan looked distraught and was aware the baby had gone. She handed back the money, knowing she could no longer fulfill her part of the bargain. How did she know? And why hadn't she reported the missing baby to the police? It's what everyone would expect her to do. Unless, of course, she already knew there was no point, because the child was already dead and buried in a witch pit. Then there were the pits themselves. There was no denying the family link. Rowan was one of the few people who knew about them and their macabre contents. She typed surrogacy into her search engine, hesitated, deleted and retyped Celtic sacrifice. Chapter 7. Carmen looked in on Rowan, her face buried in the pillow, hair a tangled bird's nest. It was good to have her home. Her flat belonged to the Marshalls, who'd been only too pleased to let the police in to search for evidence and leave the message she wasn't wanted back. Though they'd talked after Eden left, she'd not managed to get anything else out of her, and she'd resisted pressing too hard. Her daughter needed to recharge her batteries before her medical and her interview with Eden that afternoon. There would be time to talk later. Right now, she had something to do, something she dared not put off. Most people wouldn't be up for hours, but she was used to rising at the crack of dawn to see to the animals. She could hear a solitary robin singing outside. Those like her, who rose in the dark, knew it was the robin, not the lark, who sang first. The old folk song played in her head. And when they were dead, the robins so red brought strawberry leaves and over them spread. Poor babes in the wood, poor babes in the wood. Oh, don't you remember those babes in the wood? Although not steep, the attic stairs were narrow and in need of dusting. It was easy to forget them, behind the door at the end of the landing. She felt for the light pull before remembering the bulb had gone the last time she'd come up to store some of Maisie's old toys. Thankfully, there was another at the top, which, when switched on, would give the room a nicotine glow, which would have to do. The attic extended the width of the house, but was of little use for anything other than storage, the criss-cross of oak beams making it difficult to manoeuvre your way through without bumping your head. She picked her way to the far corner, where the battered oxblood trunk lay under a pile of dust sheets. She pulled them aside. The leather had long ago lost its shine, the catch staining her fingertips with rust as she opened the lid. What she was looking for rested at the bottom, under a tangle of tarnished horse brasses, their black leather dusted with the powdery kiss of mildew. She supposed she should give them a polish and sell them on eBay. They'd been her first man's pride and joy, but he was long gone, and she had no use for them on the farrow and ball painted walls of the shabby chic cottage she let to holiday makers. The local pub had a fair collection, reproductions hanging alongside the inglenook, and she wondered whether they might take them. She lifted them to one side, and there it was, wrapped in buttery kid leather, tied with string. It had been a decade or more since she'd opened it, and didn't have time to do so now. She had to get it out of the house, and somewhere it wouldn't be found so easily. If the police got hold of it, it could make matters worse for Rowan. They wouldn't understand its secrets. Secrets not hers to tell. A story from dead lips, recorded on foxed and curling pages. She lifted the book carefully, feeling its smooth leather blanket, thin and worn. It smelt of the past, of pipe tobacco and wax. Tucking it under her arm, she piled the tangle of brasses back inside the trunk, closed the lid, and replaced the dust sheets before retracing her steps to the landing. Pausing there for a moment, she listened for movement, but everything was quiet as she tiptoed downstairs and out of the door. The air was heavy, and it had started to drizzle. She was relieved. They needed rain to soften the earth for the winter veg. Sliding the book under her jumper to keep it dry, she looked down at her slippers. The wet cobbles, slicked purple and black, were treacherous, and she needed to take care as she tottered across the yard. Autumn was finally here. She'd light a fire when she got back. It would be the first time the twist of smoke appeared from the chimney since last winter. Unlocking the padlock to Flossie's barn, named after her grandfather's favourite mare, she headed for the hiding place, behind the old tin water butt, steadily rusting away in one corner. She'd holed up there as a child when there were chores to be done. Now, she needed to hide the past. Chapter 8. Eden overslept, waking on top of the duvet cover, hair still wrapped in the damp towel. A sour fur coated her tongue, and she remembered she'd finished off the wine. Scraping her unruly curls into a top knot, she changed, brushed her teeth, and headed for the office to look through the post and drop off a tape for Agnes to type up. Afterwards, she'd make straight for the museum, where she hoped to catch Elspeth. She'd fallen asleep reading about how the Celts were known to practice human sacrifice to help prophecy during Samhain, when the veil between this world and the world of spirits lifted. These rituals took place in woodland, where the remains of their victims were buried in pits, often with animal bones. Carmen's reaction the day before had warned her off any talk of witch pits while she was around, but Rowan would be alone when they met later, and she needed to know whether the burial of the baby's body in one was a coincidence or something else. She didn't like the turn this was taking. If her client was involved in some Celtic mystic crap, she needed to know sooner rather than later, because if she was thinking this way, so would others once they knew the Lutey's history. Agnes was busy on the phone as she sauntered past the reception desk to her office at the back of the building. Other than for the few minutes following her disastrous fraud trial, she'd barely been there for the best part of a week. The lopsided trolley abandoned in the corner, a rickety reminder of her recent failure. The room was airless, fumy with the smell of photocopier ink, and laced with a sickly whiff of rotten fruit from a half-eaten apple turned brown where she'd left it on the bookshelf next to Stone's Justice's Manual. The stack of papers gathering dust on top of the filing cabinet raised a sigh of frustration. She'd have to make time to catch up later, but for now, the Lutey case had to take priority. Things were about to ratchet up a notch. After 40 minutes, sifting through her in-tray, prioritising everything screamingly urgent with aid memoirs on yellow post-it notes, she tidied her desk, plopped the wrinkly apple in the bin, and escaped via the back door, taking the narrow cut through to River Street. Wedged between a Vietnamese nail bar and a tiny gentleman's outfitters, whose window display was a history lesson in itself, the grand sandstone facade of the Royal Cornwall Museum dominated the otherwise modest street. The salty lure of fried bacon beckoned from the cafe next door, but despite her rumbling stomach, she resisted the urge to take advantage of the 2-for-1 panini offer and veered left up a couple of shallow steps to the museum foyer. The woman behind the desk, busy sticking reduced price labels on a stack of calendars nearing their year-end, looked up. "Visitors buy them for the shots of Cornish beauty spots," she said, clearly feeling the need to explain. Eden decided not to ask if they'd heard of postcards.
I'm here to see Professor Fuller.
The woman arched forward, itching to hear more.
Are you a journalist? We've had a lot of journalists since the discovery of the baby.
I'm not, but if you tell her it's Eden Grey, I'm sure she'll see me. Unimpressed, the gossipy gatekeeper lifted the receiver and dialed an internal number.
You can go on through, she huffed. It's up the stairs on the first floor. Second door on the left.
Eden hadn't been to the museum for years and was amazed at the changes to the main exhibition room since the days when it topped her school trip list. Back then it had been a marvellously quirky place, where Celtic talks sat wedged between miniature mine engines and stuffed weasels sporting velvety waistcoats. The exhibit she'd loved the best, the one that sent her imagination racing, was the shrivelled black cadaver in an open coffin, the wizened mummy of an Egyptian priest. Isit Hayef knocked. The curator had let her and her classmates touch him, actually allowed them to stroke his shiny ebony forehead and make a wish. Whenever she told this story to friends from out of county, their reaction was one of disbelief, and she'd begun to wonder if she'd imagined the whole thing, until recently she'd read the mummy was undergoing a makeover to undo the carnage done by the numerous coats of varnish applied by his original Victorian caretakers. Now, more educational experience than old curiosity shop, she couldn't deny the transformation, but missed the loopy chaos. Taking the wide marble staircase to the first floor, she was pleased on reaching the landing to discover the portrait of the Cornish giant still held pride of place. As a teenager, used to watching obese recluses being craned out of bedroom windows on TV, she hadn't thought he was much to write home about. But today, resplendent stomach testing the seams of his crimson yeomanry uniform and lace-frilled collar snug beneath his treble chin, he looked more dignified than she remembered, and she gave a respectful nod in his direction, in recognition of his portly grandeur. Along the corridor was the door labelled Professor E. Fuller. She was about to knock when it flew open.
Eden, so glad you've come. I can see what Elspeth meant about the hair.
Her hand instinctively lifted to her head. The greeting was so unnervingly familiar. For one embarrassing moment, she thought she must have met the young man before.
I'm afraid Elspeth's not in today. She told me you might turn up. I'm her assistant, James Ferris.
In his late 20s, he wore a pale green designer jumper and skinny jeans. Handsome, in a contrived way. His fair beard was carefully trimmed, his hair slicked back in a perfect hipster quiff. Eden couldn't help wondering how he got along with his dishevelled boss. The room was sparse, save for a large table in the centre, piled high with papers, books and files.
You're interested in the pits?
She wasn't sure if he knew the connection between her interest and her client.
Yes, in the history behind the excavation, especially the link to the Luty family.
And you think it will help prove Rowan's innocence? It was a good question. She wasn't sure it would help at all. Actually, she's not been charged yet.
No, of course not, he blushed.
Elspeth told me about Rowan. Well, not exactly. She told me you were her solicitor, but I put two and two together because the police asked if she'd been hanging around in the days before the body was found. I was one of the first on the scene. The student who found the body was working with me at the time.
And had you?
What? Seen Rowan at the site?
Never.
None of the Lutys have visited, despite Elspeth trying to get them to. It's a shame they're not interested because there's a big gap in our knowledge about the ritual surrounding the pits. But I guess you'd like me to tell you what we do know.
That would be helpful.
She took notes as he talked.
Every now and then, he'd visit one of the piles of paper and pluck out a pagan symbol or a photograph of a standing stone. Other times he'd grab a book, letting it fall open on a particular page, which he'd then read aloud. Eden envied his enthusiasm for his chosen profession, how certain he was of its worth. Once, she'd believed in justice, the way James Ferris believed in history. Nowadays, she believed only in her own ability, and even that confidence was beginning to waver. Justice, in her experience, was a well-prepared case. She only hoped she was up to the job. When she first told her left-wing parents she wanted to be a lawyer, they'd assumed she meant in immigration or civil rights, working out of a crowded inner-city law centre for legal aid rates. She could never have done that. She had no memory of her less-than-perfect start in life, but people would have automatically assumed she did, and it gave her some intrinsic understanding of their predicament. In reality, she hadn't a clue what it meant to be abused or underprivileged, so how could she help those who were? She'd have felt a complete fraud. In the end, she'd compromised and become a criminal defence lawyer. The site dates back to pre-Christian times. No one knows how far back the Luties can trace their links to it. Maybe as far. We know for certain they were involved by the 1800s, because they appear on the High Sheriff's list of pellers operating in the county. James told her about the people who came from far and wide each spring to visit cunning folk, or pellers, to renew their good fortune. How the captains of the packet trading fleet and local fishermen requested charms to bring them luck on their voyages. Are you talking about spells when you say charms? In a way, but tangible, often little bags worn around the neck, filled and blessed by the peller. Filled with what? Earth, sand, teeth, the bones of small birds, herbs, any number of things. Sometimes magic symbols or a verse on slips of paper. And the Luties were pellers. I'm talking about the early to mid-19th century. Back then, Cornwall was full of pellers. Every village had someone called in to bless the harvest or the ground before planting. Usually they were women, able to help with childbirth or herbal remedies when people fell ill. The Luties were special. They were conjurers. Magicians. Not like David Blaine or Dynamo. James laughed, and Eden noticed his teeth were perfect. They were said to be able to conjure up spirits. A shiver lit the back of Eden's neck. This is a period in history when science and superstition overlapped. Some thought electricity magical. Others it was the work of the devil. On the one hand, séances were at their height. On the other, there was a religious revival in play. The Methodist Church in Cornwall was able to thrive because of its emphasis on the supernatural, the movement of the Spirit in the congregation. Speaking in tongues and swooning at the word of God wasn't that removed from the incantations and possessions of the conjurers they were used to. There was plenty of work for conjurers, but they called themselves something else, spiritualists or mediums. Smoke and mirrors? Some, yes, but not the Luties. They were concerned with the spirits of the living rather than the dead. They worked charms to conjure new life. Elspeth told me the pits were believed to contain offerings to St. Bride. That's what we think. You saw the eggs? Yes. Eggs have always been a symbol of rebirth. The Romans and the Egyptians gave eggs as gifts during the spring equinox, just as Christians give Easter eggs in remembrance of Christ's resurrection. The egg is the symbol of life. Its shape has no beginning and no end. Eden shuddered, remembering the chicks buried alive. We think the Luties were paid to dig the pits by women having trouble conceiving. Right up until Rowan's grandmother died, people went to her for help when they couldn't get pregnant. It was always discreet, you understand, not something you wanted to shout from the rafters, but in the centuries before, they would have needed to be even more careful. If they weren't, they were in danger of being branded witches. James I's Demonology, published in 1597, started a frenzy of persecution, involving everything from ducking stools to tormenting with needles to find the spot on the body impervious to pain, which defined a witch. The last witch trials in the county took place in 1712, but the oldest pit we've found is 70 years older. It was dangerous for the Luties and the women who went to them for help. Secrecy was crucial, but it was not an indication of evil or guilt, but fear. From what you say, it was pretty harmless. A bit of hope before IVF came on the scene, Eden said, thinking of Jessica Marshall. Correct. So, where exactly does the buried baby come into all this? Nowhere. It would be sacrilege. The ground is sanctified to bring life. To bring a dead baby there would curse it forever. Thanks. You've been really helpful, she said, closing her notebook. No problem. And if you need anything else, feel free to call in again, or you can reach me at the site. Grabbing a latte from the cafe on her way out, Eden wandered slowly back to the office. It was a lot to take in. If James was right, and Rowan was true to her family's beliefs, she would never bury a dead baby in one of the pits. But if she didn't, who did? She didn't believe in the supernatural, or magic, black or white, but plenty did, and their appetites would be fed by the reporters already sniffing around. Once they put their fire and brimstone spin on this, she didn't rate her client's chances of a fair trial. No one would be interested in something as mundane as the truth. Chapter 9. Rowan arrived on time, and to Eden's relief, alone. Ushering her into her office before Agnes got the chance to reach for the thumbscrews, she began with the update received via Luke's voicemail the evening before. I've heard from the police. The forensics team has finished their investigation. It means we need to get ready for their findings. What's that mean for me? It means we need to be prepared. For what? For when the police question you again. My guess is they'll telephone tomorrow to ask me to bring you in. What if I refuse? Rowan said, chin tilted in defiance. Her mulish arrogance reminded Eden of Thea. It's simple. If you don't go voluntarily, they'll come and get you. We need to be prepared, and to be prepared, I need to know everything. Good and bad. Eden wasn't convinced the girl's silent acceptance was sincere. I asked you to come alone so we could speak frankly. I know you said you have no secrets from your mum, and that's good. I'm not trying to encourage you to keep things from her. But you think I'm lying, don't you? You think I killed my own baby and buried it in one of the pits. Well, you're wrong. I didn't. My baby could be alive somewhere else, and no one's looking for it. Eden wasn't going to back off. Attack was always Thea's first line of defence, too. I want to believe you. I do. You're right. At this moment, there is still a remote possibility this is another child. But why do you think you don't remember what happened? You were pregnant. That's certain, isn't it? That's what you've told me, and that's what I assume the doctor confirmed today? Yes, Rowan agreed. anger giving way to an expression of confusion. But then the Wednesday before last, you say you woke up having taken a nap, knowing you'd given birth. Yes. How exactly did you know? Like everyone, Eden had heard stories of naive teenagers delivering unexpected bundles of joy into the toilet basin, but even those girls couldn't ignore the evidence once it arrived. Here, there was no mewing infant to testify this had ever happened, only a feeling. The doctor's examination had hopefully at least given substance to a story that, at first blush, looked like the product of an overactive imagination. Let's go back. You say you took a nap, and the next thing you knew it was early morning and you were no longer pregnant. Yes. Were you in pain when you woke? Not pain, exactly. I felt sort of empty. Rowan's hand drifted down to her abdomen. You no longer felt the baby moving. Is that it? More than that. I knew there was nothing there anymore. You definitely felt it moving before. Yeah, all the time. That's why I was so tired. I hadn't got much sleep the night before and wasn't due in for my shift until lunchtime, so decided to go back to bed. The next thing I knew, it was evening. So, you're convinced everything was normal up until the point you fell asleep. There was nothing to suggest you were about to give birth. No contractions, no waters breaking. No, nothing out of the ordinary. Just the usual. You know, the baby moving around inside, and I felt so tired. And when you woke, was there any physical evidence you'd had the baby? Blood, for instance, on your sheets? No. What about your clothes? Were you wearing a nightdress or pyjamas? Were you dressed? Pyjamas, and there was a little blood on them. When I woke up, I went to the loo, and I noticed there was something. What did you think? I still wasn't quite with it and thought I'd started my period. That's what it felt like. Cramping, like before you come on. I felt groggy, like when you're hungover and don't quite know where you are. Then I thought, I can't be having my period because I'm pregnant. I felt my stomach and it felt flatter. And then I knew the baby was gone. But you hadn't been drinking or taking drugs? No, the girl replied flatly. So, what did you do then? I lay there on the bathroom floor for a while. Then I started to look for it. For the baby? Yeah. Where? Where did you look? Agitated, the girl began to fiddle with her eyebrows, plucking out the tiny hairs. She probably needed a break, but Eden knew it would be difficult to pull the interview back if she stopped now. Rowan was talking, and she needed to extract as much as possible before she retreated again. I pulled the covers off the bed, then looked under the bed, in case it had slipped underneath. In the drawers, in the wardrobe, I pulled all the clothes out. I searched the kitchen cupboards, everywhere. Eden listened with growing disbelief. Go on, Rowan. You're doing really well, she encouraged, her nose twitching with the overpowering stink of deceit. She'd seen this girl as a bit of a cause, someone to be protected, championed even. But the girl was talking nonsense, and you didn't have to be a lawyer to spot it. I even emptied the bin onto the kitchen floor. That was when I was sick. Vomited all over the tiles. Poor you. Why didn't you call an ambulance or the police? I dunno. I panicked, I suppose.
Eden closed the file on her desk.
Look, Rowan, the police are going to ask you these questions, and they won't be as sympathetic as me, I can tell you. I want you to be ready. Why didn't you call anyone?
The girl's face crumpled.
It's perfectly understandable you should get upset talking about this, said Eden. But we have to go through it, and what you're telling me doesn't make sense. I felt so strange, like it was a dream, and I thought the baby would turn up. Turn up? I thought maybe this was how it happens with surrogacy. Maybe you fall asleep and have the baby, then someone comes and takes it, you know? I didn't want to get anyone into trouble. I kept thinking whoever had delivered the baby and taken it would let me know once they checked it was okay. But who? Who do you think would do that? The marshals? Your GP? My GP knew nothing about it. I was worried he'd tell Mum. I know he shouldn't, but I was worried he would. He's been the family doctor for years. You should have seen his face today when he examined me. He looked like he was about to have a fit. You mean to say you had no antenatal care throughout this pregnancy? Not from my usual doctor. Then who examined you? Who gave you checkups to make sure you and the baby were okay?
Rowan hesitated, plucking at her eyebrows again.
This girl will be hopeless in a witness box, Eden thought. You can read her like a book. Morva, she whispered. Who? Morva. My auntie. Mum's younger sister. She's a midwife.
And she knew you were pregnant, and about the marshals having paid you to have the baby?
Only about the pregnancy bit. At first.
Why didn't she tell your mother?
Because I made her promise not to, and because Mum and her don't speak. They haven't spoken since Gran died and Mum got the farm.
But you're still close to her?
I was. Until all this.
I knew how much Mum thought of her and how much she missed her. I kept in touch hoping I could help them sort things out and be friends again. Then, when I knew I was having the baby, I asked if she'd take care of me during the pregnancy, and she went along with it.
She must have known she'd lose her job if found out.
Yeah, that's why she said she could only look after me until I was about 3 months gone. After that, I'd have to go to a proper clinic. If I didn't, she'd tell Mum.
So, you told her you'd go to your GP?
Yeah.
But you didn't?
No. Jess contacted a private clinic, and every 3 weeks I went there for a checkup. They gave me one of them blood pressure kits and some urine testing strips, and Jess tested me in between visits.
And you cut ties with Morva?
Not right away. She still took an interest, wanted to know how I was and all that. It was only when I told her about the surrogacy we fell out.
What about?
Nothing, really.
Tell me and I'll decide whether it's nothing.
She tried to get me to change my mind, not to give the baby to the marshals, not to take the money. She said it was a terrible thing to do, to take money for a child. She said if I was determined to give the baby up, I should put it up for adoption. Then the parents would be checked out to make sure they were suitable, so the baby would get the best chance in life.
Eden listened, her own memories surfacing about her status as an adopted child and how things turned out for her. She'd been lucky with her parents, but it was still the biggest event of her life, and the one she'd had the least say in. What was your response?
I told her as far as I was concerned, it was the marshal's baby, not mine, and I'd taken the money to get away from here.
What did she say to that?
She flipped, said I was a bad person, unnatural,
that no woman should be capable of giving up a baby to strangers, especially a luti woman. She went on about how our family had, at our own cost, tried to give women the gift of motherhood and how I was turning my back on all that. I argued with her. I said I was doing exactly the same as the family had always done, only I wasn't doing it with stupid spells or for free. That's a mug's game. Did she see your point of view? No way. She said I was a disgrace, and I haven't seen or spoken to her since. When I told Jess, she said Morva wasn't to come near me or the baby ever again. There was a childish petulance in the girl's tone, and Eden was becoming increasingly concerned that, apart from a few tears at the outset of their conversation, Rowan was showing no obvious grief for this child. It may have, in her mind, belonged to Jess Marshall, but she had carried it for nigh on 9 months. Either she was in complete denial, or she was unnervingly cold-hearted. Eden cut to the chase. Rowan, what do you know about the witch pits? Nothing. Surely you know about your family's connection with them. I suppose so. Well, don't you find it interesting? I know I would if it was my family. I've spoken to the archaeologist involved with the dig. It's fascinating stuff. Rowan seemed interested suddenly. Who did you talk to? Who? You mean the name of the archaeologist? I spoke to Elspeth Fuller. Oh, her, she grimaced. Well, she might find it fascinating, digging around in the dirt to get her name on some university paper no one reads, but I don't. Eden was beginning to realise this girl revealed the most about herself when she was angry. So, you do know about the burial offerings made by your family as a fertility rite, and the discoveries made on the dig? Yeah, but Mum wants nothing to do with it. Morva's the only one who gives a damn. She's the one who believes in all that Wiccan stuff. The girl's anxiety bubbled to the surface again, and Eden knew she'd touched a nerve, even though she had no idea which one. Even so, you must understand why it's an amazing find. But it's not a find to us, is it? We've known about it all along, and what good has it done us? Beltane and Imbolc and all that other crap. And that woman, the archaeologist, isn't interested in paying us for telling her stuff. I know she's tried to talk to Carmen. Are you saying your mother asked for money? Of course not. Mum wants the past to go away. She's happy working all hours on the farm and running around after the holiday makers. I see. People like us get nothing for free. All those women my family helped never had to pay a penny. They gave donations, food and stuff. It would have been bad luck to take money, Mum said. Stupid, if you ask me. Is that why you took the money for your baby, Rowan? She paused, thinking about her answer. I suppose. If they wanted it so badly, why shouldn't they pay for it? They spent loads of money on waste-of-time fertility treatments. Why should I give them a baby for free? But now the baby's gone, and the money's gone too. Exactly. So ask yourself, why would I leave myself with nothing? Why would I carry around a baby I didn't want, not to be able to drink or go out with my mates, not to be able to tell my mum? Why would I do all that to end up worse off? She was right, of course. She was mercenary and selfish, and the more Eden saw of her, the less she liked her. But Rowan had a good commercial brain, and the child's murder made no commercial sense. The problem was, it wasn't a defence likely to go down well with a jury. Eden had one more question she was determined to ask. So, tell me, who's the baby's father? What's that got to do with anything? She glared. Maybe nothing, but until we know what happened to this baby, we have to keep an open mind about everyone who has a connection with it, and that includes the father. Well, good luck with that. I haven't got a clue who he is. Some holiday maker I met in a club and slept with on the beach one night. Really? Yeah. What's wrong with that? She said defiantly. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It doesn't seem the sort of thing you'd do, that's all. How would you know the sort of thing I'd do? You're right. But... Rowan shot up. I've got to go. I've got that psychiatric what's-it they've booked for me. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning at 10:30. Whatever, she shouted over her shoulder before slamming the door behind her. For 2 pins, she'd tell her to find a new lawyer. One willing to put up with her paroxysms and sketchy memory, not to mention the routine lying, and she was lying. She would bet Rowan knew exactly who the father of her baby was. Eden slammed her file shut. Chapter 10. She had just settled down with a coffee to read Rowan's psychiatric evaluation emailed overnight when she got the text from Luke confirming the request her client attend at the station for further questioning. She didn't answer the text. Instead, she scanned the report, hoping it would give her a let-out. The author, Bill Duffy, was an astute and independent professional she trusted and used for her own reports. It concluded, whilst Rowan Luty presents somewhat disconnected from her current situation, she can distinguish between right and wrong and make informed decisions based upon information relayed to her. She does not present with any indications of psychosis, nor is there any reference in her medical records to previous lapses into fugue states or episodes of drug or alcohol-induced automatism. There is no evidence she has suffered any physical trauma to the head that may be responsible for her amnesia. It is my professional opinion, therefore, that whilst this young lady is suffering from anxiety and fatigue, she is nonetheless subject to close and monitored supervision and an ongoing review by a suitably qualified health professional as to her physical well-being after giving birth, fit to be questioned under the provisions of PACE. Not much help there, and to add to her dilemma, there was no heads-up in Luke's text on the results of the forensics carried out on the baby's body on cause of death. She printed off the report, finished her coffee, and set off to collect her client. She could tell something was up, long before she caught sight of the farm, by the number of abandoned cars parked along the verge. Maybe local hunt followers? It was the right time of year, but the cars were not of the battered vans and Land Rover variety she'd expect. Perhaps a funeral in the church, or coffee morning in the village hall? As she got nearer, it was clear what was going on. The place was crawling with press. The farm gate blocked by a camera crew filming a perky female reporter Eden recognised from the regional news. Putting her foot down, she drove past, following the road to the back lane she remembered from her previous visit led to the rear of the farm. For the moment, it was clear. She pulled in around the corner and rang Rowan's mobile. Carmen answered. "It's Eden. I'm trying to get to you, but cars and reporters are barring the way. What the hell is going on?" "The first of them arrived at about 8 this morning, and there's been a steady stream since. They were right up to the door until Matthew went out and told them they were trespassing." The woman's voice was remarkably calm, considering her family was under siege. Eden admired her fortitude. Many in her situation would have crumbled. "They're not around the back at the moment. I'll try to get through this way." "How are you going to get Rowan out?" Carmen asked, her voice less controlled. "I'm going to call the police and tell them to come and move these people off. It'll make matters worse if the police turn up. Can't I talk to the reporters? Tell them our Rowan's done nothing wrong." No, you can't. You could be tricked into saying something you'll regret. I'll talk to the press if and when I think it's the best thing to do. You shouldn't engage with them at all. It could prejudice Rowan's case. I can't understand why they're here." "Haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" asked Eden absent-mindedly, checking over her shoulder no one had followed her. It's been on the local radio. The baby. Eden caught a quiver in Carmen's voice. They're saying the baby was suffocated, and it may have happened when it was buried. Eden's stomach fell away as she grappled with the implications of those terrible words. Why hadn't Luke told her? He must have known when he texted. No wonder the press was there. The grim discovery of the baby's body was newsworthy enough, but even the most inventive hack couldn't have imagined this. This new horror, and the girl's family history was an irresistible draw, a scoop worthy of every tabloid out there. Carmen, I have to ring the police. I have to alert them to the situation. All right. I suppose you know best. But Rowan's petrified. She's locked herself in her room. Keep talking to her. Try and get her out. I'll take the back lane down to you. I'll call when I'm outside. Eden phoned the station. This is Eden Gray. I'm calling about my client, Rowan Luty. She's due to report for interview this morning. Rowan Luty, you say, and how do I spell that? Eden could barely contain herself. Really? Exactly how many manslaughter suspects have you got on the books? She replied sarcastically. Try spelling it the same way you spelt it when you brought her in for questioning. You need to send a car to pick up my client and to get rid of the press camping outside. Had someone thought to tell me about this, I would have made sure she didn't come back here last night. D.I. Parish must have known about the forensics when he texted me this morning. The reporters have been here since 8, so they certainly bloody knew. It was on the local morning news, for God's sake, but you lot didn't think to tell me. She was too furious to care whether the young woman on the other end of the line was part of the conspiracy. She needed to vent, and only disconnected when she was satisfied she'd got her message across. Grabbing her bag and an old coat from the boot of the car, she pulled the hood over her head. She couldn't do much about the smart suit creasing beneath the makeshift disguise, but swapped her kitten heels for the wellies she'd worn on her visit to the site. Keeping close to the hedge, she clambered down into the lane, over the small stile, down the granite steps to the back door of the farmhouse. The door opened on the first ring to Rowan's mobile. Matthew stood guard at the kitchen window, looking out across the farmyard towards the ever-growing body of people outside the gate. It had begun to rain, and those without umbrellas took shelter under the trees, among them a smattering of activists carrying banners, scrawled with slogans. Devil's Seed, Baby Killer, Witch. Eden read the hateful words and shuddered. The two younger children, who had been planted at the kitchen table playing Who's Who, no doubt set up as a distraction. Maisie, it's your turn, encouraged Carmen. Why don't you ask Jago if his man's got a hat on? Don't keep telling her, Ma. Has your man got a hat on? Mimicked Maisie. No. So there. Eden watched as the little girl flipped down the faces of two characters with a flourish. So, it is a man then, she said with a triumphant grin. Ma, Jago whined. Now, quiet, Jago. I need to talk to Miss Gray. Play with your sister nicely. Carmen steered Eden towards the other end of the kitchen. She still won't come out. She's taken the news badly, she whispered, then nodding in the children's direction. I've not been able to take them to school. We couldn't get out, and I couldn't leave Rowan anyway. I understand. The police will see the press off. If it's them leaking this stuff, I'll find out, don't you worry. Matthew hollered from his lookout. It's them. They're here. 2 police cars at the gate. They're coming in, and there's another one blocking the way behind. Eden touched Carmen on the shoulder, in a gesture of solidarity, as she moved towards Matthew to look for herself. Luke was the first out of the car, along with a young female officer Eden recognised as DS Denise Charlton. Let them in, Matthew, she said, nodding at Carmen. You stay with these 2. I'll talk to them. Carmen didn't argue. Something in the way she slumped back down into the chair, next to the two giggling children, told Eden she knew her only option was to weather this storm. Luke faced Eden's inquisitorial gaze the minute he walked through the door. Now, before you say anything, none of this is down to us. We don't want the press around this investigation any more than you do. In fact, we've already had a call from the council about the security at the site. Reporters are camped out there too. It's a massive headache. Whoever leaked this, it wasn't the investigative team. Believe me. Believe you? Yeah, right. Never mind the press. What about you leaking a bit of information my way? Why didn't you see fit to put me in the fucking picture about the baby this morning when you called? The expletive caused the children to look up from their game, and a frown shadowed Carmen's face. Can we have a quiet word? Luke chided, grabbing her arm and leading her towards the hallway, out of earshot of the others. Eden pulled away, annoyed she'd lost it, whilst he once again was coming across as the grown-up. Listen, when I texted to you this morning, I didn't know all the information. I don't know why I didn't, because I should have been told. But for some reason I wasn't. I'm as angry as you about it. It's convenient, though, isn't it? I bring my client in for questioning and you drop the bombshell the baby was buried alive. If that's not an ambush, I don't know what is. If I'd known, I'd have told you. Think about it. If I'd dropped the bombshell in the interview, you'd have stopped it. You're a good lawyer. You'd never have allowed me to continue to question the girl. He was right, of course. The advantage of surprise may well have been short-lived, but at least she would have got Rowan's reaction. Her first reaction might have confirmed guilt or innocence for both her and Luke. Now, neither had been privy. All right. I believe you, she conceded. Luke let out an unmistakable sigh of relief. So, where's she now? Upstairs, locked in her room. Well, we'd better get her out. And so you don't accuse me of withholding anything else or breaching the code. I assume you got Bill Duffy's report this morning. I called in a favour to get it done quickly because of the seriousness of the charge. She wasn't sure what he wanted from her. If it was congratulations, he'd have a long wait. And the DNA? Any news on that front? She asked. Not yet. You know the score. It'll be a couple of weeks at least before the results are back. But we're confident from the talks we've had with the marshals she's the baby's mother. But I expect you know that already. Eden ignored the question, not wanting to admit she was as much in the dark as anyone. Which room is Rowan's? She shouted through to Carmen. Before she had time to answer, the door at the top of the stairs opened. It's okay. I'm coming down. They watched the girl descend, eyes puffy and red-rimmed, every step an effort. I'm going to take you to the station, said Luke kindly. I know you intended to go with Eden, but we need to get you through the reporters blocking the gate. Eden will follow. Can I have a quick word with my client? Okay, but make it quick. There'll be plenty of time for talking at the station. Eden guided the girl to the other end of the hallway, out of earshot of the detectives. It's okay. I'll be right behind you, she reassured. D.I. Parrish and the other officer will not question you in the car or at the station until I arrive. Once we start the interview, don't answer anything unless I indicate you should. You're going to say no comment to every question they put to you. You can confirm who you are, but that's it. They'll reveal the evidence they have in their questions, but you give nothing away, she said, desperately trying to drill into the teenager the importance of her advice. I need to speak to Mum before I go. She's worried. Rowan brushed past her through to the kitchen. Eden grabbed the opportunity to talk to Luke alone. Promise me you won't let anyone question her. No tricking her into talking about the baby or the pregnancy or anything else for that matter. You know it would be inadmissible. There's no need for me to promise. He was obviously offended, and she said nothing more, satisfied her client was safe with him, for the time being at least. She'd seen the way he handled her. Many wouldn't be so compassionate, given the circumstances. If Rowan did this, she could expect no sympathy, not from the police, the press, or the public. She'd be regarded as the most hated of creatures, a mother who killed her young. Turning to leave, Eden overheard Maisie's gleeful shout. "I won! I know! I know who you are!" Chapter 11. The atmosphere changed the minute they walked through the door. Conversation stuttered to an uncomfortable halt. All eyes on Rowan. Nothing but contempt in any of them. Eden was used to police stations, and the inevitable wave of resentment whenever she entered from those who believed defence lawyers operated on the dark side. But she'd only experienced this brand of searing animosity, the kind that crackled like static, once in her career, when, as a newly qualified solicitor, she'd been seconded onto the defence team of wealthy businessman Carl Pearson, a high-profile serial rapist. She'd loathed Pearson, and every slimy excuse and self-serving platitude that trailed from his lying lips about the young women he'd abused. Nonetheless, she had defended him, and although he'd been jailed, he'd been acquitted on several of the charges. It had led to a string of cases defending equally reprehensible types, until eventually she discovered that, through their chat rooms and forums, she'd become their go-to person. She had been forced to face an unpalatable truth. She had built her reputation defending monsters. After the initial shock, she was left feeling sullied, shamed and isolated. She stopped trying to justify representing the indefensible, trying to uphold her role in a system requiring the prosecution evidence to be tested and guilt to be proven. The truth was, no one wanted to hear her excuses. No matter how enlightened her friends were, she, through association, had become as bad as Pearson. Worse still, she had begun to worry they were right. She'd moved back home to Cornwall because, statistically, she was less likely to be called upon to represent the worst humanity could throw up. She was hiding in plain sight, championing a system she no longer believed in, but was too invested in to ditch. This case would place her in the pillory again, and the spectacle would pull a crowd. Her own connections, her past cases, everything would be scrutinised. Cop shop banter was replaced with stiff formality as the custody officer signed them in. Out of the corner of her eye, Eden noticed a young female PC, biting her bottom lip with such ferocity she worried she might draw blood. As they walked Rowan through to the interview room, Eden heard the woman mutter, "Bitch," under her breath. Eden hoped Rowan hadn't heard, and as soon as they were in the corridor, she took Luke aside. "Did you hear that officer? She and her husband are paying for IVF. Police are like everyone else. But I'll have a word." His holier-than-thou attitude was beginning to niggle. "I'd look there for your press leak if I was you," Eden said, following him into the room to wait while Rowan was prepared for interview. She used the time to read Bill Duffy's report again. It didn't improve on second reading. There was nothing else for it. She'd have to rely on her own experience and her client's willingness to listen to her advice to make no comment. One look at Rowan as she entered told her things were unlikely to go to plan. The shaky waif who had descended the stairs an hour earlier looked pissed off and cocky, neither of which, in her experience, went down well in a police interview room. Luke nodded to Denise Charlton to start the recording. For the purposes of the tape, present are Rowan Luty, Eden Gray Solicitor, D.I. Luke Parish, and D.S. Denise Charlton. Luke turned his attention to Rowan. Although you were cautioned following your arrest, I must now caution you again, as the circumstances have changed since your release under investigation. Do you understand? Rowan nodded. Can you please indicate verbally for the record? Yes. Rowan Luty, you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be used in evidence against you. You understand? I understand. Okay. Good. Both your GP and Dr. Duffy have confirmed you are fit to be questioned. I never said I wasn't. Luke shuffled his papers. Eden bit her lip. The results from the forensic examination of the baby reveal asphyxiation. Whilst the DNA analysis of the saliva sample you provided hasn't come back yet from the lab, the evidence we do have indicates you are its natural mother. Your medical examination confirmed you have recently given birth. I assume you accept that much. My client accepts she recently gave birth, Eden interjected. Fine. Let's move on, Luke said, raising an eyebrow. Can you explain to me how your baby came to be buried at the site at Tregarron? Eden glared at Rowan, willing her not to comment. No, I can't. You expect us to believe you gave birth, mislaid the baby, and then, miraculously, a baby turns up dead, buried at an archaeological dig close to where you live, and that it has nothing to do with you. I don't care what you believe. It's the truth. So, what's the explanation? You tell me. I don't know. I don't remember having the baby, I told you. I don't remember any of it. Rowan, that's not true, is it? It can't be true. Eden tried to catch Rowan's eye. The girl was totally ignoring her advice. She interrupted before she alienated her interrogator further. My client has said repeatedly she doesn't remember. She can't be expected to give an account of something she doesn't remember. Well, let's approach this another way. Rowan, do you take drugs or drink heavily on a regular basis? Rowan looked flustered. You don't need to answer that, counselled Eden, becoming more exasperated by the minute. No comment. Hooray, she's finally listening, Eden thought. Okay, but if you weren't drunk and hadn't taken anything, how do you explain your amnesia? I don't know, Rowan mumbled, picking at her fingernails. Do you have any medical condition, say epilepsy or something else that might cause you to black out or suffer memory loss? Eden noted the sarcasm in his tone and interjected. You have a medical report from an expert. You don't need my client to confirm this. Luke moved on. Can you see why we're having trouble believing you? You were pregnant, then you weren't. You told Jessica Marshall the baby was gone. We can take from that you knew the baby was missing but didn't report it or try to find the child. Why not? I did try. Eden knew what was coming and how unconvincing it would sound. Why the hell wouldn't this girl just do as she was told and shut the hell up? I looked everywhere around the flat for the baby. Everywhere, but it wasn't there. Disbelief built on the detective's face. Look, Rowan, if you tell us you were distraught and panicked, took the baby and buried it, not knowing it was alive, we might be able to help you. Why would you know? It was a traumatic thing for you to go through alone. Maybe the baby didn't cry? People would understand. You wanted to get rid of it, wanted to pretend none of it had ever happened. You gave the money back to the Marshalls and walked away. You buried the baby thinking it was dead, trying to do the best you could. Is that how it happened, Rowan? Eden hoped to God she agreed to the scenario being laid out on a plate for her. It would mean a plea of infanticide and a non-custodial sentence. Her heart sank with Rowan's response. No, No, I didn't bury the baby, and I don't remember. I don't. She began to sob. My client is distressed. Can we please take a break? Luke leaned back in his chair. Interview paused at 13:30. As soon as they were alone, Eden tackled Rowan. Why didn't you stick to no comment like I told you to? If you are not going to listen to me, frankly, there's little point in me being here. The girl, fidgeting in her seat, said nothing. Eden took a deep breath, relenting a little. Well, we are where we are. Now you have engaged with them, you need to think carefully about what they're offering. They are at a loss to know who else would have done this if not you. If I'm honest, I'm having the same trouble. They're giving you the chance to tell them your side of the story. Like D.I. Parish said, if you had the baby, thought it was dead and panicked, people will understand. But they'll find it impossible to believe you knew nothing. If you are trying to protect someone else, or if there is someone you suspect of being involved, now is the time to say. The girl seemed to be gathering her thoughts, and for a moment Eden believed she was getting through to her, until lifting her head, Rowan's words hit like rifle bullets. "You're as deaf as that lot," she shouted. "I've told you all I know." The door opened. Luke's usually mobile face was frozen, officious and unreadable. "Eden, can I have a word?" "I'll be right back." Luke's expression didn't soften once they were out in the corridor. "I've just spoken to the Crown Prosecution Service and provided them with the details of the interview. In their opinion, there's sufficient evidence to charge her." "With what? Infanticide?" "Manslaughter. They say the DNA's a formality and the chance of this being someone else's baby is remote beyond possibility. They want this thing dealt with ASAP, given the press interest and the public's response." "But even if she killed the baby, however she did it, her actions and her lack of memory are bound to be linked to the trauma of the birth." "You heard me, in there. I gave her every chance to put her case. If she had, the charge may well have been different, but she's given us nothing. And I have to tell you, my gut says there's something not right here. Not once, not fucking once did she even ask the sex of the child. We haven't revealed it, because evidentially we wanted to keep that bit of information back. But she gave birth to that baby and hasn't even bothered to ask." He was right. Maybe she knew from the scans and didn't need to ask. The marshals didn't want to know the sex, so no one knew, including Rowan, I checked. You know the constable you took objection to on the way in? It was the first thing she asked when she heard. Was it a little boy or little girl? So, my client's not maternal. These have just been sent through. Luke opened the folder he was carrying to pull out a photograph. "Look at that. Then talk to me about maternal feelings," he said, thrusting a photograph under her nose. "And in case your client is remotely interested." It was a little boy. Eden gasped at the photo, unable to hold back her horror. The tiny body lying on the mortuary slab, lifeless and waxy, eyes tightly closed, rosebud lips slightly apart, looked like a child's doll. Perfect, in every way, except the only one that mattered. The baby boy looked so alone, splayed out like one of Elspeth's specimens, stripped of every kindness. Eden wanted to cover him, to keep him warm. Pushing the photograph away, she stared at Luke, tears brimming. "That's the reaction I'd expect from anyone, male or female, maternal or not. There's a sergeant in the office back there, on the police boxing team. Hard as you like. When I showed him this 2 minutes ago, he buckled, had to steady himself. Your client's cold, unfeeling, and they're the traits of a killer. The CPS thinks so too. The charge is manslaughter, and she's lucky it's not murder. If you want to plead infanticide as a defence, it's up to you. Luke walked away. Hang on a minute. We haven't finished, Eden said, grabbing his arm. Yes, we have, Eden. We have, he snapped, shaking her free. Back in the interview room, DS Charlton pushed the button on the recorder. Interview resumed 13:45. Those present as before. Rowan, I want you to look at this photograph. Luke slid the piteous image across the table towards the girl. Rowan glanced down briefly before pushing it back to him, and Eden shared the detective's disgust as he returned the photograph to its folder. Miss Luty, have you got anything to add to what you've said previously, now you have had the opportunity to consult further with your solicitor? The girl looked first at Eden, then back to Luke. No. Then, given you cannot, or are unwilling to offer any explanation, and on the evidence we have and you have been made aware of, we are terminating this interview. 5 minutes later, they were in front of the custody sergeant. Rowan Luty, you were charged that on or around the 20th of September 2019, you unlawfully killed your infant child contrary to common law. You will be remanded in custody pending any bail application made on your behalf by your solicitor. Do you understand? Rowan made no reply, her eyes fixed firmly on her trainers. Give me strength, Luke shouted, slamming his fist down on the desk, so the custody sergeant's pen landed on the floor. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Rowan spat, insolent black eyes burning with contempt. Chapter 12. After telephoning Carmen to break the news her daughter had been charged with manslaughter and would be in custody until her bail application on Monday morning, Eden didn't feel like going home. She'd failed Carmen as much as she'd failed her daughter, perhaps more so, given Rowan had made no attempt to save herself. She decided to drive to her parents' house. Although they only lived a few miles away, she hadn't called or spoken on the phone for weeks. She'd seen them briefly on their return from their month-long tour of India, but it was a fleeting visit. She hadn't hung around for the slideshow or the vegetarian curry cooked the way they'd had it in Mumbai. She didn't know why she was heading there now, other than something about this case touched a nerve. The front door was open as usual, and as she walked straight through to the kitchen, she was greeted with a terrible stench. What the hell is that smell? Hello, darling. I'm making comfrey stew. You soak the leaves, then let it stand outside in a tub for a couple of weeks. I scoop up a little bit into the watering can and add water. It's brilliant stuff. A feed and pesticide all in one, and totally organic, of course. It stinks. I'm not surprised the insects run away. Does it? I hadn't noticed. I must be used to it, smiled her mother, stirring the thick green devil's brew. Where's Dad? Eden asked, grabbing the least brown banana from the bowl on the kitchen table and walking through to the sitting room. Her dad taught pottery part-time at the local college, whilst her mum was an art therapist at a special needs unit in Falmouth. They grew their own vegetables and kept a few chickens for the eggs. Although her mother never ate them, now she was a committed vegan. In the studio, loading the kiln. He'll be in soon. Do you want a drink? Eden knew she meant rhubarb cordial so tart it stripped the roof of your mouth,
or water. Her parents didn't do hot drinks or alcohol.
No, I'm fine, thanks. I'll finish off here. This is about done.
The sitting room was a mess, and she had to move a stack of newspapers from the settee to make room to sit. Castro, the family mongrel, lay on the rag rug by the hearth, where once burned a fire before her parents decided not to contribute to the consumption of fossil fuels, and instead wore layers of jumpers to fend off the cold.
"Hello, boy,"
Eden said, stooping to give him a pat. The elderly dog didn't move, probably not wanting to lose his prime position in case his owners had a rethink on the grounds of animal welfare.
"Mum, can I put the news on?" Eden shouted. "The radio's out here on the windowsill."
"No, I was wondering if I could put the telly on. I think there might be something about the case I'm on at the moment."
"We usually try not to put it on until after 9, but, of course, if it's important."
Eden lifted the remote they'd been forced to buy when everything went digital. It had hardly been used since, other than to watch Gardener's World or Blue Planet. Eden wanted to see the Southwest News. She caught the end of the weather forecast and waited for the switch to the regional channel. As she thought, Rowan's arrest was the lead story. A local girl has been charged with the manslaughter of the newborn baby found earlier this week in a shallow grave at an archaeological dig in Cornwall. We're going now to our reporter, Cindy Raybould, at the site where the body was found. She assumed the report would feature coverage taken that morning at the Lutey's farm, or perhaps from outside the police station. But they were live from outside Elspeth Fuller's prefab. She guessed they'd not been allowed near the pit itself. To her surprise, James Ferris, not Elspeth, was the one being interviewed by Little Miss Perky.
"I'm here with James Ferris, one of the archaeologists working at the dig and the person who found the baby. What was your immediate feeling when you first saw the child, James?"
"Well, of course, I was shocked. It was a terrible thing to have to find like that." Eden wondered why he hadn't mentioned the boy who'd been with him at the time, but guessed he'd been told beforehand about the limited slot and to keep it brief.
"As an experienced archaeologist, you must have found human remains before."
James smiled widely at the young blonde. It was the same boyish grin he'd given Eden at the museum when telling her about his work. Then it had been engaging. Now it seemed totally inappropriate. "Yes, I've worked around the world on a fair number of ancient burial sites in my career, but nothing quite prepares you for something like this."
No, of course not."
Cindy Raybould's voice dropped to a respectful tone for a nanosecond, before ratcheting up again.
"There has been a lot of speculation about what you've previously discovered at the site. There is talk locally your findings are associated with witchcraft. Is that true?"
"Let's say pagan ritual, rather than witchcraft. I feel witchcraft is a rather emotive word."
"Yes, but do you think the child murder and burial here is linked to witchcraft? A satanic killing?"
"To talk about Satan is unhelpful," he replied sharply, impatience shrouding the affable casualness he'd displayed earlier. "It's naive and dangerous to analyse the religious beliefs of the past in the context of modern times. Historically, the devil and God were as real to people as, say, celebrities are to us today. Though you never met them, they were present on a daily basis. Back then, the supernatural world was every bit as real as the natural to the population. These rituals were their way of bridging the two. The devil is, of course, a modern concept, nothing to do with paganism, but derived from the Celtic worship of the horned god Cernunnos, the god of nature, and, to the Christian mind, chaos and sexual abandonment. We have found no horns here, and that's surprising. Fertility rituals usually involve male and female symbolism. But not here." The reporter's head waggled in mock understanding.
So, you believe the person who did this, possibly the girl charged today, believes in witchcraft?
James was a drowning man. I cannot comment. I can only tell you about the finds and their importance in our understanding of Celtic ritual. We have made a groundbreaking and unique discovery here of 40 pits that...
Yes, fascinating, but back to Rowan Luty, the woman charged with killing the child. She is, we understand, a member of a family believed to be witches by generations of local people. They are the ones who dug the pits you've excavated. Isn't that so? Do you think the child's death is linked?
There is no historical basis for that hypothesis.
But didn't some contain live offerings?
Yes, but...
So, do you think the baby was buried as an offering?
Look, I really can't say. I don't...
Cindy Raybould cut him off, turning away to schmooze with the camera. That was James Ferris, archaeologist here in Cornwall. Neither the Luty family nor their solicitor, Eden Gray, were available to comment.
Up flashed a photograph of Eden leaving the Luty farm earlier.
Now, back to the studio for the rest of the day's news.
What a disaster.
Eden didn't expect Elspeth to be pleased either. She was pretty sure she wouldn't have given the interview at all, but if she had, she'd have given a better account of herself. As it was, James had made sure the very people Elspeth wanted to stay away from the site would soon be camping on her doorstep. More importantly, he'd done nothing to help Rowan's defence. He hadn't denied the Luty's involvement or shut down the references to witchcraft. Now the black cat was out of the bag. There was no putting it back.
Are you defending the Luty girl, then?
It was her dad, standing in the doorway, wiping the last of the white clay dust from his fingers.
Yes, I am.
And that hasn't made it any easier, she said, pressing the off switch on the remote.
So, do you think she did it?
Eden didn't discuss the details of her cases with anyone. It was a breach of confidentiality and dangerous, but she always sought out her father when her work gave her sleepless nights. He had the knack of rallying her when she floundered.
The evidence of manslaughter is weak, but if the DNA proves the baby is hers, she knew about the pits and not many did.
Did you know about them?
No, I didn't. But I must say it's all fascinating stuff. You can see why the press is interested in this one.
I know. I'm going to have to deal with them and all the nutcases who, according to the chief archaeologist, are bound to climb on the bandwagon.
Was the young chap on the telly the chief archaeologist? He looked about 12 to me.
Everybody looks about 12 to you, Dad. He's her assistant. She'd have done a better job. She's been determined to keep this dig low-key. I can't, for the life of me, understand why she let him give a live interview. She'd give Elspeth a call later to see what the hell was going on. Her mother emerged from the kitchen in a waft of steam.
Are you staying for something to eat, darling?
No, you're all right, Mum. I need to do a shop on my way home. I'll get something then.
You need to look after yourself, she said, frowning. All this processed food, eating on the run, is playing havoc with your long-term health, not to mention the damage it's doing to the environment.
Not wanting another lecture on meat is murder, she kissed her on the cheek.
Bye, Mum. Love you.
Brushing past her father, she whispered,
You can escape to McDonald's with me if you like.
Don't tempt me, he whispered back.
Just seeing Eden to her car,
he shouted as he followed her outside.
How's the building work going?
Her father asked, holding open the car door for her.
Slowly. Do you want me to go and have a word?
Would you mind?
Not at all. I did warn you about having family do work for you.
You and everyone else. Anyway, when did you get so wise?
When I got so old, he smiled.
Her dad wasn't old. Her mother's strict health regime saw to that.
He was lithe and fit for his 63 years. Getting back into the car, she suddenly remembered her sister. "Dad, have you and Mum heard from Thea lately?" "I know Mum called her when we got back from our travels, but I don't think she's been in touch since." "Why'd you ask?" "Luke is investigating officer on the case, and it's a bit awkward, that's all. I thought you might be able to give me the heads up on what's going on with those two. I get the impression he hasn't seen Flora for several weeks. He had a bit of a rant at me the other day, outside court, before all this." "What did he expect you to do about it?" "God knows. You'd think he'd realise by now Thea's a law unto herself. If she does ring, perhaps you could persuade her to be a little more cooperative. He genuinely misses Flora and, given Thea's history, worries when he can't get hold of her. I don't want things to escalate and find myself in the middle." "Okay, I'll try and have a word, but I make no promises it'll do any good." "Thanks, Dad. And while you're at it, check she's taking her meds. All this seems a bit random, even for her." Thea had finally been diagnosed, when aged 23, with bipolar disorder. If she took her medication, she was relatively stable, but if she forgot or went on one of her many forays into alternative therapies, things were apt to spiral quickly into chaos. "Do your best, love. I know you'll do your best for that poor kid," said her father, leaning in to kiss her cheek. "I will, though I've got a feeling it won't be easy." Driving away, she felt a little better. This case had begun to tip her off balance. She'd needed to touch base with those who loved her and had no agenda. Although she was glad her mother hadn't seen the news. She would have added to the pressure, politicised Rowan's struggle, made her the victim of sexual prejudice. She hadn't ruled out portraying Rowan as the victim. It was the whole basis of the infanticide defence. At the moment, she had nothing else. All she could do was play the sympathy card, the scenario Luke had offered Rowan and she'd so foolishly rejected. The battle would have to be won in the media first. It was clear they were intent on demonising the girl. She would need Elspeth's help and Luke's cooperation. She hoped, at least after her conversation with her father, the latter would prove less problematic. Chapter 13. The supermarket was busier than she'd imagined on a Saturday evening. Avoiding the temptation to pick up a basket and fill it with a couple of ready meals and a bottle of Rioja, she grabbed a trolley. Perhaps her mother was right. If she got some decent food in her, everything would fall into place. Perhaps broccoli was the answer to all her problems. The middle-aged man in the barber ahead of her at the checkout was taking his time, loading a box with the special wine deal. She remembered she'd forgotten eggs, and leaving her trolley, ran to grab a dozen. Walking back, she spotted Luke lifting a 6-pack of Peroni from the shelves. Head down, she stole a sneaky peek into his basket as she passed. Lasagna for one. Clearly, he was living the dream. He looked up. She couldn't pretend she hadn't seen him. "Eggs," he said. "Quite the detective," she quipped. "I'm sorry about today," he said, blushing slightly. "But the CPS was adamant. They're under scrutiny now the press has got hold of this. They have to be seen to be doing something." "It's fine," she conceded, feeling a little sorry for him. "You're doing your job, and I'm going to do mine. No need for either of us to apologise. I've got to go. I'm parked by the till." The cashier was about to call someone to move her trolley out of the way as she rejoined the queue. Sorry, she apologised, holding the egg box aloft. The stony-eyed woman behind muttered to her husband. "Stupid bitch." Eden turned. "I'm sorry. What did you say?" "I don't know how you can live with yourself, defending that evil little cow."
What evil little cow would that be? The cow that's murdered her baby? Eden's heart flapped like a trapped bird in her chest, but she couldn't bring herself to let this pass. Who made you judge and jury? She said, turning to face them. The people in the queue began to shuffle uneasily. You think you're so bloody clever, don't you? What gives you the right to think you're smarter than us? The woman's rabid husband snarled. Well, let me think. Half a brain? The woman puffed out her sizable chest. Pedo-loving bitch. What did you say to me? Eden asked, stunned. You heard her, spat the husband, face puce with rage. That's enough. A voice boomed from behind. It was Luke. He'd taken his warrant card from his pocket, and people were staring. Shut it down, or I'll arrest the pair of you, he warned the irate couple. Oh yeah, stick up for her. Never mind protecting decent people who look after their kids. Oh, grow up. One more word and I swear. His phone rang, and he walked away to take the call, leaving Eden to unload her groceries, hands trembling, any appetite for the food she'd bought dwindling with every barcode beep. She felt a sharp tap on her shoulder and braced herself for another onslaught. To her relief, it was Luke. The farm's on fire. What? Come on, leave that. I'll give you a lift. Chapter 14. The stench seeped through the car vents, burning their nostrils and smarting their eyes, as they watched in disbelief the swirling kaleidoscope of purple, orange and red smoke billowing across the valley. At the end of the lane, they were directed by a police officer towards a cordoned-off lay-by by the farm gate, where Luke parked behind a string of police cars. Flames engulfed the timber barn to the left of the farmhouse. As they got out, Eden felt the heat blister her cheeks and stepped back. I need to look for my team, Luke hollered above the din. Are you okay here? Yeah, fine. You go on. It was hard to think amidst the cacophony of machinery, as faceless shadows darted about the courtyard, shouting orders above the sizzle and crack of burning wood. Every now and then a beam crashed to the ground, launching embers like furnace fireflies into the night. She looked around for Carmen and the children, and saw them standing on the verge, wrapped in blankets, transfixed, eyes shining like beads. She rushed towards them. Carmen, thank God you're all safe. What on earth happened? I don't know. I woke and smelt smoke, came downstairs and saw the barn was on fire. Eden, afraid the woman might topple, helped her to sit on the hedge. Was it a bonfire that got out of hand? No. We've been stuck in the house all afternoon. There were people here into the evening until it got dark. Matthew didn't even get out to feed the animals till gone 7. The reporters have been here since this morning. No, not them. They moved off soon after you left. I mean the others. The ones with the placards covered with those awful lies about Rowan. More and more of them arrived during the day, marching up and down, shouting foul things. I've had the TV turned up as loud as possible to drown them out so the kids couldn't hear the filthy stuff they were shouting. Like what? Nothing I've not heard before, but not for young ears, she said, her eyes settling on the children. What about the police? Why didn't they move them off? They said they were on the public highway and, as they weren't obstructing or causing a breach of the peace, there wasn't much they could do about it. I told them they're obstructing me and breaching my bloody peace. But they shrugged it off. It's been driving me mad stuck indoors, but I thank God for it now. I went to bed early. I usually sleep like the dead until I get up for the animals, but I've been doing nothing all day, then tossing and turning, worrying about our Rowan. If I hadn't been, I might not have woken until it was too late. Is the house okay? There will be smoke, damage, but Luckily the wind is in the other direction, so the flames haven't jumped the gap between the barn and the house. Thank God the holiday cottage was empty and the damage there is minimal. We're booked up for half-term.
Eden noticed she was clutching something close to her chest under the blanket. It looked like a book. She guessed it was something precious, probably a photograph album. Isn't that what everyone always said they'd grab if their house caught fire? The stuff which couldn't be replaced. Luke jogged across to talk to Carmen.
I've spoken to the head of the fire crews. He says they've got the fire under control, but it'll be morning before the buildings are considered safe for you to go back into the house. Do you have somewhere to go tonight? I can go to my girlfriend's, but she hasn't got the room for the rest, Matthew said. Anywhere you can think of, Carmen? No, not really. I could book into a hotel, but my purse is in the house and I'm not allowed back in. Well, I'm sure we can arrange something for you. I've only got one bedroom, but if you take the bed with the children, I'm happy to take the settee, Eden offered. It's kind of you, Carmen said, eyes glistening. But only if you're sure. I'm sure. Come on. Let's get these two to bed. Can you drive us, Matthew? Can we all fit in? Yeah, no problem. I'm not sure I should leave, choked Carmen, looking towards the house and bursting into tears. Look, there's nothing you can do here. The firemen have got everything under control. You'll have plenty of cleaning up to do tomorrow. You could do with the rest tonight, Eden comforted. She couldn't imagine trying to get the smell out of a house or clearing away the charred remains of the barn once the fire was extinguished. It was the last thing the family needed right now. It was Flossie's barn, Carmen sobbed. Oh no. Were there animals in there? Eden asked, a faint queasiness rising. No. It's the name my grandfather gave it. It's been there forever, and now in a matter of hours. There's nothing left. She clasped the thing in her arms closer. Come on. Let's get back to mine and put the kettle on. We'll settle the children and have a quiet talk. Luke smiled at her as she climbed into the passenger seat of Matthew's car. Leaning in, he whispered, "This is good of you." She felt the burn of embarrassment. It made a change to be on the receiving end of a compliment from him. Driving past the police cordon, she noticed a crowd had gathered along with the press. "Cover the children with the blanket," she said, glancing back at Carmen. "Why? I've got nothing to hide. We're the victims here. I won't give whoever did this the satisfaction of seeing us hide like criminals. Not in my own village." It was the same indignation she'd heard from Rowan, and look where it had got her. Banged up, charged with manslaughter. She thought of the bail application she would be up half the night preparing. You're right to be angry, but someone lit the fire on purpose. Someone who doesn't give a damn about you and your family. Why antagonize them further? It's what that type wants. An excuse. Eden peered through the window at the so-called moral high ground, waving their wretched placards, spreading the gospel of hell and damnation. The viciousness of the attack pointed towards one of those fanatics. They'd been outside the farm all day. Maybe one of them decided to up the ante. She half expected to see one of her old clients among them, the type only too happy to join any bandwagon if it meant a bit of gratuitous violence and a chance to get your face on YouTube. But she recognised no one, until, at the very back, talking to one of the police officers, she spotted James Ferris. He was standing next to Cindy Raybould, the reporter who interviewed him earlier that evening, and Eden wondered whether they'd arrived together. She could understand why James would be worried. If these people were capable of this, how on earth was he going to keep Elspeth's precious sight safe? Chapter 15. Matthew carried a sleeping Maisie in before leaving for his girlfriend's house. Jago was awake, but dead on his feet. Eden didn't feel much better. She made up a bed for herself on the settee, popped in a couple of slices of toast, brewed a pot of tea, and waited for Carmen to finish settling the children. Now they were inside, she could smell smoke on her clothes and in her hair. She was filthy and in need of a shower. She'd offer Carmen one too. "They're both out for the count," Carmen sighed, plonking herself down at the table. "Tea?" "Thanks. I'm parched." She sniffed her jumper. "I'm sorry about the smoke. You'll have to change those sheets tomorrow. I can take them home and wash them for you if you like," she offered, apologetically. "There's no need. Take your things off and I'll put them in the wash. You can borrow a pair of my pyjamas. I'll do the same with the sheets tomorrow. They'll dry in the tumble dryer. Why don't you have your tea, then take a shower?" "If you're sure," Carmen replied gratefully. "It's no trouble at all." Eden walked to the airing cupboard to fetch some clean towels. "There you go." The woman hesitated as she took the towels. "I've got something I'd like you to see." "Okay, but it can wait until tomorrow, surely?" Carmen hesitated for an instant. No, it can't. I rescued it from the barn. I put it there after Rowan's arrest for safekeeping, in case the police searched the house." Eden was immediately concerned. She'd wondered earlier what the woman had clutched to her chest. It looked like a book, and Carmen had braved the fire to retrieve it. She hoped for everyone's sake it wasn't something incriminating. The last thing she needed was to be accused of concealing evidence pertinent to the criminal investigation. "It's not Rowan's diary, is it?" "No, not Rowan's. She was never one for writing. This is old, very old. It's been handed down to me. I suppose it's older than I can even imagine. It's more a manual than a diary." Eden watched as Carmen retrieved a green leather parcel from the bundle of coats in the hallway. She placed it carefully on the table in front of Eden, waiting for her to do the honours. Eden obliged, carefully unwrapping the soft kid envelope to reveal a scuffed darker leather binding, crudely etched with what looked to her like birds and Celtic symbols. She carefully opened it. Carved on the inside cover was a grotesque creature. A bird's body with a woman's head. Talons poised, wings outstretched, the unmistakable shape of an egg nestled between the hideous beast's squatting legs. Eden recoiled, then remembered her conversation with James Ferris. A shape with no beginning, no end. "It was my grandmother's, and her grandmother's before that. It goes back generations. I don't know how far." It looked ancient to Eden as she tentatively turned the well-thumbed pages, each covered with hieroglyphs of one kind or another. Circles, triangles, pentacles, randomly drawn so barely a centimetre of paper remained blank. Superimposed in a lighter copper plate were instructions of a sort, like recipes, each under a short heading. My God, it's Grandma Luti's spell book, she thought, as she began to read. For an ulcer or foul bones, walnut tree leaves boiled in water. Bath morning and evening with a decoction of leaves and bind on. For windy dropsy, mix the juice of wild leek and elder. 2 spoons taken morning and evening. Eden wasn't sure what windy dropsy was, or whether there was a non-windy version. She struggled not to laugh, knowing Carmen would be deeply offended. Like any recipe book, it was stained and blotched with ingredients, albeit not cake mix. The recipe seemed sort of everyday to Eden, who wondered what she'd expected. Tongue of toad? Wing of bat? I expected something different. I don't know what exactly. Maybe spells? Incantations? Carmen raised a disapproving eyebrow. Nothing like that would be written down. Leastways not so ordinary folk could read it. It could be used as evidence against us if the book fell into the wrong hands. We learnt the charms by word of mouth. The symbols are hints, if you like, to trigger the memory, used as bindings to the charms. Gran and Mother didn't need the book to work the craft. They used it mostly to teach us. The written-down cures came later, after the family learnt to read and write. Eden turned to the centrefold. A hand-drawn map spanned the pages, the surface peppered with a series of crosses and circles. "What's this?" "You need to turn it around the other way." Eden flipped the book vertically and could immediately see it was a plan of the site, similar to Elspeth's, but less detailed. She could make out the road and the entrance, the wavy line of the stream ending at a grouping of stones amongst a clutch of trees. "What's that?" Eden asked. "The well," replied Carmen. "And the other marks?" "The pits. The ones marked with a circle are empty, the gifts removed. They were successful, resulting in a child. Once the child was born, the gifts were replaced." "Replaced with what?" "The afterbirth." "The placenta?" Eden winced. "Why so shocked?" "In many cultures, the mother eats the placenta," Carmen said, eyes glistening with impish amusement at the lawyer's reaction. Eden's lips puckered in disgust. "Some say it's because it's nutritious, full of iron. But it's more than that to us," Carmen continued. "Have you ever seen one? Up close, I mean." Eden shook her head. "It's the original tree of life, you know. Its trunk is the umbilical rooted to the mother. The branches, the blood vessels carrying life to the child. It sustains us in the womb, and when buried, it protects us through life, too. Like a guardian angel to a Christian. The old belief is, when your life's done, your spirit returns to the place where it's buried." Elspeth Fuller didn't mention any of this. "That's 'cause she doesn't know everything. Some things aren't learnt from books. All she saw was empty pits. The afterbirth would have rotted over time." "So, the ones with the crosses didn't work?" "That's right." "And the offerings Elspeth showed me, the swan's pelt, the eggs came from pits that failed?" "Yes." Eden suddenly saw them in a new light, imagining the heartache they represented. "Carmen, this is fascinating, but why did you want me to see this?" "It's this I needed you to see." Carmen, turning to the back of the book, pushed her fingers into a little pocket inside the cover and pulled out a folded envelope. "It's a letter Gran wrote before she died." Carmen took the letter carefully from the envelope and, smoothing out the thin sheet of paper, placed it on the table in front of Eden. "It was wartime and everyone was jumpy. Back when this all happened, people would have been only too glad to accuse us. Gran was only thinking of the woman, you see, and her husband, of course. She knew what it would mean for them." "What woman? What's this letter about? It's about the other baby, buried at the site.
The hairs on the back of Eden's neck stood on end.
The other baby? Read it. Then I'll tell you the whole story.
Eden read with trepidation. 20th of November, 1981. At about 11 on the night of the 14th of November, 1945, Mary Blewett, the wife of John Blewett, gave birth to a baby. The child died, born with the cord around his neck, so all his breath was taken from him. No one could have saved him. I know that because I tried. Not wanting to cause trouble for Mary or distress to her poor husband, I took the baby boy and buried him in the pit I'd dug for Mary the previous spring. It's my dearest wish the child remains where he has laid all these years. I never spoke to Mary about the baby again. I never told her where he was, and she never asked. But I planted a rowan tree above him to ward off evil, and over the years I've tended the boy's grave. I hope my family will do the same when I'm gone. I'm nearing the end of my life, and have dug my last pit. I have delivered many babies into this world, and some sadly didn't survive. But I remembered this one, and his loss almost every day. He was, and is, special to me. In case he is ever found, and I'm not around to explain, I have written the truth for whoever needs to know it. Madge Luty. Carmen patiently waited for Eden to finish.
Why didn't she call a doctor to take care of everything? Wouldn't that have been the thing to do in the circumstances? The letter only tells half the story.
What do you mean?
There was something else about the baby. Gran knew Mary. She dug a pit for her the previous spring. She and her husband had been married for over 3 years and been trying for a baby for most of that time. Whenever he came home on leave, she hoped she'd fall pregnant, but never did. Not until Gran dug the pit and Bride listened.
Eden remembered Elspeth talking about the goddess Bride, but it was still strange to hear Carmen, a practical, down-to-earth woman, talk of her as if she were a real person.
The baby wasn't expected so early. Mary had gone to bed feeling bad, and then the pain got worse. There was no time to fetch the doctor from Truro, and no way of getting Mary to hospital. No transport or phone.
Carmen spun a gossamer thread to the past.
Her husband was only home 'cause he'd caught some shrapnel in his leg in France. It was a terrible struggle for him to get to our farm. He needed a stick to walk, and with the blackout, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Even with Gran's help, it took ages to get back to Mary. As they got close, Gran could hear her screaming and ran on ahead. The door was open, and she went straight upstairs to the bedroom. The place was in darkness, with the blackout curtains pulled, and she could barely see by the oil lamp beside the bed. But then, as she got closer, there was a tremor in Carmen's voice as she reached for her cup of tea.
"Go on," encouraged Eden.
"Go on." It was terrible. So still and quiet. Gran thought the worse, that Mary was dead. But then she heard her groan, like a wounded beast, she said. She lifted the sheet and there, between her legs, was a baby. The bedclothes were soaked with blood and the baby was blue. Mary's husband was downstairs. Gran shouted to him to stay put. Back then, men didn't sit in on the berth, and he didn't argue. Mary was away with the fairies. Gran carried on talking to her 'cause she needed to fill the silence, keep herself together. The baby had been born with the cord wrapped around his neck, but he was still warm. So she slipped it over his head to free him, rubbing his back, hoping he'd come back. But the poor little mite had gone. An image of Rowan's baby on the mortuary slab flashed through Eden's mind, and she swallowed hard. He looked full term to Gran. Once she'd cut the cord, she moved towards the light to clean him up, in case Mary wanted to hold him. Just the once. She took the pillowcase from the other side of the bed and wiped away the blood. It was then she saw it wasn't the lack of air, or the blood, or the dim light, making him appear dark. He was black. He was a coloured child. Carmen's face flushed with embarrassment as she said the words. "I'm sorry. I know you mustn't say coloured now, but that's what she said. Gran, she described the baby as coloured. Had a touch of the tar brush, she said." Eden reminded herself this was 1945, and coloured was probably as good as it got back then. "It's okay." Carmen seemed grateful for the reassurance, and she relaxed back into her story. All Gran could think about was the poor broken man pacing downstairs, wounded for his country, and now this. Mary wouldn't even look at the child, turned her face to the wall when Gran tried to make her hold him. Gran didn't know what to do for the best. She told Mary she could take the child away without showing her husband if she wanted her to. Said she'd say the baby was early and wasn't right, and it was best he didn't see it. She told her she'd bury him somewhere safe, and no one need know. And that's exactly what she did. She took the baby and buried it in the pit she dug for Mary. Gave the baby back to the earth that had delivered it. Back to Bride. And she never spoke to the woman about the child. Never. Gran guessed Mary had become friendly with one of the Americans billeted not far from the village in the months leading up to D-Day. There were hundreds of them camped around the county waiting to leave for France. The village held welcome dances, and there were all sorts of goings-on between them and the local girls, and it caused problems. The black and white GIs had separate camps because that's the way it was back where they came from. Several local girls planned to start a new life in America after the war, but never got the chance because so many of them boys never came back from France. Lots more brought-up kiddies from those GIs, and their husbands never knew or never wanted to. They made the best of it, but Mary could never have pretended the child was her husband's, and Gran didn't see the point of either of them suffering the shame now the baby was dead. She kept the secret and only wrote the letter when she started to worry someone might buy the site from the council to build houses after she died. "I need you to know in case they find the other baby and think Rowan was carrying on some awful tradition. I hope you understand why Gran did what she did in the circumstances." Eden was at a loss to know whether Carmen meant because she was a lawyer or a woman, uncertain if either qualified her to judge Madge Luty, given the risks the woman had taken for someone who never gave her back so much as a thank you. Eden stayed up for a while after Carmen took herself to bed. She scanned the pages of the book into her PC and photographed the carved leather cover. When she finally turned in, She tossed and turned for hours, her body reluctant to drift into sleep, partly down to the lumpy settee, but mostly because of the other baby. She didn't know why the story bothered her so much. After all, the little boy had died a natural death, avoidable with proper medical care, but natural nonetheless. Mary Blewett must have convinced herself the baby was her husband's. Then, when he wasn't, the shame stamped upon him for all to see rendered him unworthy of her love, unworthy even of acknowledgement. She never spoke of him again. Madge Luty may have planted a rowan tree to ward off evil, but the evil had already been done by then. Whether the grief twisting in the pit of her stomach, catching the back of her throat, was for the little boy, for Rowan's baby, or for herself, Eden wasn't sure. She too had faced abandonment by a mother who didn't want her. Her story was the same as theirs. Only by pure luck she'd survived and been loved by those who took her in. She wondered whether her birth mother had been able to erase her from her mind the minute she abandoned her. If someone hadn't found her, or had it been winter, she would have died without a name. It would have been as if she had never existed, like Rowan's baby, and the little boy born all those years ago to Mary Blewett. Fists clenched tight by her sides, she clamped her mouth shut, knowing if she opened it, the sobbing might never stop. Chapter 16. The air, yesterday sweet with the peaty scent of autumn, had been corrupted by acrid smog, slashing the back of Carmen's throat like a razor blade as she bundled the children out of the taxi. The charred bones of the old barn still smouldered, and she steered them away from the pink ash glowing on the cobbles. At least the fire had seen off the last of the God Squad. The draught from the open door sent tiny soot motes spinning. The sight of the thick layer coating the blue and white china on the dresser made Carmen want to weep. Matthew, busy emptying a bucket of filthy water into the Belfast sink, looked up as they entered. I rang the insurance company to see if I could start moving the debris, but they said not to until their bloke had been to take photos and assess the damage. I told them the police think it's arson, and they said it could hold up the claim. Bloody typical. Matthew's face glowed crimson. Carmen worried about the effect all this was having on him. Her eldest son was not much for showing emotion. He'd had to be wise beyond his years, a sensible foil to Rowan's madcap wildness. She'd always had some plan or other on the go, first wanting to open a farm shop, then letting out yurts in the top field. Matthew was only a couple of years older, but often had to be the wet blanket, reminding his sister of the practicalities of funding her projects and how they needed the fields for the dairy herd. He'd held down his job at the garage and done all the manual work at the farm without complaint. Carmen didn't know how she'd manage when he finally got married and moved out. He'd offered to settle at the farm, but Laura, his girlfriend, wasn't the farming type. She worked as a cashier in the bank, and she'd never seen her out of high heels. Carmen had vowed she wouldn't be the one to ruin things for her son by making him choose between family and his future. She'd just have to pay for help when the time came. Sit down, Matthew. You look done in. Have you had anything to eat? I need to see to the bottom fence. It was damaged when the fire engine came through last night. It can wait, she insisted. Sit down. I'll do you a cooked breakfast. It'll set you up for the day. Matthew slumped back down into his seat. She put the sausages and bacon into the oven and made her way upstairs to run a bath for the children. You two, take your stuff off and get in the bath. I'm not going in with her, Jago protested, screwing up his face in disgust. Jago, I haven't got the energy for this. You can go in together, or one will have to use the other's water. There's not enough hot for you both to bath separately, till I've got the range going." Carmen ran her fingers along the landing wall, leaving a greasy trail through the smut-stained paintwork. She hadn't expected it would be as bad as this. The smoke had snuck in and had a good look around like a nosy neighbour. Letting the bath run, she strolled to the end of the landing and opened the attic door. She needed to put the book back in the trunk. It was clear now it was as safe there as anywhere else. It was a miracle she'd had the presence of mind to save it from the fire. After all those years of careful custodianship, it would have weighed heavily on her had she been the one to lose it. She was also glad she'd confided in Eden. She'd asked her to keep the letter for the time being. She'd know what to do for the best. It was a burden she didn't feel able to carry alone anymore, not with everything else going on. Before all this, Mary Blewett's baby drifted into her thoughts once a year in early February, during Imbolc, or Candlemas as Christians called it, when the silvery snowdrops flowered around the rowan tree her grandmother planted all those years ago. Ever since the archaeologists turned up, she'd worried daily one of them would find the baby's grave. She'd been so relieved when they'd finished their survey of the field and moved on to the coppice to excavate the ancient well. She'd prepared herself to keep the secret for the rest of her life, like her mother and grandmother before her. Then Rowan's baby was found, and all hell broke loose. Making her way up the stairs, she paused to shout down to the children. "Turn that tap off. You don't need to fill it to the brim. Jago, I want Maisie in that bath by the time I get back down. Do you hear me?" At the top, she reached for the light, gasping at the chaos confronting her as the room lit up. The place had been ransacked, the boxes piled up against the eaves all overturned. Children's toys, defunct electrical goods, newspapers and magazines were scattered across the floor. The contents of the trunk were strewn around its base, the horse brasses slung over the rusty wheel of an antiquated Singer sewing machine. Stepping carefully over Matthew's old skateboard, Carmen picked her way slowly towards the trunk, all the time clinging tightly to the book. Nothing seemed to be missing, but it was a mess. Had the police been in the house and searched last night while they were away? Surely they couldn't do that. Didn't they have to have a warrant or something? Then a more alarming thought crossed her mind. What if it wasn't the police? What if it was one of the lunatics hanging around the farm with those terrible banners? "Matthew? Matthew!" Jago came to the bottom of the stairs. "What is it, Mum? Maisie's in the bath. I'll go in after." "Go get Matthew from the kitchen. There's a good boy." Carmen clung to the book like a life raft until Matthew appeared at the top of the stairs. "Fucking hell! Matthew! Language! Sorry, Ma." "Do you think it's the police?" she asked. "No, not them. When would they have done this? They wouldn't only search the attic, they'd have searched the rest too. More likely to be one of those bastards who torched the barn. Is anything missing?" "No, nothing I can see," replied Carmen, scanning the room. "There you go then. Some nutcase." "But when did they get in?" "Last night. It had to be last night during the fire. I locked up before we left, but the house was open during the fire." Carmen hated the idea of one of those people being in the house. "What's that?" asked Matthew, pointing to the book. "Oh, just an old book." The Luty men weren't privy to the secrets of the book. It was the domain of the women. She'd never spoken to Matthew about it. He knew the basics of their pagan beliefs and the family history. It was common knowledge thereabouts, but she'd never shared the stories or the charms with him, the way her mother had with her and Morva, or the way she would have with Rowan, if she hadn't chosen not to. "Did you find it up here, then?" No, I didn't. It was up here, but I took it from the trunk the other day." "What for?" "To look up something or other. Nothing worth worrying about." Mum, Maisie's splashing, Jago shouted. All right, we're coming now, yelled Carmen. Maisie, stop splashing, that floor's lethal when wet. You'll slip and hurt yourself. Carmen followed Matthew back downstairs. She had to think what to do. Whoever it was had been looking for something, and the only thing of any worth was the book. Only 2 other people knew it was there. One of them was Rowan. The other was Morva. She would have to bite the bullet and ring her sister. But it would have to wait. A working farm couldn't stop. Animals had to be fed, fences secured, and the filth swept away. Chapter 17. Monday morning, Eden was about to leave home for the office for Rowan's bail application, when the phone rang. It was Carmen. I'm so sorry to bother you again. I know you've got Rowan's bail hearing later today, but I needed to ask you whether you know anything about the farm being searched by the police. No, nothing. I'm sure they would have told me if they had a warrant to search the property. They know Rowan wasn't living there when the offence was committed, and they searched her flat on the day she was arrested. When was this? Last night. But if it wasn't the police, then someone else broke in, and whoever did it headed straight for the attic. I think they were looking for the book. The thing is, no one knew it was there, other than Rowan and my sister. Morva. Yes. How do you know about her? Carmen sounded surprised. Eden didn't have time to tell her about Morva's involvement in Rowan's pregnancy. Rowan told me you had a sister called Morva, and you'd had a falling out. Yes. That's right. Over nothing, really. She thought I should have carried on with the family traditions, and because I wouldn't, she felt I shouldn't have had the farm. Do you think that too? No. No, I don't. There's no need for the cures anymore. People have access to medicine and midwives, and I'm glad they do. Morva's a nurse. She should know better than anyone. Doctors should be treating medical problems, not people like me. Do you think Morva would have broken in to look for the book? No, of course not. But I wonder if she's told someone else about it and they've let it slip. You know how these things happen. Loose lips and all that. The book would be valuable now with all the press interest in Rowan's case and the dig. Look, I'll ask the police in case it was them, but I don't think from what you're saying it was. I'm afraid you'll have to talk to Morva if you want to rule her out too. I will. And thanks, Eden, and good luck with our Rowan. It would be such a relief to have her home, where I can take care of her. Hopefully you'll have her back tonight. I'm going to suggest a police presence because of the fire. If the fanatics who lit it know Rowan's back home, they might try again, and this time your family might not be so lucky. Thank you. I'll feel better having someone around. Ending the call, Eden speculated what Morva might tell her sister if confronted. It wasn't going to help the rift between them, admitting she'd overseen Rowan's antenatal care, knowing Carmen was in the dark about her daughter's pregnancy. Nevertheless, it might prove a useful exchange to help Rowan's case. Maybe she'd know something Rowan didn't, or wasn't prepared to talk about. With that hope, she left for the office. Agnes greeted her with a pile of telephone messages and emails she'd printed off and arranged in order of priority, most from disgruntled clients demanding a callback. She scowled in the direction of another pile spilling from Eden's in-tray. These are the ones who don't want to talk to me. They want to talk to you, personally. The words were delivered as a well-deserved reprimand. It was looking more and more as if she was going to have to concede defeat and get a trainee to help out with her workload, especially if Rowan's case was going to monopolise so much of her time. I'm sorry I left you to juggle all this, Agnes. I've been so tied up with the Looty case. Everything else has had to take a back seat, I'm afraid. I'm sure you've got an uphill battle defending that one. The whole town is talking about that poor baby. Imagine someone burying a defenceless child alive. Pure wickedness is what it is. Then it's just as well I'm not concerned with tittle-tattle, she retorted, sweeping up the paperwork and moving through to her office. An hour or so later, she'd finished apologising to clients, promising letters of advice and rearranging appointments. She was relieved to get off so lightly, without a formal complaint to the Law Society. The final call was to a client summoned for a chat with the Inland Revenue. She promised to attend with him the following morning, before scooping the pile of emails into the bin. She had 2 hours before Rowan's bail application in the magistrate's court to finalise her arguments as to why the girl should be released pending trial. Despite ringing twice, she'd not heard back from the CPS and had no idea if they were opposing the application, although she saw little legal reason for them to do so. Rowan wasn't likely to skip the country. She didn't even have a passport. She had strong family ties locally and wasn't a risk to the public at large. Even if they believed she'd killed her child, they must recognise it was out of ignorance or panic or because she was unbalanced. The circumstances dictated the crime, and it was unlikely those circumstances would ever be repeated. No, she was pretty certain Rowan would get bail. Then the work for the trial would begin. Her first task would be to lobby the CPS to get them to reduce the charge from manslaughter to infanticide, but there was no guarantee she'd succeed. She'd spoken to a law lecturer friend who told her their decision might well be political. There was a backlash brewing from those who thought, in these days of gender equality, there was no place for a defence available only to women. Fathers, affected by witnessing the birth, no matter how traumatic, couldn't rely on it. Other critics, coming from a completely different stance, felt it had always been a device to cover up some pretty shocking statistics. History confirmed women from all cultures had, since records began, killed their unwanted children, especially in times of deprivation. No one knew exactly how many infant deaths were down to murders by desperate mothers, covered up by family members and sympathetic doctors. But times had changed. Children were no longer the property of their parents. They had rights too. The CPS was leaning towards manslaughter, and even murder charges in such cases, especially where the child suffered a violent death. Social pressure had brought infanticide to the statute books to cover up an unpalatable truth, and, ironically, another kind of social pressure may well get rid of it. Rowan could well be a victim of this policy decision. The important thing was to get her out and arrange appropriate professional help. Deep down, the girl must know what happened. Whether she was holding back on purpose or had buried it within her subconscious, it must be there somewhere, waiting to be exposed by therapy, hypnosis, or good old plain talking. If she'd buried her child, unaware it was still alive, it didn't make her a monster. It made her a victim of something terrible she'd carry for the rest of her life. If she didn't bury the baby, someone else did, and Rowan had to have an idea who. Shuffling her papers back into the file, Eden slipped on her jacket and wandered back out to where Agnes was manning reception. "I'm off to the magistrates. I phoned everyone back and made some appointments in the diary. I'll be back after the application." "Good luck. I know other people think you shouldn't help that girl. You should let her rot if she's done what they say she has. But I said you wouldn't be defending her if you thought she'd done it. So, good luck." Agnes was like everyone else. Even after all these years working for defence lawyers, she still didn't get it. Eden didn't know if Rowan was guilty or not, but she had a right to be defended, and it was her job to do it. Chapter 18.
Carmen tapped in Morva's number. She'd deleted her from her contacts, but knew it off by heart, having called a dozen times or more over the last couple of years, only to cancel at the last minute. Knowing Morva would recognise the call was from her, she spent 10 minutes looking at the screen in case she phoned back. She didn't. When 2 hours later her sister still hadn't returned her call, she telephoned the hospital and told the woman on the desk there was a family emergency and she needed to talk to Sister Luty. Morva rang back within minutes.
Carmen? What is it? Is it one of the kids?
It's okay. Everyone's fine.
But they told me there was a family crisis. I thought someone was hurt, and what with Rowan and the fire and everything, I thought of smoke inhalation. Sometimes that takes time for the symptoms to show. I didn't know what to think. I needed to talk to you, and you weren't answering my calls. You frightened me half to death to get my attention. You're lucky I don't put the phone down. In fact, I think I bloody well will. No, don't. Please. Please. Listen to me for a minute.
Morva remained silent.
I didn't lie. This is a family crisis. No one got hurt last night, but someone easily could have. Whoever lit the fire didn't care about me or the kids. And then, when I got home this morning, I found the attic had been ransacked. I think someone was looking for Gran's book. They didn't get it. Tell me they didn't get it.
No, they didn't.
I thought the police might search the house and take it, so I hid it in the barn. The barn? But what about the fire? They said on the news the fire started in the barn.
Don't worry, I managed to rescue it. It's safe with me, but I needed to know if you've told anyone about it and where it was kept.
You don't know me at all, do you? If you did, you'd know I'd never tell anyone. My beliefs are the most important thing in the world to me. If anyone should have the book, it should be me. But even though I know you've turned your back on Wiccan, I've respected Mum's wishes and never asked for it. I could have taken it hundreds of times. You wouldn't have known. When was the last time you even opened it, let alone practiced the craft? It's the thing I value most. Do you honestly think I'd let someone else have it?
Carmen knew she'd made a big mistake. If she'd thought it through, she'd have realised Morva wouldn't tell anyone about the book. She, unlike her, still believed in the power it held within its ancient pages.
I'm sorry. I had to ask because only you and I know about it, and I'm sure whoever broke in must have known it was in the attic. And Rowan? What do you mean? Rowan knew about it, knew where it was kept. 3 people knew. Us 2 and Rowan.
Rowan's been in custody.
She might have told someone about it, and with all the interest on the telly and the internet, they might have seen it as a way of making a bit of cash by selling it to the media. Who would she tell? We won't know until we ask her. Her bail application is today. Her lawyer, Miss Gray, has been very good. Eden Gray? Do you know her? Only by reputation. But I'm glad you've got someone to support you.
Carmen bit her lower lip.
I'd rather have my sister's support.
Another long pause at the other end of the phone.
Morva? Yes?
Carmen could tell Morva was crying.
Are you okay?
She asked, choking back her own tears.
I'm so sorry about everything and the farm. It was wrong of me. Look, it was a long time ago. Things have moved on. You've got your career, a senior midwife. Who could have imagined it? I'm so proud of you. Can we meet? We need to talk, and I can't do it over the phone, not here at work. Yes, of course. Why don't you come to the farm? Rowan will be home later if everything goes to plan, and she'd love to see you."
Carmen understood Matthew might not be quite so happy. He'd taken Morva's self-imposed estrangement personally. He'd always been close to her, and when she broke all ties with them, it hit him badly. The two younger children probably wouldn't even remember her.
"No, not at the farm. I don't knock off until 10 this evening. I'm off tomorrow, though, so we could meet at my place. Say about 11?
"Of course. Whatever's best for you.
I'll text you my address."
You're my little sister. Just because we haven't spoken for the last 4 years doesn't mean I've not been looking out for you."
"All right. I'll see you then,"
Morva sobbed.
"Good. And Morva, I can't wait to see you." "Me too."
Carmen held her mobile to her ear for a long time after the call finished, not wanting it to end. Chapter 19. Luke was deep in conversation with Angie Evans from the CPS when Eden walked into the foyer of the magistrate's court. She knew Angie well. Though always on opposing sides, they got on. She'd even been to a New Year's Eve party at her house. Angie was in her late 40s, but didn't look it. From Cardiff, originally, she had a passion for rugby, extending to her playing seven-a-side for a local ladies' team, which kept her fit. Her other passions were Michael Bublé, tequila slammers, and a Volkswagen camper van called Dillis she drove to festivals at weekends. Eden had never seen her flustered or grumpy. Her mouth stretched in a welcoming grin as Eden approached. Luke, after a quick hello, left the women to talk in private.
"Hi, Angie. I tried ringing your office twice this morning. No one would tell me whether you were opposing the application or not."
"Over here," Angie whispered conspiratorially, moving them to a battered mahogany bench, polished to a high shine by the backsides of successive fidgety defendants. "It's been a bit of a shitstorm, if I'm honest."
"What do you mean?"
"I got the nod they wanted to oppose the application."
"Who's they?"
"Up the line." She rolled her eyes at the ceiling, as if the order had come straight from God himself.
"And?"
"I bloody told them it's ridiculous. The law's clear. I get there's no presumption of bail because of the manslaughter charge, but your client's got no previous. There's no threat to witnesses, and she's not likely to abscond. All the usual shit. But they said they needed to be seen to be protecting the public. From what? A teenage girl who's been through a terrible experience ending with the loss of her baby. They said they were under pressure from certain factions, worried about the witchcraft thing, and concerned things would get out of hand. Public order issues."
"What witchcraft thing? There is no witchcraft thing. It's something the press has concocted to sell papers. If the baby had been found in a dustbin or a public toilet like they usually are, they probably wouldn't even have reported it. They don't give a damn about the baby. The place it was found, that's what's got them all fired up, and the gossip about my client's family. All the stuff not relevant at all."
Angie's firm hand covered hers in a show of solidarity.
I know, you're preaching to the choir. Your girl's no bloody witch, and she's no bloody risk either. Between you and me, I argued against manslaughter. This is infanticide.
If she did it at all? What? You honestly think she didn't? Angie looked surprised.
Honestly, I don't know, but something's not right.
That's where we differ. I think she did it, but I don't think she's a criminal. Not in the true sense of the word. So, the upshot is you've been told to oppose the application.
Afraid so.
Damn it.
But look, you go in there and do your bit. I'll oppose, but I'm not going to break my neck doing it. Let's just say I've got a funny feeling I'm going to have a bad day at the office. I'll need conditions. She'll have to report to the station, not talk to the surrogate couple who hired her. But you'll get your bail. Thanks, Angie. You're welcome, my lovely. Now, what's going on with Boyo over there? I've never seen him so down in the dumps, Angie said, nodding in Luke's direction. Oh, nothing much. The usual problems with my sister. Ah, the lovely Thea. No offence, mind, but it's about time he kicked that one into touch. I think he would, if not for my niece. Well, trust me, he's certainly got plenty of admirers in my office. And then there's that new DS of his. Denise Charlton. Don't act so surprised. Oh, I'm not. I'm just a bit jealous. Not about him. It's just I haven't got a lot of that kind of attention myself lately. I'm beginning to think I'm past it. What? You're not telling me you've got trouble getting a date? Take a look in the mirror, girl. Gorgeous. God, if I had legs like yours, I'd rule the bloody world. You do all right as you are, Eden winked. See you inside. To Eden's relief, the application went as planned. Rowan entered a not guilty plea, and the case was bumped to the Crown Court for the first available hearing. Angie opposed bail on behalf of the CPS, on the grounds the girl needed to be remanded in custody for more psychiatric reports, had been uncooperative and might interfere with witnesses and evidence. She also stressed Rowan might be in danger from certain elements, and there was a risk of public order offences being committed on the back of her release. As planned, Eden argued the behaviour of the public was not relevant, and if the criteria were strictly applied, her client should be granted bail. She agreed conditions with Angie, and Rowan was released into her custody to report to the local police station once a week. She was to stay away from the marshals, live with her family at the farm, and be subject to a 7 o'clock curfew, although she wouldn't be tagged. All in all, not a bad result. Leaving the courtroom, she walked headlong into Luke. The press is outside. I think it's best if you talk to them. If you don't, they'll only hound the Luties, and they have enough to deal with, he urged. My car is round the back. I can take Rowan home, if you like. Thanks. She turned to Rowan. Are you all right with that? I'll be around later to talk over the conditions with you and discuss where we go from here. The girl shrugged and followed Luke. Eden took a deep breath and headed out to face the wolves. The surge of reporters, their massive, furry caterpillar microphones thrusting in her face, nearly knocked her off her feet. She spotted Cindy Raybould. Your client was released on bail today, Miss Gray. What do you say to all those young mothers frightened for the safety of their children now Rowan Luty is out there, free to do what she wants? She wanted to run, but Luke was right. They wouldn't let her leave until she gave them something. Firstly, my client has been released under strict bail conditions, and, secondly, she has not been found guilty of anything yet. People should reserve their judgment until after the trial, but rest assured Rowan Luty is not guilty of manslaughter. What about your lack of judgment in taking this case? You must be aware of the backlash growing on social media aimed at you personally because of this client and others you've defended in the past. I try not to engage with social media, if I can help it. The only opinion I'm interested in is the jury's, and until then I will keep my own counsel. I've nothing more to say at this time. She jostled her way past the rest of the reporters, avoiding eye contact. Do you still keep in touch with Mr. Pearson, Eden? Someone shouted from the side. Stifled by the weight of pressing bodies and the taunts of the crowd beyond, she thought she might throw up if she didn't get away, and made a dash for it through the crowd down the steps, heart pounding. A shove from behind caused her to lose her footing, and someone grabbed her elbow to save her from a tumble. Glancing up, she saw Denise Charlton. This way, she said, keeping a firm grip on her as she led her out of harm's way. Luke said you might need some help. I didn't expect this. I don't understand where all these people have come from. Rent-a-crowd, and those bloody morons are only too happy to feed the sharks, said Denise, gesturing in the direction of the reporters overtaking them as they walked. One scuttled sideways like a crab, snapping as he went. A couple more hovered at the end of the car park, shutters clicking. Eden realised with dismay they were photographing her car. As she got closer, she saw broken eggs shattered across her bonnet. The word bitch scrawled in something unmentionable across the windscreen. Denise flashed her warrant card, and the photographers scattered. I'm so sorry, Eden. We had no idea things were going to kick off like this. We would have got extra security had we known, she apologised. I can get one of the court ushers to fetch a bucket of water to wash that lot off if you want. No, it's okay, Eden replied, desperately trying to keep it together as she slid into the driver's seat. I've got plenty of washer fluid. The wipers will get rid of the worst of it. I'll deal with the rest when I get home. If you're sure. Honestly, thank you, but I'm fine, she said, gripping the wheel to hide the shake in her fingers. From her expression, Eden could tell Denise wasn't convinced. Okay, but watch your back. Take extra precautions with your social media feeds. Up your security at home if it's not up to scratch. This stuff has an edge to it I don't like. Denise circled the car once more to check there was no further damage, before finally retreating towards the court building. Eden sat, watching the windscreen wipers swish back and forth until they had cleared a small square big enough for her to see to drive. She'd barely driven out of the car park when her phone rang. Once she was sure she wasn't being followed, she pulled in. Her father had left a voicemail. Hi, love. It's Dad. I need to talk to you about Thea. I know you're probably busy, but you must call me as soon as you can. Not on the landline, on my mobile. I don't want Mum to know about this. She phoned him back, and he picked up right away. Is everything all right, Dad? It's about your sister. After we spoke, I tried to get hold of her. I called her mobile and left a message, but she didn't come back to me. I called again several times with no luck. In the end, I phoned the gallery where she works and spoke to the owner. This Leon chappie she's been living with, and he said he hadn't seen her for over a fortnight. Said she'd gone off to Scotland with some Moroccan sculptor he's been exhibiting. And what about Flora? She left her with him, but he couldn't cope. What with work and having to travel abroad to see clients, and so one of his staff has taken her in. A young woman he's paying to make sure Flora gets to school and whatnot. He was relieved I called. I bet he was. Why didn't he call us? Thea told him not to say anything, in case it got back to Luke, and he was fine with that for a couple of days, but 2 weeks on, she's not answering his calls and he's had enough. He doesn't want her to get into trouble with the authorities, but he's miffed about this other chap, and let's face it, Flora's not his problem. Of all the selfish, reckless things her sister had done, this was right up there with the worst of them. What do you suggest we do? Asked her father, sounding desperate. Tell Luke, of course. He has a right to know his only child has been dumped on strangers, while Thea's gone off with yet another man that's blown into her life and will no doubt blow out again once he gets fed up with her antics. But won't it affect the custody situation? Won't she lose the right to keep Flora with her? Yes, she will and deserves to. She can sabotage her own life as much as she likes, but not Flora's. She has no right to do that. But maybe she's not taking her meds. Maybe that's what's brought all this on. And whose fault is that? All she has to do is take the pills. But no, she misses the extremes. The roller coaster ride. Thinks the pills shackle her talent. Well, sod her talent. Her father fell silent on the other end of the phone, and she was instantly guilty. It wasn't his fault, after all. "I'm sorry, Dad, but she's not a teenager anymore. She has to understand actions have consequences, and not only for her." I know, her father agreed wearily. "Can I leave it to you to tell Luke? I'll text you the number and address of the girl who Flora's staying with, and I'll keep trying to get hold of your sister." "Okay, but I think you should tell Mum. She's stronger than you think." "All right, I'll have a go." Ending the call, she set out for the farm, wondering how best to break the news to Luke his daughter had been dumped on a virtual stranger. As she approached, she was pleased to see he'd had the presence of mind to post a car at the end of the lane. The officer waved her through, and her stomach lurched at the sight of Luke's car in the courtyard. He was leaving as she arrived, and she almost lost her nerve, afraid he'd shoot the messenger. "Can I have a quiet word?" "I can't discuss the case anymore," he said too quickly. "I helped Rowan out today because of that lot outside the court, but she's been charged, and it's an ongoing investigation." "I know, and I'm grateful," Eden replied. "But it's not about the case. It's personal." Luke blushed, and Eden wondered if he thought she was going to mention the message he'd left on her answer phone. "I see. I was going to call later, but as you're here..." She might as well spit it out. "It's about Thea." "I need to go fetch Flora," he said, when she'd finished telling him the saga. "If you're on duty, I could go," Eden offered, ashamed her sister had put him in this position. "No, give me the address. Flora needs to know at least one of her parents is there for her." She didn't argue. Then, suddenly remembering the break-in, "Luke, did anyone from your team search the house on the night of the fire?" "No. We assumed it was an accident. We got everyone out of the house as soon as possible. I suppose the firemen might have gone in to check the fire hadn't spread, but no, we would have needed a warrant to search." "I thought so." "Why?" "Oh, nothing," she replied, certain he was telling the truth. "And Luke? Good luck." Carmen rushed towards her, arms outstretched, to give her a big hug. Thank you so much for getting Rowan home." "This is where the work starts, you understand. She's home under strict restrictions." "Yes, D.I. Parish explained everything to us. I'll make sure she sticks to the rules, you can be sure of it." Eden glanced across at Rowan, relieved to see she had more colour than she'd had earlier in court, when at one point she thought she might keel over. "The good news is, I now know not everyone in the CPS feels happy about the charge of manslaughter. If we can keep the pressure on, I've got every hope we can get them to change their minds." Rowan yawned, eyes drifting up to the timbered ceiling. Eden felt the familiar pinch of frustration she was coming to expect from her conversations with the girl. "You're tired. I don't expect you slept well last night. I'll see you tomorrow. I wanted to make sure you understood the bail restrictions. If you're happy you do, I'll leave you in peace." Carmen followed her into the hall. "I've arranged to see Morva tomorrow morning to talk, but I'm sure she didn't tell anyone about the book." Eden knew exactly what Morva wanted to talk about. "She thought Rowan might have told someone." "Did she? Who?" Eden leapt on any information that might give her insight into the life of her uncommunicative client. "She didn't know. She thought I ought to ask her." "Well, we know it wasn't the police. Luke confirmed it just now. I think your sister's right. You should ask her. Someone's got the inside track on this, and if you believe Morva and know you haven't told anyone, there's only one person who could have. I'm not going to say anything tonight. I'm so glad to have her home. I can't bear to spoil it. I'll leave it to you to decide when the right time is. But bear in mind at the moment we haven't a clue who Rowan is close to, who she confides in. If she told someone about the book, she did so for a reason, and we can be sure she was pretty damn close to whoever it was. If that's so, she may have confided something else, something she's not telling either of us. Chapter 20. Eden was roused at 4 the next morning by the sound of her mobile vibrating on the bedside table. She contemplated not answering before thinking better of it, in case it was work. She wasn't on call, but it wouldn't be the first time she'd been asked to speak to someone kicking off in the cells when the other duty solicitors were busy. It was Luke. "I'm outside in the car. Can I come up? I've got Flora with me." Under normal circumstances she would say no, but the mention of her niece's name meant these weren't normal circumstances. "Sure," she replied, groggily, dragging herself from the warm bed and slipping on her dressing gown. "I'll buzz you in." 5 minutes later, she was helping him unbundle a sleepy Flora into her bed. "You look exhausted," she whispered, closing the door quietly behind them. "I drove there and back." "To London?" "It helps when you can plonk a siren on the roof and put your foot down." "And the girl from the gallery, was she happy for you to take her?" "I rang the number you gave me and explained who I was. She knew about me, of course, from Thea. I think the badge swung it. I guess she thought she'd rather get into trouble with Thea than the law." "And Flora? Is she all right? Was she shocked to see you?" "I'm not sure much shocks Flora these days. She's used to being passed around from pillar to post. She was asleep when I arrived. The girl, Lucy, woke her, told her I was there to take her back to Cornwall. She asked me about school, who would let her teachers know, and when I reassured her I'd deal with all that, she gathered up her belongings, quietly as if it was the most natural thing in the world, and was asleep in the back of the car by the time we hit the A303. "Do you think Lucy will contact Thea?" "I expect she'll try, but whether she has better luck getting hold of her than us is anyone's guess." "Did you talk to her about this sculptor she's gone off to Scotland with?" "Raffi. That's his name. No surname, just Raffi. She wasn't sure if that's his actual name or the one he uses professionally. He makes massive installations from recycled waste. You know, plastics from the ocean and stuff." "So, what happens now?" "I go home and get some sleep. I've got an appointment with my solicitor tomorrow to get an emergency order, giving me care and control, and, if that goes to plan, I'll set about getting permanent custody and finding Flora a place in a local school." "And until then? What about work?" Eden imagined he had more than enough on his plate without all this. She didn't particularly want to be dealing with another officer who might be less willing to share information with her about the case. Luke was no fan of Rowan's, but at least he was fair. "Well, actually that's why I brought Flora here, rather than take her back to my place. I share with a couple of other guys in the force, and it's not suitable. I was aiming to get a place of my own soon anyway, so I could have Flora stay in the school holidays. That'll have to be brought forward now, but until then... Now, hang on, I'm not set up to look after a child any more than you are. I've got the practice to run and the case," she protested. "No, oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean you. I was wondering if perhaps your mum and dad would be willing to help. Let her stay there until I get settled." "I don't know. That's not exactly going to go down well with Thea. She'll see it as treachery on their part." "Maybe. Then again, she might be glad they're in the mix. It's worth a try, surely. Okay, she relented. I'll have a word, but I can't promise anything. Last time I spoke to Dad, he hadn't even told Mum about Thea doing a flit. I know it's unorthodox, but whatever you can do would be much appreciated. Okay. She held her hands up in submission. I'll do my best. After he'd left, she crawled back into bed beside her niece and felt the warmth rising from her little body as she tossed and turned. Poor kid. What a mess. Flora was sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting for her to wake up. I looked for Daddy, but he's gone. Good morning, Poppet, Eden smiled as she tried to remove the crick in her neck. Daddy thought it best you stay here last night, after your long journey. Don't worry, we'll catch up with him later. Will I be staying here again with you tonight? No, I think you'll probably be staying with Nana and Grandad for a while, until Daddy gets a new place. Is that okay? Flora's face dropped. And Mummy? Will Mummy be coming down to Cornwall too? Soon, but not right away. Is that because she doesn't love me as much as she loves Raffi? She said, head down, picking at the corner of the duvet. Eden swallowed the growing lump in her throat. Don't be a silly sausage, she said, pulling her niece into her. Your Mummy loves you more than anyone in the world. We all love you to bits, she murmured into the little girl's hair, gritting her teeth so as not to cry. Come on, let's see what we can find for breakfast. She was pouring Flora's juice when the bell rang. She expected it was Luke, calling in on his way to work, but resisted the urge to open the door, in case after Denise's warning yesterday it was someone else. Who is it? Me. Agnes. Grabbing a sheet of kitchen roll from the worktop, she dabbed her loaded lashes before opening the door. God, you look awful, Agnes said, scanning her face with disapproval. I've got a bit of a cold coming, Eden sniffled. You'd better take something. You've got a long day ahead of you. Have you got any lemons? Mother always swore by honey and lemon. Agnes, what are you doing here? I came to warn you. Warn me about what? I've had to shut the office. Reporters are blocking the door. I didn't know how to keep them out, so I decided to come here. I picked these up on the way. Reaching into a huge red shopping bag, she pulled out a couple of client files and a clutch of newspapers. I thought you could work from home today, she said coyly, plonking the files down in front of her. Eden was more interested in the newspapers, one local and one national tabloid. They'd made the front page of the Western Packet. The story set out the bare facts. She'd have preferred no report at all, but as it was fairly innocuous. Agnes was holding the tabloid rolled up like a weapon, as if ready to bash someone over the head with it. What about that one? Queried Eden. It goes on about the Looty girl coming from a family of weirdos, and there's an interview with a woman from a local toddler group about how young mothers are afraid for their children's safety. What local toddler group? Beggared if I know. None I recognise. I think they make it up as they go along. Go on then. Show it to me. Eden reached to grab the paper. Agnes stepped back. What is it, Agnes? Nothing. I told you what it says. Well then, give it here. But... What page? Demanded Eden, grabbing it from her. Centre spread, sighed Agnes, conceding defeat. I don't think you should read it, but if you must, take no notice. They've got to be joking. Teenage witch gets bail. Lawyer Eden Gray was not willing to comment yesterday on whether she felt witchcraft had been a factor in influencing the magistrates to release on bail her client, Rowan Looty.
Looty, the latest in a long line of notorious witches, was smuggled by the police from the back of the courtroom to avoid the crowd of protesters gathered at the front of the court building. Vanessa Pengelly, a young mother who runs Tiny Tacker's toddler group in Truro, expressed her concerns for the children in her care to our reporter.
"I think it's a disgrace letting her out. I know she's not been found guilty yet, and I'm a fair person, but who knows what she's capable of. As a mother, I need to know my children are safe, and I don't feel they are, with that girl wandering free."
Looty's lawyer, Eden Gray, known for her radical feminist views and for defending notorious sex offender Carl Pearson, serving a 20-year sentence at HM Prison Belmarsh, is more than happy to represent the young woman, widely thought to practice witchcraft, accused of burying her baby alive. Gray's obvious love of defending perverts and child abusers more than qualifies her for her new role. Maybe Eden Gray would feel differently if she had children of her own. Perhaps then she'd concentrate on protecting the weak and vulnerable, rather than fighting for the release of her evil teenage client. Below the headline, a shot of her leaving court the day before. They'd caught her grimacing, her hand up to her face as if trying to hide. Eden threw the paper across the room, knocking one of the client files from the breakfast bar.
"What the hell are they trying to do? How can Rowan get a fair trial with all this crap circulating? Then again, why bother with a trial? Why not take her to the outskirts of town, light a bloody great bonfire and burn her at the stake?" Her head throbbed. Rowan was just a girl. Witches didn't exist. Surely everyone knew that. Even the stupid sods who read the crap peddled by that rag. Not to mention all the stuff about her and her background. How dare they? Surely people would see it for what it was and be just as outraged as she was. Remembering Flora in the next room, she made an effort to calm herself. Agnes was busy retrieving the contents of the client file strewn across the floor. As Eden stooped to help, she remembered her appointment that morning with her client, an HMRC. She was already running late. She needed someone to look after Flora. "I've got to go. I've got that interview with Terry Medlin in the Inland Revenue at 10, and I've got my niece here. She's in the bathroom at the moment, but do you think you could look after her for a while?" "You mean your sister's girl? What's she doing here?"
"Look, it's a long story, but Luke is collecting her later this morning to take her to my parents, so it'll only be for a couple of hours max."
"No need."
"What do you mean?"
"Mr. Medlin cancelled. In fact, when I rang in to pick up the messages, the answer phone was full of calls from clients phoning to cancel. It's all over the internet. Pictures of you at the Looty farm, and the links to witchcraft and about you defending that awful Pearson man. All sorts of nutters are out there having their two penneth."
"This is wrong."
"I said no good would come of defending that girl,"
said Agnes, in a told-you-so tone. "When did you say that?"
"Well, I thought it, and I was right."
Much as she hated to admit it, Eden had to agree. After Agnes left, she sat on the floor in a daze, next to her niece watching Tom and Jerry knock 7 bells out of each other. What to do next? Elspeth? She could explain the witch pits to the press the way she had to her. Tell them they weren't about death but birth, new life. The professor would be able to confirm the Looty women were midwives and healers, not witches and devil worshippers or whatever Netflix fantasy the papers were peddling. She had to speak to Elspeth. She wasn't sure yet how much she should divulge about Grandma Looty's book. She knew one thing for sure. If the press somehow got hold of the letter, it would be a disaster. She decided to keep quiet about Grandma Looty's confession for now, but try and persuade Carmen to allow Elspeth access to the book. Elspeth wasn't swayed by gossip or melodrama. She was, first and foremost, a scientist. She dealt in hard evidence, and the book was evidence the Looty family were good people. Chapter 21. Carmen crossed the open space, ironically renamed the Piazza by the council. Generally, the soulless wind tunnel hemmed in between Primark and the job centre bore little resemblance to the colourful bougainvillea-strewn squares of Italy. But this morning there was a tented farmers' market, and the place was a hub of activity. She took a shortcut through the billowing white marquee, full of stalls, pausing to admire the flavoured oils glowing in their long-necked bottles, the spicy jars of pickles and preserves, balanced on saucers with stubby breadsticks for tasting. Normally, by this time of year, she would have made and stacked away her jams and pickles for Yule. The kitchen would have filled with the heady perfume of cumin and cinnamon as the copper pans bubbled, but all that had gone by the by, with everything else going on. She cast an approving eye over a stack of freshly baked, crusty loaves, before moving on to the cheese counter, where she reached for her purse, unable to resist a wedge of creamy Cornish yarg, wrapped in its nettle leaf rind. The reversal of their surname by the local farming family who made the cheese was a clever bit of marketing, and she wondered if Eden Grey was a relation. Reminded why she was there, she waited for her change, then made for the exit. Looking up at the clock perched high on the old town hall, she thought she'd better get a move on. She was due at Morva's at 11 and didn't want to be late. Her sister's flat was part of a new complex built above the shopping precinct off the piazza. It was undoubtedly convenient for the shops, but Carmen couldn't help thinking it must be noisy, especially at night when the pubs turned out. The view was pretty grim too. Her gran had talked of a time back along when the river came right up through here, lapped at the doorsteps of the houses of the gentry who lived on Lemon Quay, of a time when tall ships arrived with coal and sailed away with tin. Now that would have been a sight to see, she thought, walking into the underground car park behind Marks and Sparks to take the lift up to the flats. She adjusted her hair before knocking. Her sister came to the door immediately. She'd lost weight, and it suited her. She'd always been the one with the looks, popular with the boys, but never that interested. She'd had a few boyfriends before leaving home, but nothing serious. She was too demanding, wanting everything on her terms. Coffee? Lovely. I can do you a cappuccino or a latte? Oh, instant's fine. I don't have instant. Then, anything. You choose. It felt strange, passing pleasantries as if they were strangers, feeling the need to fill the gaps with inconsequential conversation, where once they would have stayed silent and thought nothing of it. They'd been inseparable since the day Morva was born, and her mother let her hold her little sister. She knew her better than she knew herself. She wanted to hug her, confide in her, share secrets and dreams as they once had. But the years of not speaking had shattered the bond, and they'd never be that close again. She admired the open-plan room, envying the super-sleek vanilla-coloured kitchen with its moulded sink and soft-press units. She couldn't help but compare it to the chaos she'd left her home. Even before the fire, the farm kitchen was never this clean, what with the mud dragged in on Wellington boots, not to mention the fine dust that blew down from the fields, coating everything like icing sugar when the windows were open. Carmen noticed there was nothing in the room betraying Morva's roots. Guilt swamped her. Her sister had walked out, leaving everything. It wasn't as if there wasn't enough clutter at the farm to go around. The attic and the barns were falling down with it. Maybe it was her choice. Maybe she didn't want anything to take the sheen off her new, squeaky clean life. So, what did you want to talk about? Carmen shouted, above the high-pitched squeal of the milk frother as it ran short of steam. Morva put 2 mugs down on the table with a thud, so the contents slopped over the sides. Damn it, I'll get a cloth. Leave it, Carmen said, gently grabbing her sister's hand.
What did you want to talk about?
Rowan. I want to talk about Rowan.
She's fine, or as fine as can be expected. Eden is hopeful of getting the charge reduced to infanticide and a non-custodial sentence. What has she told you about the pregnancy? Not much. I didn't know, of course. I had no idea, and I can't help feel responsible. If I'd taken more notice, maybe all this wouldn't have happened, and she could have had the baby, and it would be alive. Carmen had swallowed her tears up until now, for Rowan's sake. But here, with Morva, her courage started to fray at the edges. It's not your fault. I should have told you. Carmen, distracted, rummaged in her bag for a tissue to blow her nose. What do you mean? I knew. Knew about what? She asked, looking up. Everything. The pregnancy, the surrogacy, everything. Morva's eyes were fixed on the coffee cups. You knew everything. Then why the hell didn't you tell me? Carmen spluttered. Rowan made me promise not to. An 18-year-old? No, when she fell pregnant, a 17-year-old kid asks you to promise and you, knowing it's a stupid, reckless thing to do, go ahead and agree. You're a nurse. You should have known better than anyone how dangerous it was for her to be pregnant without medical help, without the proper support. Carmen was beside herself. She wanted to wrestle her sister to the ground, like when they were children, pummel her until she admitted she was wrong. She got proper support. I helped her. I checked on her through the pregnancy. Well, at the beginning at least. I can't believe I'm hearing this. Was this your way of getting back at me for Mum leaving me the farm? Is that it? Carmen's voice cracked like a brittle bone. No, of course not. Rowan contacted me. She begged me to help her. What was I supposed to do? Turn her down? Get her to tell me, of course. Don't you think I tried? I tried again and again. Not hard enough. The heavy thrum of the air conditioning made it difficult for Carmen to think. I tried to stop her selling the baby. Then the Marshall woman and her husband got involved and wouldn't let me have any further contact. Did you meet them? The Marshalls? Not her. I met him. Once. Where? At the flat. I called one afternoon unannounced with some leaflets for Rowan I'd picked up from the hospital. I knocked, and when she didn't answer, let myself in using the key she'd given me in case of emergencies. He was there. With her. What do you mean? With her? Sitting on the sofa with her. And he was holding her. You know, close. They shuffled apart when they saw me, and he left shortly afterwards. Are you saying something was going on between Philip Marshall and Rowan? There was something about the way they acted, like they'd been caught. So when he left, I asked her outright, but she wouldn't admit or deny it either way, but I knew. You thought, from the way they acted, they were having an affair? There was something. The way they pulled away when I walked in. Plus, I always got the feeling Rowan was seeing someone. Sometimes I'd go around and she'd be in her tracksuit bottoms, hair pulled back in a ponytail, not a scrap of makeup. Other times I'd turn up and she'd be done up to the nines, and the flat would be tidier than usual. She'd try to get me out of there as soon as possible, as if she was expecting someone. You never saw anyone else? Only Philip Marshall? No. No one, and I didn't see him there again. Rowan told me all about him and his wife, though, how they'd been trying for a baby for years. They'd been through IVF, then therapy when it hadn't worked. It ruined their relationship. He couldn't bear the thought of Rowan getting rid of her child, so he made a proposition to her. She would keep the baby and find a way to confide in his wife. He knew she wouldn't take much convincing to take the baby on. For a price, of course, enough to allow Rowan to move on with her life and leave the county. Rowan had to promise never to seek contact with the child. Carmen listened to the sordid details of her daughter's life being rolled out and didn't recognise her. Did Rowan really hate them all so much she'd sell her child to get away from them? No wonder she wasn't talking. She was ashamed, and rightly so. She felt ashamed too for not seeing any of this coming. Morva, tell me, do you know anything about the baby's death? No, I swear. As far as I was concerned, Rowan's antenatal care was being taken care of by her GP. I have no idea why the baby was born at home without medical help or why no one rang for an ambulance. I can't bear to think of Rowan going through that on her own. But who took the baby and buried it alive? Please tell me you don't think Rowan did that. No, I don't, but I'm worried. Now the baby's gone and she's repaid the money. Why hasn't she told anyone about her relationship with Philip Marshall? I don't know why she hasn't, but it's about time she did. It's about time she started to tell the truth about a lot of things.
Chapter 22. Eden's father collected Flora at 11. He didn't say much, but as he left, laden with his granddaughter's things, he kissed Eden on the cheek. I told Mum, and you were right. She's stronger than she seems. Told you, she smiled. We'll catch up later. I'll let Luke know you've got her. After he'd gone, she tried Elspeth's number several times, but her calls went straight to answer phone. In desperation, she rang the museum. Can I speak to Professor Fuller? Tell her it's Eden Grey? I can't tell her anything, came the curt reply. Professor Fuller's not in today. She's not been in for a few days now. I can put you through to her assistant if you like. She could tell by the cool response. The woman knew exactly who she was. Eden had no intention of confiding in James Ferris, but would have to talk to him. She had to get a message to Elspeth somehow and was running out of options. Yes, could you put me through to him, please? Who did you say it was again? Eden Grey. The response was frosty. I'll check if he's available. The next voice Eden heard belonged to James. Hi, Eden. How are you holding up? Fine. His overly sympathetic tone annoyed her. Elspeth wouldn't have dreamt of asking. James, I need to speak to Elspeth, and I'm having trouble getting hold of her. I'm afraid she's gone away for a few days. She's at a conference on Brythonic Celtic traditions in Brittany. Brittany? She took the ferry to Roscoff a couple of days ago. When will she be back? The conference ends today, but she said she might stay on for a bit to catch up with a few colleagues while she's there. I thought she'd want to be on site with everything going on. She seemed concerned when I spoke to her before that the dig would be compromised by all the media attention. She was, at first, but decided maybe it was better to engage with the press. Really? Yes, to make the best of things and get some positive publicity on the back of the tragedy, so at least some good comes of it. The coverage can bring what we're doing here to a wider audience and dispel some of the ridiculous misconceptions about what went on at the site. And she decided to go to France rather than stay around. She's on the end of a phone,
and I'm in contact with her daily. She thought I might be better placed to deal with the media attention. You know, as part of the infotech generation. Is there a landline I could ring? Not really. I tend to ring her on her mobile in the evenings. You could try that. If I can't get hold of her, I email the college where she's lecturing, but I haven't got any numbers for her friends over there, and even if I did, I wouldn't like to give out their details without permission, but don't worry, I'll pass the message on. She would have to take what she could. I saw your interview on the local news. You did well, all things considered, she lied, hoping a bit of flattery might encourage him to remember her when he next spoke to his boss. Thanks. I think that's only the start. The BBC wants to film a documentary about the witch pits. It's all very exciting. Yes, I'm sure it is for you. Maybe not so much for Rowan and the Luty family. No, he paused. No, sorry, I suppose not. But then again, they're bound to be interested in interviewing the family, and that'll give them a chance to tell their side of the story and counter the rubbish being bandied about. And Elspeth's okay with all this. She's all for it. Eden was confused. Elspeth gave her the impression she wanted to keep the dig under wraps. All she was interested in was maintaining the integrity of the site. How could she have got her so wrong? Could you ask her to call me, please? Tell her I've something I have to discuss with her urgently. About Rowan? Yes, and the family. Is it anything I can help with? Eden thought about it for a moment. No, I don't think so, but thanks for offering. I've got something I need Elspeth to see. Something belonging to the Lutys, to do with the site. He was persistent. She'd give him that. I think so, but I'm no expert. I'm sure Elspeth will tell you all about it in due course. She hoped Elspeth would get back to her soon. If she could speak to her in person, she was sure she'd be able to tell if she really was as keen as James to have the press on board. Once they'd had that conversation, she could gauge what she'd be getting the Lutys into if she showed her the book. Chapter 23. By mid-afternoon, having read the newspaper over and over again, she knew the piece by heart and had beaten herself up enough. She decided to escape the confines of her flat and drive to the farm. Before she left, she rang her parents to check Flora had settled in. She hadn't mentioned the news stories to her father earlier, not wanting to add to his worries. She was pretty sure they wouldn't have read any of the tabloids, but just in case, she'd better warn them. Hi, Dad, how's it going? Fine. Flora's helping Mum bath the dog. He's rolled in fox poo. Oh, great. A baptism of fire if ever there was one. How about at your end? Not so good. But I saw on the news you got bail for your girl. I did, but there's a lot of people not happy about it. What people? Oh, you know, the press, trolls on the internet. Since when did this family care what that lot think? I know, Dad, but some of the stuff they're saying attacks me personally, focuses on me rather than the case. Look, love, like I said before, you'll do the right thing. Take no notice of the press. Don't engage. It's what they want. Stay true to yourself. You're strong. You've always been a survivor and you'll survive this. She put down the phone, galvanised by his unwavering faith in her. Hopefully Rowan would be keen to start preparing for her defence, now she'd tasted incarceration. There was nothing like a night in the cells to make you value your freedom. Chapter 24. Carmen answered the door, red-faced as if she'd been running. Eden? Hi, Carmen, I'm here to see Rowan. Yes, I know, she replied, rooted to the doorstep. Is everything all right? For an awful moment, it crossed Eden's mind she'd seen the newspapers and no longer believed she was the best person to defend her daughter. Perhaps she thought it would be better to have someone less likely to draw attention. Someone male, maybe. She hated herself for even thinking it. This case was forcing her to acknowledge prejudices she never thought applied to her. She was becoming increasingly deflated by the unwanted attention, the sexist innuendo dressed up as critique. Carmen, is there something you want to say to me? Eden, I'm sorry, what am I thinking? Keeping you on the doorstep. Come in, please, come in. Eden followed her into the kitchen. There was no sign of Rowan, and she braced herself for the sacking she'd convinced herself was coming. Carmen, agitated, turned to face her. It's Rowan. She's gone. What do you mean, gone? I went in to wake her this morning, and her bed hadn't been slept in. I've been racing around the farm like an idiot calling for her. Then I telephoned the few friends she has left. No one's seen her. Where is she? Where on earth is she? Carmen began to cry. Rowan had seemed fine to Eden when she left her. She was due to report for the first time tomorrow, and if she didn't, a warrant would be issued for her arrest, and she'd lose her liberty and do untold damage to her case. When did you last see her? About 9 last night when she went to bed? I didn't go in till late this morning. I let her sleep. I thought she could do with the rest. Have you told anyone else? Matthew, but no one else. Let's keep it that way for now. You realise how serious this is, Carmen? Yes, of course. I can't believe she's run away. She wouldn't up and leave. She wouldn't. Eden put her arm around the woman. Now, come on, let's not think the worst. She may have cold feet or needed to see a friend you don't know about or to be on her own for a bit. We've got no reason to believe she's skipped bail, not yet, anyway. But what if she's not in her right mind? What if she does something stupid? Eden knew she meant suicide. She's not going to do that, Carmen. None of the preliminary psychiatric reports indicated any risk of self-harm, or harm to others, for that matter. I would have told you and made sure she was never on her own. I'm certain she'll be back home any time now, safe and sound. She wasn't certain. The only thing certain about Rowan was her unpredictability, but she saw no point in adding to Carmen's distress. Let me make you a cup of tea, she offered, reaching for the kettle. There's something else you need to know, Carmen sniffed, pulling a handkerchief from her sleeve. I spoke to Morva yesterday and she told me stuff about Rowan I can't believe, or rather don't want to believe. Eden poured 2 cups of tea. She was aware of Morva's involvement in Rowan's pregnancy, and the conversation made her uncomfortable. She would have to come clean if she could, but confidentiality prohibited it. She was relieved when Carmen spilled the beans first. Morva knew about Rowan and the surrogacy. She even helped her at first until things went sour. Can you believe that? I have to tell you, Carmen, I already know Rowan asked your sister to help her through the pregnancy and to keep it secret from you. You do? Carmen's face dropped. Yes, but Rowan is my client, and I have a duty to keep the conversations I have with her confidential. I'm glad you know, though. Do you know about Philip Marshall, too? I know Morva didn't agree with the surrogacy and tried to persuade Rowan to keep the baby or have it adopted through the local authority. No, not that. Morva told me Philip Marshall and Rowan were close. Like there was something going on between them.
It was as if Eden had been thumped in the chest. Did his wife know?
I don't think so. Morva said it was probably nothing. Perhaps it was concern, for Rowan, her being so young. Carmen, don't you get it? What if there was something going on and his wife found out? The police believed everything Jessica Marshall told them because she appeared to have no reason to lie. But if she knew, if she found out her husband was having an affair with Rowan, it changes everything. It impacts upon the credibility of her testimony and gives her a motive, a reason to kill the baby, to punish her husband and Rowan.
If circumstances were different, Eden would immediately be on the phone to Luke about Philip Marshall, telling him to scrutinise his wife's testimony. But he had lots to sort out, and, at the minute, all she had was Carmen's conversation with her sister, which was hardly evidence. She'd go and see Philip Marshall herself, see if there was any way his wife could have discovered he'd had an affair with Rowan and the baby was his. She knew it was probably a stupid idea. She was used to interviewing witnesses, including witnesses for the prosecution, and wouldn't be breaking any rules. But this wasn't a formal interview. This was her playing detective, and, despite all the American TV programs depicting it that way, it wasn't her job. She was planning to interview someone close to a suspect. What if Jessica Marshall was there? She might inadvertently tip her off. She had to get Philip on his own, bluff her way through this, tell him she knew all about the affair, and see what surfaced. It wasn't ideal, but she had no choice. She would have to tell Luke Rowan was missing if they spoke. It was her duty as an officer of the court. No, the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became she had to avoid any communication with him for the moment at least. Anyway, it was possible the police knew all about Philip and had already checked him out. It wouldn't be the first time in her career they'd withheld information they considered not helpful to their case. They dealt in black and white, guilt or innocence. She looked for shades of grey, reasonable doubt. She didn't need to prove Jessica killed the baby. She didn't need to prove Jessica did anything. All she had to do was convince a jury the wronged wife had motive and opportunity, and lay out a sufficiently persuasive scenario to raise reasonable doubt in their minds about the version of events being put forward by the prosecution.
Carmen, what's the name of the Marshall's cafe?
Samphire. Like the sea herb.
Why?
Eden tapped Cafe Samphire into Google to find the address.
Oh, nothing, just for the file. I'm sorry, I do need to go, but only if you're going to be okay. Do you have someone who can collect the children from school for you?
Matthew's doing it. You go. I'll be fine until they come.
Okay. I'll be off now. Mind you call me the minute Rowan gets in touch.
Yes, of course.
And if the police contact you for whatever reason, or anyone else asks for Rowan, don't let on you don't know where she is. Try and fob them off. We don't want to create a problem before we need to.
I understand.
One more thing. The book. Would it be all right if I showed it to Elspeth Fuller, the chief archaeologist at the site?
Not the letter, though. Not now, with Rowan missing and all the fuss in the papers. No, I promise, only the book. The press is spinning this witchcraft thing against Rowan. It sells papers. They're not going to listen to us, but Elspeth is an independent professional. She's widely respected within the academic community, and her public support could be invaluable. Once she's had the chance to look at the book, I'm sure she'll be only too happy to tell the journalists the facts.
Okay. If you think it will help, Rowan, I'll go fetch it.
10 minutes later, Carmen reappeared without the book, holding a small piece of paper, her hands shaking. Eden slipped a chair underneath her and prized the note from her tightly clenched fingers.
"It's gone."
Carmen blinked. Eden read the one word on the note. "Sorry." "Look, maybe Rowan's had the same idea as us. Maybe that's where she's gone. To show it to someone who might be able to help," Eden offered, thinking all the time what a selfish little cow this girl was.
"What if it's something else she's sorry about? What if it's about killing the baby?"
"Carmen, you can't let yourself think that way. The note doesn't say that. It's not a confession. In my experience, when people confess to family, they lay out their excuses. It's human nature to try and justify your bad behaviour to those who matter to you. Sorry just doesn't hack it."
"I suppose so."
Eden glanced at her watch.
"It's all right. You go.
Matthew will be here with the kids soon." Chapter 25. Eden felt bad about leaving Carmen alone, but now Rowan had gone AWOL, finding evidence that cast doubt on her guilt was even more pressing. She couldn't keep her abscondment a secret for long. The showery morning had given way to a balmy afternoon, and the trendy wire-framed tables outside Café Samphire were all taken by escapee sixth formers, eating waffles and drinking cups of coffee so big you needed a wrist brace to lift them. Eden dissected the hipster chic interior, the uncomfortable mismatched furniture, reclaimed brickwork, and industrial copper pipe lighting met the retro gloom brief fashionable these days. A blackboard leaning at a jaunty angle against a rusty bicycle announced the daily specials. Homemade soup of the day, crab tacos, salt and pepper squid, and aioli. At the counter, a man in his early 30s dolloped creme fraiche onto a pile of freshly made pancakes. "I'll be with you in a minute," he said chirpily, head down, sprinkling cinnamon over the cream. When finished, he looked up, and she could tell by the way his smile slid from his face like melted butter, he recognised her. "Mr. Marshall?"
"Yeah?"
"I'm Eden Gray, Rowan Luty's solicitor. Do you think I could have a word?" He handed the pancakes to the girl waiting for her order, who immediately snapped a photo of her dessert before handing over her money. Marshall waited for her to join her friends outside before turning his attention to Eden.
"I know who you are. I've said all I've got to say. My wife and I have given statements to the police."
"I know, but I think maybe there's something you haven't told them."
"I've got customers to serve."
There was no queue. The place was empty, but for an elderly man in the window seat, finishing off a bowl of mussels. "OK, how about we arrange to meet later, when the rush is over," she said, trying to stifle the sarcasm.
"And why would I do that?"
"Because you may prefer I talk to you rather than to your wife." Eden leaned in towards him.
"I know about your affair with Rowan."
He glanced over his shoulder, as if any minute someone might creep up behind him and shout, "Boo!"
"Keep your voice down," he hissed.
"Like I said, why don't I come back later, when you can talk?"
"My wife goes to the cash and carry at 4. Come back then."
Eden looked up at the clock. 5 to 3. "Fine. I'll have a cappuccino and some of those pancakes while I wait. They look delicious."
"No, you bloody won't. I'll talk to you because you force my hand, but I don't have to serve you. Sit in your car, go for a walk, do whatever the hell you solicitors do to kill time. I don't care, but I don't want you here. If Jess sees you, she'll flip."
"Fine," said Eden, genuinely disappointed to be missing a treat. 4, then." She sat in her car, reading her text messages. There was one from Agnes and one from Luke, neither of which she read in case they interfered with her plans. She deleted both and put the phone back in her bag. To be certain she didn't run into Jessica Marshall, she waited until 10 past the hour to go back in. The students enjoying the sun had all moved on now the pavement was in shade. There were no customers inside, and Philip Marshall was sorting change from the till into bankers' bags. "Wait there. I'll take you through to the back. Jess won't be long. Let's get this over with." She wondered if his hostility was fed by frustration that Rowan had told their secret. He slipped the closed sign across the door before taking her to the back of the cafe, through a poky area subdivided into a store and kitchen. Shelves stacked with cans of olive oil, tinned tomatoes and massive jars of mayonnaise looked as if they might topple any minute, as Eden squeezed past a chest freezer, buzzing like a swarm of angry bees. An even tinier area behind the store was set up with a slouchy old sofa and a couple of chairs. Eden guessed it was where the staff took their breaks. "Have a seat." She immediately regretted taking the sofa, as she sank back into its understuffed seat. She had to hoist herself forward to reach in her bag for her notepad. "Hang on, I'm not happy about you taking notes," Marshall objected. "But you've agreed to talk. That's right, isn't it?" she said, perching herself on the very edge of the cushion and crossing her legs to avoid sliding back. "Yeah, but I'm a witness for the police." "There's no property in a witness. I'm allowed to talk to you. Call them and check if you like." "I'd prefer if this was off the record." She returned the notepad to her bag. Marshall relaxed a little, but still had the look of a man ready for a fight, as he sat in the battered leather chair opposite, arms folded defensively. Eden thought he wasn't bad-looking, if your taste ran to the brooding, swarthy type, though his baggy jeans and faded T-shirt seemed at odds with the coiffured no-sock brigade the cafe seemed to attract. "All right. What do you want to know?" "When did you begin your affair with Rowan?" "It wasn't an affair. We weren't in a relationship, although it might have become more if she'd wanted to keep the baby." "You would have stood by her?" "Of course. More than that. I would have left Jess for her. For the baby's sake." "Why couldn't you stay with your wife and support Rowan and the baby financially? Plenty of men would have taken the easy route." "I didn't want to be an absent father. I wanted a proper relationship with the baby, and that wouldn't have been fair on Jess. To have to watch my child growing up on her doorstep, after what she'd been through." "You mean the IVF?" "Yeah." "Have you got children?" No. No, I haven't." "Want them?" She hesitated, not knowing what to say. If she was truthful, she and Andrew had never really talked about having kids, or if they had, only in a hypothetical way, the way they talked about owning a Banksy or visiting Japan to see the cherry blossom. They'd been too busy forging their careers, but now she wondered whether the unspoken decision had been joint or, like every other choice made in the marriage, largely down to Andrew. It had certainly made it easier for him to leave. "Maybe. One day," she said. "Well, if you make up your mind to have them, I hope you can. Jess and I didn't see the need to rush. We concentrated on growing the business, on financial stability. Once we were comfortable and could afford for Jess to take some time out, we started trying for a family. But as the months passed and nothing happened, we began to realise there was something wrong. We tried for years, spent a fortune on IVF. Nothing worked. It was a big strain on the relationship and our finances. It cost a fortune, and by the end, the financial safety net had unravelled too."
The grim set of his face was mapped with the effort of bracing himself for bad news. So, you started a relationship with Rowan as a distraction? I didn't start anything. I didn't make a conscious decision to have an affair. It wasn't some fling to cheer myself up, if that's what you think. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound trite. She could imagine how exhausting, how all-consuming the treatment must have been for them both. After the final lot of IVF failed, we were both gutted. Jess needed a break and went to stay for a couple of months with her sister in Bristol. It happened while she was away. You slept with Rowan. She came in one evening to collect her wages, stayed for a drink, and one thing led to another. I'm not proud of what happened. I know it makes me look a complete shit. It was such a relief to talk about something other than babies, to be with someone young, full of fun and willing to listen. I know it's a cliché, but she made me feel like a real man, not a failed husband. Ironic, considering she got pregnant in those couple of months. How far gone was she when she told you? About 6 weeks, as soon as she knew for sure. I'd waited to hear, I'm pregnant, for so long. I was over the moon. But you must have realised it would ruin your marriage. Of course. I'm not a fool and hated myself for how I was behaving, but the love I felt for that child, nothing else mattered. Eden watched his eyes cloud as he leant forward, lax and exhausted, fingers steepled, elbows resting on his knees. In that second, she believed him. He'd never have harmed the baby. So, you plan to leave your wife? She said sympathetically. Yes, he coughed, rearming the defences he'd let slip for a second. I told Rowan we'd bring up the baby together. She laughed at me, said she had plans of her own, and the last thing she wanted was to be tied to me and my kid. She wanted money for an abortion. What did you say? No, of course. We parted badly, but after she'd gone, I got to thinking. She was pregnant and didn't want a baby, but Jess and I did. Rowan wanted a new life, and I could give it to her. It would mean another loan from the bank, like the one we'd taken for the IVF, but it would be worth it. I knew without a baby my marriage was over anyway, and the business would have to be sold if Jess and I split up. With all the debt, we'd be bankrupt. This way, by paying for the baby, I could keep it all and make Jess happy. So I put the proposition to Rowan, and she agreed. 10,000 for the baby, on condition she never told Jess it was mine. As far as everyone else was concerned, she was our surrogate, and the money covered her expenses. It seemed the perfect solution. Until everything went wrong. Until that little bitch killed my son. The anger had resurfaced. We don't know she did. Marshall pushed his chair away. He's dead. Probably the only child I'm ever likely to have is dead. Suffocated, buried alive in a bloody field. Who the hell else do you think did it? She took the money and then thought, I don't know what she thought. Maybe she wanted more. Maybe she changed her mind. Maybe, like the papers say, she killed the baby in some evil, bloody ritual. Who knows? But she did it. I know the way my gut twists every time I think of it. She did it.
He began to pace. Within the confines of the tiny room, he looked like a caged animal.
Are we finished? Jess will be back any minute, and I don't want you here when she arrives.
I understand. I'll go. But one more thing. He was so tightly wound he could unravel when she asked her final question, but she had to finish what she'd started and take her chances. Could Jess have found out the baby was yours? Could she have discovered the truth about you and Rowan without you knowing? The rage she'd watched writhe across his face when he spoke about Rowan seconds before morphed to open-mouthed horror. How would Jess have reacted if she'd found out, discovered you were prepared to leave her for Rowan and the baby? She pressed.
The baby. Not Rowan, he said, colour leaching from his cheeks. With all due respect, she might not be able to see the difference. Why were you so worried about her finding out? What did you think she'd do to you and Rowan or the baby?
The cafe door rattled. Someone was trying to get in.
You've got to leave. It's Jess. Through there, he said,
pointing to the back door before scrambling through to the cafe to let his wife in. Eden stayed put, listening behind the storeroom door.
Why's the deadlock on? What's going on?
Jessica Marshall's voice was shrill and accusing, like a woman who didn't trust her husband.
Trade was slow, so I cashed up early, he said nervously. Thought we could have a talk before we open this evening.
Eden, wishing she could be a fly on that wall, quietly slipped out the back door. Why was Philip Marshall so scared of his wife? Was it because he understood what she was capable of? She'd baited the hook. Now she had to wait for Jessica Marshall to bite. Chapter 26. It was 5:30 by the time Eden drove away from the cafe. She knew the minute she stepped inside the flat, her thoughts would turn to the hateful stories in the paper. She still hadn't got any food in and didn't feel like running the gauntlet at the supermarket again. She'd do a shop online later. Tomorrow she'd have to fess up to Luke about Rowan breaching bail. For the moment, she needed space to process the information she'd gleaned from Philip Marshall and what it meant for her client when she finally turned up. She headed out of Truro on the coastal road towards Perranporth. The evenings were drawing in. The seafront gift shops were closing their shutters, weary eyelids rolling down, preparing for hibernation. The tourists had all but disappeared, and the languid decline that always arrived at the end of the summer season lay ahead. She parked in the beach car park and watched the last of the surfers leave the water, whilst dictating the details of her interview with Marshall. She needed to get it down while it was still fresh in her mind. By the time she finished, it was nearly dark, and she was starving. Shoving the machine in her bag, she walked through the car park to the main street. The neon lights of the fish and chip shop, Cornish Soul, called like a siren. The smell of battered fish and the steamy warmth of the fryers piquing her appetite. Two youths jostled in the queue in front of her. One grabbed a sachet of ketchup, flicking it against his mate's ear.
"Fuck off, you moron."
They looked edgy, bristling with nervous energy. Eden could tell they were on something.
"How long is it going to be? We've been here 15 fucking minutes." "It'll be as long as it takes. I told you when you came in I'd only turn the fryers on. If you want soggy batter, go somewhere else."
"Yeah, right. Just get a fucking move on." The elderly man ignored the youth, looking past him to Eden.
Want to put your order in, love? Like I told these boys, it'll be 5 minutes.
Cod and chips, please. One of the boys looked around at the sound of her voice. Piggy eyes beneath a Peaky Blinder haircut, giving her the once-over before nudging his lippy friend, who turned sharply, cracking a snide grin from a pock-marked face the colour of corned beef. Huge pupils stared from pale, watery eyes, beads of sweat crawling along his forehead. Eden guessed amphetamines.
There you go. Battered sausage and chips twice.
The boy, turning his attention away from Eden, slammed a $5 down on the counter.
He's got the rest,
he slurred, pointing at his mate, who trawled a fistful of shrapnel from his pocket, holding out his palm for the man behind the counter to take what he wanted, before returning the rest. Eden rifled through the database of clients in her head to see if she recognised either of them as they lurched away.
Scratters, murmured the man. Sorry about that. Barely 7 o'clock and they're already off their bloody heads. How old were they, do you think? 20? 22? Bloody idiots. Kids in men's boots. National service, that's what they need. That would sort the buggers out. Cod and chips coming up.
Her stomach rumbled as she watched the double-handed shake of salt and vinegar splatter the chips. Thanks, she smiled, holding the warm bundle close as she walked from the shop across to a bench by the harbour wall to sit and eat her food. She wondered if the evening before, the cod she was munching had been swimming about, oblivious to his fate. She should feel bad, but the sacrifice was much appreciated. She ate the rest with greedy reverence. Licking the salt from her fingers, she walked across to the nearest bin. Once the wrapping would have been newspaper, perhaps one of the rags she'd been reading this morning. Her face, coming out of court, soaked in grease. Today's news, tomorrow's chip paper, she thought. Oi! The shout came from behind. A little way back across the street, the two louts from the chippy.
My mate says you're the one in the news. The lawyer trying to get that bitch who killed the baby off.
Eden said nothing. She wasn't far from her car. She just had to walk slowly and calmly away from them. She heard footsteps crossing the street, catching up. She reached in her bag for her keys, quickening her step.
Oi, I'm talking to you.
Not far. Keep walking. Don't let them see you're scared. She looked around for someone, anyone who might help her, but the street was deserted, the approach to the car park dark. Why hadn't she walked back to the chip shop when she clocked them? They'd caught up and were right behind her. She could practically feel the spotty little shit's breaths on her neck. She tightened her grip on her bag. Her phone was in it, and her notes on the case. She couldn't let them grab it, not without a fight, anyway. She could see her car now. Why hadn't she parked closer? One of the youths overtook her, blocking her way so she had to walk around him.
Like a bit of my sausage with your chips, would you, darling?
He leered, clutching his groin suggestively, through his skinny jeans, thrusting himself towards her.
Papers say you're a feminist. Are you one of them lesbos? I can set you straight, if you like.
Get out of my way.
Or what? He snarled. You gonna cast a fucking spell on me?
He wiggled his fingers in her face.
Has the witch been giving you lessons?
I'll call the police.
Good luck with that. By the time they get here, we'll be long gone.
He was right. The nearest station was a good 15 minutes away. What do you want?
Well, if you're not going to be friendly, your purse'll do for starters.
Yeah, hand it over, bitch, the younger one chipped in. Eden reached into her bag, fingers shaking as she handed it to him. She knew it was the sensible option. She only had a few pounds in it, but it held her credit cards, her court ID, her driving licence with her home address, her entire life. He rifled through it, pulling out the cash. Unzipping the purse compartment, he emptied the coins into his hand, passing them back to his friend.
"Arcade,"
he said gleefully, and Eden remembered the man in the chip shop. Grown men, acting like kids. He threw the purse to the pavement. She left it where it was, knowing if she reached down for it, he'd kick it away, and probably show her the toe of his boot, too. He leant in close, and she could smell his breath.
"You better watch your step. See, I got a kiddie myself, 2-year-old, lives with my ex. We don't like kiddie killers down here, or them that's their friends. We don't need your kind here."
He shoved her hard against the rough, pebble-dashed wall of the public toilets, before running off with his sidekick, back the way they'd come. Eden's heart was hammering, blood rushing to her head as she bent to pick up her purse. She took a moment to steady herself before walking on shaky legs back to her car. Safely inside, she gripped the steering wheel, wringing it with trembling fingers, angry tears stinging her cheeks. It was a good 5 minutes before she felt safe to drive.
"Bastards! Ignorant bastards!"
she screamed at the windscreen.
"Who the hell did they think they were, telling her where she did or didn't belong?"
She thought of her dad's advice.
"You're a survivor."
She wasn't so sure. Chapter 27. Eden woke the next morning, feeling bruised and violated. The press reports were bad enough, but now they seemed trivial. It was one thing to read hateful things about yourself. It was quite another to witness its gut-wrenching ugliness up close. As she strained to look over her shoulder in the mirror at her aching back, the difference showed in technicolor. She was black and blue. She swallowed a couple of paracetamols and rang Carmen.
"Hi, Carmen, it's Eden. I'm sorry I didn't ring last night. Is she there with you?"
the woman interrupted. She sounded desperate.
"No, I'm afraid not."
Eden heard her deflate on the other end of the phone.
"I thought, because you rang, you'd found her. What do we do now?"
"If she's not here by 11, she'll have broken her bail conditions, and I'll have to tell the police."
"To be honest, I don't care. At least then they'll be looking for her. It's been nearly 24 hours and I'm worried sick. There are so many people out there who, if you believe what you read, hate her, wish her harm. Matthew told me about some of the stuff being said on the internet and it scares me to death."
"Lots of people say things on the internet. It doesn't mean they follow through. Don't be too concerned unless there's anything you consider a threat or feel is inciting violence against Rowan or your family. If there is, you must let me know and the police can deal with it. No one has the right to terrify you and remain anonymous." Eden thought of her experience with the two louts the evening before and felt a hypocrite. She hadn't reported it to the police.
"It's so vile, so outside my comfort zone. I know I shouldn't take any notice, and Matthew only told me about it because Rowan's missing, and we can't afford to ignore anything that might help us find her."
"It's understandable you're worried, and you're right. The most important thing is to find Rowan. As soon as 11 arrives, I'll call the police. I promise." With that reassurance, she ended the call. The doorbell rang, and she let the courier delivering her groceries in. At least she could have a decent breakfast before she had to report Rowan missing. The smell of freshly brewed coffee made her feel better. As she tucked into a second croissant, she rehearsed what she'd say to Luke about Rowan and her interview with Philip Marshall. She could see from her mobile he'd tried to ring her several times and had left an answer phone message on her home phone saying he had been round to her parents and Flora was settling in fine, but had still not been able to contact Thea. She hadn't rung him back. When 11 o'clock came, she forced herself to pick up the phone, call the station and ask for him.
"Eden, I've been trying to ring you."
"Have you?" she replied, nonchalantly.
"Thanks for the other night, for helping me out."
"What else could I do? Flora's my niece."
"And your parents have been brilliant."
"Good. That's good. Are you all right? You sound a bit down."
"Luke, I wasn't ringing about Flora. It's Rowan. She's missing."
"You mean she skipped bail?"
"To be honest, I just don't know. The trial is likely to be months away, and if you're going to make a run for it, you don't do it amid all this publicity. I'm worried. I haven't let on to her family, but I'm scared someone else might be involved."
"Stay put. I'm coming over."
Chapter 28.
"When was the last time anyone saw her?" Luke asked when he arrived half an hour later.
"The night she was released on bail, at about 9:30, according to her mother."
"Why didn't you let me know sooner?"
"I couldn't. I didn't know she'd gone. I thought she needed to catch up with her mates or something. She's a teenager, and at that age, friends are everything. You confide in them rather than your parents."
"You thought a third party might talk some sense into her?"
"Possibly."
"Well, let's hope you're right, and she's not done a runner. The media will be baying for blood."
"I know. And there's something else."
"Go on, then. Let's get it all out in the open."
Rowan and Philip Marshall had an affair. The baby was his. Conceived the old-fashioned way.
"You're joking."
"No, I'm not. He admitted it to me."
"When?"
"Yesterday. I went to see him and he admitted it."
"What the hell were you thinking going to see him? How did you know he wouldn't react badly?"
"He's a bistro owner, not a serial killer. What was he going to do, spike my tagliatelle?"
She didn't let on how angry Marshall had been. "Did his wife know?"
"No, she didn't. Well, at least he doesn't think she did."
"But if she did know?"
Eden was pleased they were thinking the same way. If it was Luke's first thought, it felt more and more likely a jury would latch onto the possibility, see room for doubt when weighing Rowan's guilt. She might have decided to punish them both.
"But come on. After going through all those rounds of IVF, she was hardly going to hurt a baby, especially one she expected to keep."
"Think of the WPC in your team, the one with the attitude who had so much to say about Rowan. If she found out her husband had got another woman pregnant and paid her to keep quiet about it, how would she react?"
"I get your point."
What if Jess Marshall found out and went around to the flat and confronted Rowan and she went into labour? What if she took the baby with good intentions but something went wrong? I don't know, but it's possible.
There's a lot of what-ifs in there, Eden. Why wouldn't she just take the baby to the hospital? I can understand her abandoning Rowan, letting her deal with her own mess, but the baby... Surely she'd help the baby.
Perhaps Rowan wanted more money, or told her Philip was going to leave her if she didn't get more. We only have Jess's word she arrived after the event. Perhaps she arrived before Rowan went into labour or during it. Rowan doesn't remember.
There's the problem. Rowan doesn't remember. It always comes back to that.
Why not? If she's not hiding something, why the hell can't she remember?
I don't know.
Maybe she is hiding something. Maybe she's protecting Jess, agreeing to keep quiet about what really happened so long as Jess forks out more cash. I don't know, and to be honest, it won't be my problem. Reasonable doubt is all I need, but from your point of view, surely it's worth interviewing Jess. Yes, of course it is. But don't get your hopes up. It might be enough to cast doubt on Rowan's guilt, but unless, when confronted with the facts, Rowan is willing to remember and corroborates what happened, your girl is still in the frame as far as we're concerned. I'm going back to the station to circulate she's missing to uniform, giving them strict instructions not to alert the press. We don't need a bloody riot on our hands. Later, I'm going to pick up Jessica Marshall and try and get to the bottom of all this. I'll let you know how I get on. Where will you be? I'll be at the site. I need to speak to Elspeth Fuller about something. Okay. But Eden, do me and yourself a favour. In the future, leave the detecting to us. Chapter 29. Eden wasn't sure whether Elspeth was back from France, but decided to try her luck at the site. There was another reason for going. She wanted to see where Mary Blewett's baby was buried, the baby who, if he had lived, would have brought shame to his mother. She needed to gauge for herself the risk of him being discovered. On arrival at the site, she was struck by the absence of flapping yellow police tape and the lack of reporters, but guessed they'd bled the place dry for the time being. They were after a different quarry now. They were probably still blockading her office. A heavy bass beat echoed from the far end of the field, where a group of students were working. They didn't hear her arrive. The last time she'd been there, the door of the prefab had been open. This time it was shut. She tried the handle. Locked. Then banged on the door. No answer. She peered through the window. The place had a mothballed look about it. She walked back down the steps to the caravan. Locked too. Clearly Elspeth was still away, and there was no sign of James either. She wondered whether he was at the museum or busy building his media profile in some chat room somewhere. The place was still a quagmire. She remembered what Elspeth had said about the natural springs crisscrossing the site. Her wellies had seen more outings in the last few weeks than they usually saw in a year. Pulling up the zip of her jacket, she slowly nudged her way along the planking towards the students. "Hello?" she yelled above the thud of music blasting from the radio. "Oh, hi," returned a pretty blonde, looking like she'd stepped out of a promotional video for the Sunshine State, all wholesome American tan, and smile so dazzling it was enough to make any orthodontist pee his pants with pride. The others were a motley crew in comparison, pasty-faced and geeky in their waterproofs and woolly hats. Eden guessed, unlike Miss California, they were homegrown. "Can I help you?" asked an earnest-looking beanpole, pulling himself up out of the trench onto a precariously balanced aluminium plank. "I'm Sam. I'm looking for Professor Fuller." "Are you a journalist?" asked the American girl, quite unashamedly adjusting her neckline and holding out her hand. "I'm Carrie." "No, I'm not a journalist." "She's Rowan Luty's solicitor," said Sam. "That's right, isn't it? Eden Grey?" "Yes, that's right." The girl looked disappointed and turned her back on them, returning her attention to an infinitely more interesting patch of dirt. Sam, she guessed, was in his mid-20s, with a gangly awkwardness of someone younger. His large hands and feet looked too big for his body, as if the rest of him needed a chance to catch up. "Elspeth isn't here." "That's a shame. I was hoping she might be back. James is in charge while she's away, but he's not here either right now." "Oh well, that'll teach me not to ring before turning up. Would it be okay if I take a look at the pit where the baby was found? I noticed the police tape has been taken down." "Sure. I'll take you then, walk you back to your car if you like." "Thanks." The rowan tree stood alone in the far left-hand corner of the field.
a verdant patch of grass around its base. Clusters of brilliant berries like rubies glowed in the milky autumn sun. Paradise amidst a muddy, monochrome wasteland. What a beautiful tree. Yes, the rowan, your client's namesake. The Celts planted them to ward off dark magic and evil spirits, although, of course, that one's not very old. Less than 100 years. Eden knew exactly how old it was. The berries are quite striking, she said. He paused as they walked to stare off at the tree, almost as if seeing it for the first time. I suppose they are. The Druids used to dye their vestments with them, and you can brew them into a pretty potent spirit if you've got enough of them, so I'm told. I'm surprised it's not been damaged with all that's been going on. There's nothing much at the end of the field, and Elspeth's keen to show the site respect. It's bad luck to cut down a rowan. She's very strict about things like that, even though it's not subject to a tree preservation order or anything. Eden was relieved. It's quiet. No press. Not for a couple of days now. I suppose James isn't here and it's him they usually talk to. The rest of us are under strict instructions not to give interviews. From whom? The police? Elspeth. She hates the idea of them crawling all over the site. What we found here is unique. It could provide years of academic research in many specialist fields. It's a part of our social history. It could be one of the most important finds in Western Europe. There it was again. That enviable passion for the job. So, Elspeth's not keen on press involvement. She doesn't think the publicity will help finance the dig or bring it to the attention of a wider public. God, no. She's very old school, believes in sound research. She's not interested in playing to the crowd. The danger with a site like this is everyone gets distracted by the witchcraft thing, and then the serious academics lose interest. It's always happened with important finds. Think of Tutankhamun. Everybody knows about Howard Carter's discovery, about the curse written on a cartouche in the tomb. The thing is, it didn't exist. No curse was found. No one really knows how much sound archaeological research was lost because the press got hold of the bogus story and the whole world descended on the Valley of the Kings. The place has been a car wreck ever since. Eden didn't think it was the time and place to tell Sam about rubbing ice at Taif Nock's forehead for luck. And that was before social media, the boy continued. Today, one person could tweet about this place and it could go viral. Work would have to stop. But James Ferris told me Elspeth was on board with all the publicity, that she'd had a change of heart. Well, if that's right, it's a massive turnaround. She was furious when I found the baby. She knew it would mean the police and unwanted press interest. Eden's ears pricked up. I'm sorry, you found the baby? Yes. So, you're the one who nipped off for a cigarette and spotted the witch pit had been disturbed? Not quite. I don't smoke, for one thing. I was digging in trench number 3 over there, and James came across and asked me to go and look at a pit where the marker was down and the ground looked disturbed. I did as he asked, and that's when I found the baby, about 15 metres ahead of us. Pit 10. As they approached the baby boy's last resting place, Eden wondered why James's version was different. Maybe in the mayhem that came after, the chronology got muddled. It wasn't surprising. Nevertheless, something about it made her uneasy. Then there was Elspeth. Sam seemed convinced she still wasn't happy about the publicity, and that accorded with her conversations with her. But James was adamant she'd changed her mind.
She needed to talk to her in person, to find out who was telling the truth, but she was proving elusive. She took out her phone to take a photograph of the pit, now covered once again, the earth slightly darker, already turning to mud. "There was nothing in this pit when you first excavated it?" she asked. "No, not all of them contained offerings. Some were empty. We don't know why." Eden did. She remembered her conversation with Carmen on the night of the fire. The woman who commissioned the Luty family to dig the pit must have been conceived. It had been blessed until the baby had been buried there. How easily a place could be corrupted. Pit 10 would be forever remembered as a place of horror rather than joy. She turned to Sam. "I don't suppose you know when Elspeth is back from Brittany?" "Brittany? I understand she's been at a conference in Brittany about Celtic rituals." "Really? That's the first I've heard of it. She usually gets me to help with the presentation if she's lecturing. She's not great at PowerPoint." He looked puzzled. "Sam, is something wrong?" "No, I'm surprised, that's all. I thought she'd gone to visit her family in Ireland, some crisis or other. I wonder why she didn't let on about the conference." Eden didn't know what to think or say. What on earth was Elspeth playing at? "I probably got the wrong end of the stick. I've got so much going on. My mind's like a sieve at the moment. I may well have." He didn't look convinced. "Sam, when are you expecting her back?" "This weekend. We begin excavations on the Crystal Well at the weekend. She wouldn't miss that." "Carmen Luty mentioned she'd heard you'd finished with the witch pits and were moving on to a well." "Yeah, it's really exciting. We're pretty sure it will contain all sorts of talisman and votive offerings, pottery, personal items, scraps of cloth with messages written on them, if we're lucky. The peat has preserved everything in the pits to such a fantastic degree. We hope it's done the same for the stuff in the well, and you never know, we might find something really valuable. In the past, gold coins and intricate stone replicas of human heads have been found down wells like this." "It was used in rituals, like the pits?" "We think so, especially at the time of the spring equinox when the moon seems low enough to touch it. It would have looked amazing back then in the firelight, the moon reflecting off the crystals in the granite. Magical." "Well, good luck with it. And should Elspeth make contact before the weekend, can you tell her to call me?" "Of course, but it's more likely to be James she speaks to. He talks to her every day, but I'll be sure to tell her when I see her." Her mobile rang. It was Luke. "I'm sorry, Sam, I've got to take this." "No worries." The boy smiled, lifting his hand before returning to the others. "We've got a problem," said Luke. Eden's heart sank. "What now?" "I was seen." "What do you mean, seen?" "By the press. Coming out of your place in the early hours of the morning." "And?" "This is so embarrassing. They've got completely the wrong idea. I've seen the photograph and I look like I've spent the night with you." They phoned the superintendent's office for a comment. Eden felt her cheeks redden at the thought of her and Luke together in that way. "So, you're in trouble?" she coughed. "You could say that. I've been suspended. And, Eden, they told me we could expect something in the papers tomorrow." "What?" "And..." "Go on then. It can't get any worse." "It can," he sighed. "The press know Rowan's missing." Embarrassment gave way to dismay. "This is a bloody nightmare. One we're not going to wake up from any time soon, that's for certain. I've told my superiors the reason I was there, but they still aren't happy I didn't tell them about the family connection before. I suppose I assumed everyone already knew. It's not like I've ever tried to hide the fact you're Thea's sister. But there it is. I think we should keep a low profile for a couple of days, until things have a chance to blow over and we've found Rowan. I'll text you when I think it's safe. Luke, I'm so sorry. It's hardly your fault, but it does mean I'll have to tell my superiors about Flora. All the private stuff about Thea I didn't want them knowing. Even so, I think it'll be too late to stop what's gone to print already. I just hope Thea doesn't get wind of it. Eden could imagine her sister's reaction. The accusations and threats. She would love the drama. Anything that placed her centre stage. Chapter 30. Luke adjusted his tie in the bathroom mirror. He'd managed to secure a reprieve, one last attempt to put things right before his disciplinary on Monday morning. He was about to interview Jessica Marshall. It was still his case, and even though they didn't like it, the powers that be had to admit he was the best one to do it. She'd come in voluntarily after he'd called her. He'd asked for her to be taken to interview room 3 because it had a two-way mirror. He knew his bosses would want to keep an eye on him. They'd want to jump in if they thought he was compromising the case. Entering the room, he glanced directly at them, raising a disdainful eyebrow for the benefit of his live audience. Good afternoon, Jess. Thanks for coming in. I called you in to ask you a few questions about your statement, if that's okay with you. Yes. You understand you are here voluntarily. That means you can leave at any time. Yes, I know. Like before. Yes, like before. There are some elements of your statement that need clarification in the light of what has unfolded since, in particular the discovery of the baby. The woman sighed heavily. I understand. I'm going to hand you a copy of your statement so we can go through it together. Okay. Now, before we start, could you read it through to check there is nothing you have omitted, nothing you feel you forgot at the time and ought to rectify now? I'm not sure what you mean. Well, when you gave your original statement, you had no idea that there was a possibility Rowan had killed her baby. With the benefit of that knowledge, there may be something she said or did you didn't notice at the time, but which in the circumstances might now come to mind. Jessica read through her statement slowly, studying every word, while Luke waited patiently for her to finish. No, I think it's all there. You're sure there's nothing else? What are you getting at? Jessica, I'm going to tell you something I get absolutely no pleasure in telling you. Luke braced himself as the woman's eyes pooled with tears. Is it something about the baby? I don't want to know the details. I don't think I could stand to hear about how he died. It is about the baby, but not about his death. Luke watched her shoulders relax a little. Jessica, did you know your husband was the biological father of Rowan's baby? No answer. Jessica? I don't want to talk about this. I'm afraid I'm going to have to press you. If you have concerns, we can stop the interview at any time, or, if you like, you can have someone else present. Do you mean a solicitor? Is that what you mean when you say I can have someone else present? Are you accusing me of something? No, I'm not accusing you of anything, but you should understand, should something arise that does implicate you in any way, it's important you appreciate your rights. If that occurs for whatever reason, I will stop the interview and formally caution you. Me? How can I be implicated? I'm the victim here, me and the baby.
She was agitated, but still hadn't challenged the allegation concerning the child's parentage. Luke sensed something odd here. Maybe she was in denial? I'm also going to bring in a female police officer, if that's okay, and I think it best if we record this interview, so we don't misinterpret anything. Luke looked up at the two-way mirror and nodded. Denise Charlton came into the room and pressed the button on the tape recorder. Present D.I. Luke Marshall and D.S. Denise Charlton. Interviewing Jessica Marshall, 20th of September 2019. Time 15:30. Caution dealt with, he continued. Now, Jessica, a short time ago I told you that your husband, Philip Marshall, was the biological father of Rowan Luty's baby. The question is, did you know? Jessica said nothing, her eyes glued to her statement. Jessica, are you all right to continue? Said Denise Charlton gently. You said I didn't have to say anything. That's your prerogative, of course, but I'm rather surprised at your reaction. I just told you your husband had an affair with Rowan Luty and you don't even seem upset. How do you know how I feel? She mumbled. I don't. But I'd imagine hearing about your husband's infidelity and the deceit that followed would make you angry? I don't think she ever intended to hand the baby over to me. Why'd you say that? Jessica bit her lip. She'd been folding and unfolding her statement, and it was now dog-eared and creased. Because Rowan likes being in control? Control? She doesn't play by the rules. What rules, Jessica? Do you mean the money? The fact she chose to change her mind? Did that make you angry? Of course it made me angry. By then it felt like my baby. She didn't want it. She encouraged me to think of it as mine. That's what we agreed. But it wasn't your baby, was it, Jess? You were not its biological mother, even if Philip was the father. Rowan was free to change her mind. The law allows her to. You must have thought of that possibility. It's common in surrogacy and adoption cases, so I'm told, and you got your money back. Luke knew he was being callous and insensitive, but he wasn't a social worker. He was here to wheedle out the truth. She broke her word. She promised me. She broke the rules from the very beginning. Are you saying she broke the rules by having an affair with Philip? Is that it, Jess? Is that what made you angry? I'll tell you what made me angry. Her telling me the baby was gone and giving me the money back as if that was all this was about. After everything we'd gone through and all the sacrifices I'd made. What sacrifices, Jess? I understand you were upset and disappointed. I can appreciate you'd want to know where the baby was. But if you didn't know about Philip's affair, I can't see why you felt so entitled. So entitled and outraged you reported it to us here at the station. I was worried about the baby. Rowan wasn't making any sense. She wouldn't tell me what had happened or where it was. It was about more than the money. She destroyed my life. And your marriage, Jess. And your marriage? Her statement was now in tatters. She'd shredded it as she talked, reducing it to confetti. There were tears in her eyes as her face twisted with emotion. Yes. And my marriage. So you did know. You found out and
wanted to punish them by taking the baby. Her body stiffened as she looked up, her voice shaky and disbelieving. What? Were you angry enough to take the baby, Jess, to punish Philip and Rowan? It's natural enough it must have been awful for you. No, you've got it all wrong. Did Phil say he was going to leave you for Rowan and take the baby with them? Is that why you went to the flat, Jess? I didn't take the baby. The baby was gone when I got there. I told you. You've said, but you can see why people might think you had a motive to take the baby before they took it from you. No, I didn't. She'd already got rid of him. That bitch had already killed my son. You may think you know her, but you don't. I thought I did too, but she's a liar. And just like she played me, she's playing you lot too. Denise was glaring at him, as if to say, what the hell are you doing? Jess, would you like us to stop the interview so that you can call a solicitor? She said, when her silent warning failed to raise a response. Luke took Jessica's silence as his cue to carry on. The problem is, Rowan had no motive to kill the baby. It was her ticket to a better life. She didn't have to keep it. She was free to take the money and leave. But I wouldn't kill him. I loved him. I'm sure you did. But that would make the loss worse, once you learnt your husband would rather be with the mother of his child than you. Was it then you decided to take the child you'd paid for, the product of an affair he'd had while you were recovering from IVF? Luke knew he almost had her. He could see the words spinning in her mind. No! I knew. So there. Now you know. I knew all along. Why would I be jealous when I'm the one who asked Rowan to sleep with Phil? It was my idea in the first place. Chapter 31. Eden settled in her car. Once the news broke Rowan was missing, the shit would hit the fan. She couldn't stay at the flat. If the story the paper intended to print gave any hint of the location, she could expect protesters and more reporters to set up camp there. She rang Agnes. Hi, it's me. Could you do me a favour? I'm here to serve. Agnes, Rowan is missing. The police know, and soon so will everyone else. I thought she'd come home, but she hasn't, and everyone will assume she's on the run, and if she's done a runner, she must be guilty. Well, you know my views on that girl. Yes, I do, Agnes, but there's something else. She took a deep breath. Tomorrow the papers are running a story about me and D.I. Parish. What sort of story? About the case? Not exactly. How was she going to put this without Agnes losing focus? It's about our relationship. He was seen coming out of my flat in the early hours, and they think we spent the night together. D.I. Parish? But he's your brother-in-law, or would be if he and your sister had ever bothered to get married. He's a catch, mind, I'll say that for him. He's tall. Mother always said it was nice to have height in a man, or at least someone taller than you, and that's quite difficult for you. And he's always been friendly to me when he's called about a case. You could do a lot worse. Compared to that husband of yours, Luke Parish is a prince. Agnes, listen, there is nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, going on between me and D.I. Parish. He was dropping Flora off, that's all. Her tone was firm, and the woman quit jabbering. The press will spin this so it looks as if the case has been compromised by our relationship. They could even say Rowan has been able to escape justice because of it. It's rubbish, of course, but that won't make any difference to them. As far as they're concerned, a baby killer is on the loose because we were too busy having sex to do our jobs properly. You can see their point, mind, when you put it like that. It does look a bit iffy. Eden let that one go. Listen, I need your help. There's an extra key to my flat in my desk drawer at the office. My place is going to be crawling with reporters by tomorrow. I need you to go there and throw some clothes and toiletries into a bag and meet me. Where? The multi-story in town. I'll be on the top level so we won't miss each other. You can do that for me, can't you? It's all very cloak and dagger. I know it sounds that way, but it's so I can carry on trying to find Rowan without all this crap getting in the way. Where will you go? To my parents, but please don't tell anyone else and make sure no one follows you. I'll be careful. It's quite exciting, really, like something out of James Bond. Chapter 32. Carmen hadn't slept, despite brewing valerian root tea the evening before. She was dozing in the chair when Denise Charlton turned up to tell her the authorities were aware Rowan had skipped bail. Mrs. Lutey, have you any idea where Rowan might be? No, of course not. If I did, do you think I'd be in this state? I'm worried sick. It's a shame you didn't let us know earlier she was missing. I thought she'd be back, that she needed some space. I'm so worried something's happened to her. I've tried all her friends and no one's seen her. Well, we're on the case now. I'm sure we'll find her soon, but if there's anything you think of that might help, here's my card. Give me a ring. What about D.I. Parish? He was with you before. He's no longer on the case. Call me if you think of anything. Once she'd gone, Carmen phoned Morva. Can you come over? I'm at my wit's end. I can't talk to Matthew. His girlfriend has told him to keep out of it, and I can't say I blame her. To Carmen's relief, Morva replied without hesitation. I'll be over after my shift. I finish at 5. Come for your tea, then. All right. It'll be nice to have someone cook for me for a change. You looked thin when I saw you. Good thin, though, not bad thin. She didn't want to say the wrong thing. Now everything was back on track with her sister. Make sure you do plenty of spuds, then, Morva joked. I will. Roasties, Carmen laughed, her mood lifting at the prospect of her sister's company. She busied herself preparing dinner the rest of the afternoon, glad of the distraction. She roasted a chicken and retrieved some of the blackberries she'd picked from the freezer to make a blackberry and apple pie for after. By the time the kids arrived back from school, the kitchen was full of the smells of home cooking, and for a moment she was able to fool herself everything was normal. Something smells good, shouted Matthew, over the thunderous thump, thump of Maisie and Jago running upstairs to ditch their school bags. Morva's coming over for tea. Morva? He looked surprised. Yes. We've had a talk and decided life's too short for fighting. Family needs to stick together at times like this. She hadn't told Matthew about Morva's involvement with Rowan during her pregnancy, not sure how he'd react. Suppose so, he said, pinching a biscuit from the barrel. Is there any news? It's been on the radio Rowan's missing. They're talking like she's done a runner. The police have been around. A young woman officer, Denise, something, who came here before. Told me D.I. Parish is off the case. Did she say why? No, but I suppose, now they've charged Rowan, he's moved on to something else. She seemed certain they'd find her. I'm just glad they're looking. It'll be all right, Mum. He moved across the room to where she stood peeling potatoes and put his arm around her. You know what our Rowan's like. She does stuff like this. She's probably just had enough and bolted. Remember how, when things went wrong at school or she got in trouble over something or other, she'd run off and we'd all worry where she was? She'd be hiding in one of the barns or up the top field with the horses, cooling off. She always came back in the end. I know, Matthew, but it's those people out there. The ones with the placards. They hate her and they hate us too. It's this witch stuff and all the nastiness on the internet. That's what frightens me. It's escalating and I'm worried for your sister's safety. Carmen's voice quivered, her hand was shaking, and she dropped the potato peeler into the muddy water. Damn it! Come here, comforted Matthew, hugging her close. It'll be all right. She buried her head in her son's shoulder, happy to stay there for a while, until making a conscious effort to pull herself together, she drew away. She rubbed her eyes with the heel of her hands, and looking up at him, tried a smile. Are you staying for your tea? No, I don't think so, Ma. I told Laura I'd go around hers tonight, and you've got Morva. It's better if I'm not here. You can have a proper talk then. Whatever you think best. Thanks for picking up the kids again. That's all right. Only, I'm not sure I can do it for much longer. The boss is getting a bit funny about it, about me taking the time off. I work my lunch hour, but it doesn't seem to make any difference. It's all right. I understand. She didn't want the children taking the school bus, not with everything that was going on. Another thing to worry about, she thought, as she watched her son drive away. At least she had the weekend to sort it. Morva arrived, still in her uniform. I couldn't be bothered to go home and change. I came straight from work. Who are you, then? Asked Maisie. That's Auntie Morva, Jago said, pleased to know something his sister didn't. What, like Auntie Madge down the shop in the village? No, you numpty. She's not our real auntie. Everyone calls her Auntie Madge. Morva's our real auntie. She's Mum's sister. Like Rowan and me? Yes, like Rowan and you. Morva traipsed upstairs to change, returning in jeans and a sweater. I'll just pop these back in the car. OK, I'll start serving up. Carmen had felt strangely nervous preparing the food, as if she were cooking for visitors rather than her sister. But as Morva took a seat between the two children, she relaxed and couldn't help regret all the family time they'd wasted over nothing. Where have you been before, then? Maisie, stop asking questions. Let Morva sit down, scolded Carmen. It's fine, said Morva, turning to face the little girl. Me and your mum had a bit of a falling out, but we've made friends now. So I hope to be seeing a lot more of you and Jago. And Rowan and Matthew, insisted Maisie. Morva looked up at Carmen. And Rowan and Matthew. You're a nurse. I saw your uniform. Yes, I am. Do you live in the hospital, then? Is that why we ain't seen you? No, I don't live there, although it feels a bit like that sometimes. Morva smiled. I work there. Stupid, teased Jago. Nurses don't live in hospitals. Maisie paused to poke out her tongue before returning to her interrogation. What kind of nurse are you? Are you a bad leg nurse or a bad head nurse? Matthew come off his motorbike once and broke his leg, didn't he, Mum? He had to see a bad leg nurse. Yes, he did, said Carmen. I look after ladies who are having babies, Then I help the babies when they're ready to come out of their mummy's tummy.
Our Rowan killed her baby.
There was a loud clatter as Carmen dropped a saucepan, sending carrots scattering across the quarry tiles. What did you say? The little girl looked up at her mother.
Our Rowan killed her baby. That's what the boys are saying at school.
Who said that? Carmen banged the kitchen table so hard the knives and forks jumped and clattered. Maisie stared at her, wide-eyed.
Michael Edivine.
Carmen struggled to hold it together. Well, I'll be having a word with your teacher about him on Monday morning. She was furious, but didn't want to frighten her daughter, whose bottom lip was beginning to tremble. Morva jumped up to help recapture the escaped veg and finish putting the rest of the dinner on the plates so they could sit down to eat while it was still hot. Jago and Maisie moved on to new conversations, tucking into their food, squabbling occasionally, while Carmen did battle with a growing lump in her throat she knew would prevent her swallowing a single mouthful. She held her knife and fork in her fists like weapons, rolling them from side to side, not knowing what to do with them. Morva reached across and touched her hand. It's all right to be upset. You're entitled to get angry, she soothed. The touch opened up a flood of emotions Carmen had been holding back with sheer willpower. Now the gates were breached, she couldn't stop the deluge.
What's the matter with Mum?
Asked Maisie, through a mouthful of roast potato. Nothing, Morva said. Mummy is a bit upset about the carrots.
I don't like carrots anyway, Mum. I like peas better, and we got lots of peas. Look, she said, flicking one at Jago. Hey!
Carmen looked at her daughter's grinning face, and despite everything, began to laugh. Oh, Maisie. They all laughed, loud, childish guffaws that made them snort. All the time, Morva held Carmen's hand, steadying her like the master of the ship through the tidal wave of feelings spilling across the kitchen table. Once the children were in bed, the two women moved into the sitting room, where Carmen lit a fire. Curled up on the sofa, they sipped whiskey in silence, watching the logs crackle and spit. After several minutes, Carmen spoke. Thank you. For what? For being here this evening. For bringing some peace back to this house. I'm not going anywhere till we find Rowan, until this nonsense is over with. Thank you. Stop saying thank you. That's my only condition. All right. They listened to the children jumping around upstairs, not quite ready to fall asleep, the occasional giggle seeping through the ceiling, until finally everything was quiet. Where is she, Morva? Where could our girl be? I don't know, but we could try and bring her home. How do you mean? You and me. We could try and cast a charm to call her home. I haven't done anything like that since Mother died. I know you haven't, said Morva. I know you don't believe, but what harm could it do? The police are doing their job, and we've got to let them get on with it, but you said yourself you feel useless sitting here doing nothing. This is at least something. I wouldn't know where to start. Maybe not, but I would. We'd need the book, and we haven't got it. We don't need the book. I know every charm, every remedy in there. I learnt it from cover to cover and more besides. Carmen sat up. Really? You did that? I had to. I'm so sorry, Morva. I should have let you have it when Mother died. It doesn't matter now. What matters is we try to bring Rowan back. Here and now. You and me. If we were Christians, we'd get down on our knees and ask Jesus for help, and no one would think anything of it. We need to pray in our way, the way we were taught. Here and now. Together. We'll need an altar, said Carmen. Have you kept everything? It's put away, but I'm not sure if it's all here. I never really took much notice when Mother was alive. Show me. Carmen wandered to the far end of the room, where she lifted a small blue pottery jar from an alcove dug into the cob wall. Tapping its contents into her palm, she retrieved a brass key she used to open the door of the antique mahogany sideboard beneath. She pulled out a wooden box, pitted and ebonized with age, the size of a canteen of cutlery, which she carried back to Morva. What there is in here, she said, handing it to her sister. Morva shuffled towards the light, then placing the box on her lap, slowly opened the lid to reveal the contents. A round mirror, a stub of chalk, 2 long white feathers, 3 smooth white pebbles, 2 jam jars, one filled with earth, another with salt, a pack of matches, and 4 brown beeswax candles. Is it all there? Not everything, but enough. Have you got a white candle? A large one? I think so, somewhere. Fetch it, and something to stand the other candles on. A plate or table mat will do. Oh, and a small bowl of water. By the time Carmen returned, Morva had already laid everything out on top of the sideboard. She placed the table mat, bowl of water, and large white candle down with the rest. Then, with the chalk, began to draw a circle on the dark, polished surface. Within the circle,